and was only suitable for people aged 18 or over, will almost certainly have an adult theme, and might well contain sex or violence, which are quite graphic. It may also contain explicit language, including sexual swear words. Thanks for listening.
But here's what his revelation comes to him. He's kind of got all this stuff like touching, wiping, mourning of the animals.
Not wiping, whipping.
Yeah.
Also, not
torture.
Also not touching.
I am dyslexic. I hope I'm not having like a stroke.
Do it live! Fuck it! Do it live!
And an atheist almost always becomes supporters of eugenics and abortion.
A swine is hungry for nuts. Jesus hates them too.
Satan is real.
Being a Satanist is an open declaration of revolt against counterproductive received wisdom and mindless rogue tradition.
Decapitate her head off.
We're done. You're done.
Obama!
It occurs to me as you're both talking that both of you have faced serious illness in your lives, and I'm wondering if that at all has shaped your view of the afterlife. Christopher?
I would say it fractionally increases my contempt for the false consolation element of religion and my dislike for the dictatorial and totalitarian part of it. But I presume what I say by the first is self-evident. But what I mean by the second is it's considered perfectly normal in this society to approach dying people who you don't know, but who are unbelievers, and say, now are you going to change your mind? In fact, it's considered almost a polite question. And as you know, there's a long history of fraud about this. People claim that Darwin had a deathbed recantation. They'd made up lies about Thomas Paine. It goes on all the time. It's a very nasty little history, but there's also a horrible undertone of blackmail to it. People write and say, look, you've got about one chance left now. Aren't you going to take it? I'm writing to you as a friend. They've even tried it on me when I've been very ill and I haven't had quite the vinegar I'd like to have had in a hospital bed. I don't mind. I can take it. But I think there are a lot of people older than myself, iller than myself, perhaps at the risk of seeming conceited, less educated than myself, to whom that's a horrible experience. It's very depressing and alarming to be spoken to in that way. I mean, if Sam and I were to form a corps of people to go around religious hospitals, which is what happens in reverse, and say to people who are lying in pain, say, did you say you were Catholic? Yes. Well, look, you may only have a few days left, but you don't have to live them as a serf, you know. Just recognize that was all bullshit, that the priests have been cheating you. And I guarantee you'll feel better. I don't think that would be very ethical. Okay, but I think it would be something of a breach of taste. But if it's in the name of if it's in the name of God, it has a social license. Well, fuck that is what I say. And will say, if it's my last breath, thank you.
Welcome to the Godless Revolution. Today is Tuesday, December 15th. This is episode 84, and we're doing the fifth, I believe, Republican primary debate. I'm Dan Ellis.
Rahau.
We've got Matt Mitchell and
Ryan Duffy's here in the studio this week, not Skyping in.
Yay! Because last time the sound got all fucky, and I spent a long time having to fix it afterward.
Post.
But, we're also joined in studio tonight by a good friend of mine, Mr. Grant Larimer, a.k.a. the Purple Dragon. You may remember Grant from a previous episode. I was gonna go back and see. I was gonna go back and see which episode that was, but I can't.
It was early on.
It was like 12 or 13 or 20. I mean, it was... Yeah,
it was early.
Yeah.
When we were, as you said earlier, recording, sitting on the couch with microphones on the coffee table.
Yeah. No structure to the show.
Yeah.
As if there isn't now, but...
That's versus the overwhelming amount of structure we have.
Mold was growing out of the microphones. Quality high-end production here.
So we're going to be doing the Republican debate. We are not doing the kids' table debate.
Right.
The kids' table debate tonight consisted of Lindsey Graham, George Pataki, Mike Huckabee, and
Rick Santorum.
None of whom stand a snowball's chance in hell of capturing the Republican primary
Or of being
nomination,
saved by Jesus.
And our sanity has its limits.
Yes.
That's
there's
also
only
true.
so much bullshit we can take in one night.
Yeah, and at least 3 of those 4 are absolutely out of their minds insane.
Yeah. Yeah, and we watched a little bit of it pre-show while we were...
A little bit of it.
Pre-show while we were drinking beers and having some pizza. And the one thing that stuck out to me the most was the bullshit questions that Hugh Hewitt was throwing out, the hypotheticals. Like, I mean, they were just fucking ridiculous. I mean, it was like, Mike Huckabee, if Lindsey Graham were to whisper softly in your ear and hump you from behind, would you give him a reach around? Or, I mean, they were just fucking.
If America received 2 Syrian refugees, would we then be justified in carpet bombing all the way from Turkey to China? Huckabee, what do you say?
Including perhaps any state in which they were relocated, say Oklahoma or New York.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Like, just the questions he was asking them, I'm like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? Are these just some of your demented fantasies? Like, you're wondering, really, like, just to throw in my spank bank later, what would you do if Putin were to call you a dick?
Oh yeah, he was talking about the one-on-ones with Putin.
Yeah. So Hugh Hewitt was over the top fucking ridiculous, as he kind of almost always is.
Yeah.
But yeah, the undercard kids table debate thing, I'm done covering those. I mean, the Republican Party back in September said that they weren't even going to do them anymore, and then went back on that and have continued to do them, which is, I mean, it's possibly good political theater, maybe drumming up some money for these candidates to keep their candidacies alive, barely.
Yeah, but it's hard for us to do a 6-hour free podcast show about it.
Yeah. And
it's
especially,
great, it's ratings for the media too.
For them,
CNN or whoever is producing it. I mean, it's,
Yeah, well, and I can't imagine, though, that even at this point, the ratings for the undercard stuff is great, because I think a lot of people just skip it.
Yeah.
I mean, or watch it by accident.
Yeah. I started actually watching it by accident because I got so busy with work and shit today that I got distracted. Like, I forgot to set up the recordings for either debate until the kids table one had already started, and I look on the guide and I was like, oh shit, the Republican debate, the final, oh god,
we need this.
Yeah, I fucking forgot about this. I need to fix it. Didn't order pizza until the last minute. Fucking out shoveling walks because we had all the snow. Yeah. I was busy doing all kinds of shit.
Yeah, I've been fairly underwhelmed as a guest host tonight. The service provided by this podcast has been, marginal at best.
You got pizza and you're sitting in a cushion seat, man. I didn't have any wine for you on hand.
I know I had to bring my own booze.
Jesus.
Jeez.
I don't drink Merlot. That's like your exclusive thing, man.
That's what I'm known for.
Merlot, huh?
Merlot.
Matt said he had a couple things he wanted to talk about.
Yes, I do.
What you got?
I have
before we launch into the debate.
Yes, I have an introductory course for the 3 or so listeners who might not already be aware of what Republicans are about. If you don't know what GOP stands for, it's the Grand Old Party, which was coined in the late 1800s when the Republicans really started gaining ground. But that doesn't really tell you anything about their policies. So I've created a few helpful ways to remember. If you see any of these things, it's probably Republicans. GOP probably ought to stand for things like gaining off poor, God-obsessed policies, guns over peace, greedy old patriarchs, generating orphaned Palestinians, gouging oil prices, gliding on privilege, gay-orientated persecution, grossly oppressive proposals, gerrymandering on populations, grilling of Planned Parenthood, GOP, but still, that still works. That's fine.
They're all full of pee-pee.
Generally omitting physics, gallingly offering prayers, greasing oligarchs' palms, governing on prejudice, and of course, grain-occupied pyramids. Well, and obviously, all lives matter. Would be the final one. So any of those things is what GOP should stand for. And I've also created a comprehensive list of the candidates for tonight. If you're not aware of them, I've got a list here for how you can, a guide to being able to identify them when they're on stage. So John Kasich, he would be the chubby Martha Stewart with the skin quality of the moon. That's Kasich. Rubio's the Hispanic Jason Bourne with Walter Matthau's ears. So if you see him up there.
He'll also be very thirsty all the time, licking his lips.
He'll be very thirsty.
Are these all going to be visual clues
Yes.
on an audio podcast?
Well, because
for those who may be watching it,
For those who may be watching it.
so when they see them on TV, they'll know who we're talking about.
Okay.
Chris Christie's the guy that when you see him, you'll think, "Oh, how fun! The catcher from Sandlot is running for president." New Jersey's own Fred Flintstone, complete with Stone Age policies. Or if you're a '90s kid, E Honda stuffed into a suit.
E Honda, I'm not familiar. I'm not a
Nobody
90s
played
kid.
Street Fighter.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Jeb Bush is the guy that's the less articulate Frankenstein's monster. The look and all the intellect of a cross-eyed nutcracker doll. Or Jared Fogle after adding 20 years and a chromosome. With even worse ideas for handling children. It gets better.
It gets better than worse ideas for handling children.
Rand Paul is the son of the famous nearly life-sized Keebler elf Ron Paul, who belongs to Middle Earth's libertarian race, where every day is a tea party. He'll be celebrating his failed presidential campaign on his 111th birthday, and his campaign slogan is "Eats Big Government for Second Breakfast." Carly Fiorina is like a wax sculpture of Celine Dion after 3 hours in a sauna. But by the way, you'll notice she twitches a lot, like a chicken that's controlling a JCPenney mannequin.
She's a little tweaky.
Yeah, she is.
Like possibly on meth whenever she's on stage. I don't know.
Or like Sally Jesse Raphael with AIDS.
Oh God.
Ted Cruz. That would be Sesame Street's Count, all grown up, but doesn't know how numbers work. Like he had cosmetic surgery, but opted for the ego enlargement and chin removal. The illegitimate child of Kevin from The Office and Count Chocula. Like he's always wearing a flesh-colored turtleneck.
No mention of Grandpa Munster in a suit.
I thought that was going to be a little too cliche.
All right. That's good. Yeah.
Ben Carson's the guy whose gestures are like an autistic child during his first day at a mime class. And you'll find yourself saying, finally, we have a Republican with more charisma than Ben Stein. How does a black guy make it into a Republican event anyway? I mean, presumably he's carrying or else he'd be shot, right?
Well, yeah, he's not an officer.
And finally, Donald Trump. Dickens Scrooge and DuckTales Scrooge McDuck had a kid and then raised him in 1930s Germany. Like Grumpy Cat with the ass in the front. Trumpy Cat.
And a toupee.
Yeah. He has baby eating a lemon resting face. With the toupee made of prepubescent orphan ginger boys peach fuzz.
Hey, what's wrong with ginger boys?
Nothing. I mean, it's not that bad. They're just the ones that died in his factories. Smashed together Renee Zellweger and Alf. And he even keeps a cat on his head, so, you know, it's perfect. Or Owen Wilson after a house fire. That's how you keep track of the candidates, and that's the GOP party. Let's get into it, shall we?
That was a very good guide.
Thank you.
So, Some of the things to keep in mind while we're watching this are that
nothing that I just said.
those were fantastic.
You need to post like pictures of each of the candidates on your Facebook and various other media with your
the
description underneath each one, so people can comment on it.
I could make some memes, I think.
Yeah, there you go.
That would be good. Some things to keep in mind tonight are that Marco Rubio is gaining in the polls.
Yes.
Ted Cruz is gaining in the polls.
Yes.
Ben Carson has dropped precipitously.
Yeah, incredibly.
He's lost double digits, which I think is fantastic.
Which is
the longevity of a black. I mean, they tried it with Herman Cain in that party. It's just it's
not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
And apparently the fault for that is the leftist media.
Oh, sure.
The left-wing media elite is the reason that he's dropping.
Right. The left-wing media that's given polling 3% Chris Christie more media time than Bernie Sanders.
It's not his lies that has... No, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the shit coming out of his mouth.
And recently we've had Donald Trump attacking Ted Cruz, who is now in second place in most national polls. And that's why Trump is, of course, attacking him. Trump saying that Ted Cruz is not fit to be president because he lacks the temperament.
Yep.
Which I thought was fucking ironic as hell.
Yeah.
Right, coming from Trumpy Cat.
Hello, Pot.
Yeah. So there's
kill me.
There's also a lot of talk about the Republican Party in general. The main people, I can't think of the term right now. The people in the Republican Party who've been around forever.
Incumbents?
No. God damn it.
Old fucks?
No. The establishment.
The establishment people.
The establishment Republican Party hates Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
They also hate Ted Cruz.
Well, so they say.
Which is unfortunate for them since those two people are currently leading the polls. There is concern and a lot of chatter that this may be a contested primary. I don't know if you guys know much about those at all. I hadn't really heard a whole lot about it until
they're pretty uncommon.
Until I had seen much chatter about it. So I wanted to talk real quick about it. Pulled up a couple stories here. What is a contested convention? This comes from NBC News. It's a contested convention, almost everything you need to know. With Donald Trump leading the Republican presidential race and a pack of candidates jumbled behind, there has been a lot of talk about the possibility of a contested convention. The Iowa caucuses are just over 1 month away, and in a crowded field with no candidate near a majority of support in national and state polls, the chances that the Republican Party doesn't have a clear-cut winner from the primary process appears more possible than at any time in recent history. What does all that mean? Here's a starter's guide. What is a contested convention? A contested convention occurs when the primary process yields no candidate. There's a primary process, so how could that happen? Before we explain that there's a mini primer, before we explain that, here's a mini primer on how the process works. A total of 2,470 delegates are up for grabs in the primary process, where all the states, territories, and D.C. either caucus, vote, or hold conventions to choose their preferable nominee. In order to secure the Republican nomination, a candidate must win a majority of delegates, or 1,236, which is a problem because there are so many fucking candidates out there. How are delegates awarded? Each state delivers a number of delegates based on population, so more delegates are available in California than, say, Idaho. Okay.
Sure.
So how could it be the one candidate doesn't win a majority? Another good question. That scenario could happen because of the way the system is set up. More than half of the states and territories appropriate their delegates proportionally. So theoretically, 3, 4, or 5 candidates could split the delegates among most of the states, leaving no candidate with a majority of delegates, which is a very good possibility with what we're seeing right
now. So
it's
not like the electoral process where all the electors of a state go to one candidate. They can actually split.
For some states, yes. For other states, no. And I think that's coming up here. Question, why would anyone create a process that might not result in a winner? Funny, right? But that's the ironic thing about it. 2 major changes by the Republican National Committee intended to clamp down on the process to ensure a long, drawn-out primary does not occur could do exactly that. And this was all in response to the previous presidential election when the Republicans blamed their loss on a really long extended primary season where the Republicans just beat the shit out of each other.
Well, I mean, fucking grow up, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like they lost because they didn't have any decent candidates or
right, of course.
Obama was better than all of the candidates.
No.
It couldn't be that.
Yeah,
but they lost because we got to hear what they had to say for a longer amount of time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
we got to know them.
And that's what they're objecting to, yeah. And that's where I think Ted Cruz is really going to fail.
So there are a couple structural problems. What's the first problem? The first is that the convention was moved up from late August to mid-July to shorten the primary calendar. The first nominating contest is also a month later this year, so that Republicans spend less time beating each other up. And in an effort to keep states from extending the primary season, the RNC placed stringent rules on the states with repercussions that would reduce the state's importance in the campaign. Okay, sure, that sounds fine. What's a good example? Well, for instance, any state that moved its primary or caucus before March 15th would lose its delegates, which means that the voters would have no say in the nomination process. So the unintended consequence is that while states stayed in line, more states give out the delegates proportionally, making it more difficult to reach a majority.
Has this always been in place?
Well, I think it said it changed in 2012.
Well, some of these changes have been put in place. Some of it is longstanding practice.
Okay.
Some of it has complicated this season because of the changes that they made, moving the convention from August to July, so it's shorter.
It's Republicans trying to give themselves a leg up and then end up fucking themselves.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, basically. So, for instance, any state that moved its primary or caucus before March 15th would lose its delegates, and I've already talked about that.
Yeah. Yep.
The second problem is that it goes back to the 2012 convention. A rule the Republican Party agreed to in 2012, called Rule 40, made it more difficult for a candidate to win the nomination this election season. Instead of a candidate having to win a plurality of delegates in 5 states, Rule 40 mandates that a candidate must win a majority of delegates in 8 states before he or she is able to be considered the presumptive nominee. All right, well, what does all that mean? Well, that rule was intended to keep 2012 candidate Ron Paul, who won a plurality of delegates in at least 5 states, and his supporters from having an opportunity to take away from Mitt Romney at that year's convention.
Now it makes sense.
So the unintended consequence is that 4 years later, with a dozen candidates and no clear winner, that threshold could make it difficult for even the best funded candidate to meet.
Yes. Awesome.
So what traditionally happens at a contested convention? The delegates at the convention, which will take place in Cleveland, vote by secret ballot.
What a shithole Cleveland is. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, fuck the Cavs.
And the Browns, too. Jesus Christ.
If no candidate wins a majority of delegates, then a second round of voting takes place, but not before the candidates and their staffs work to win over delegates. Quote, it's called a convention, Curly Haugland, Republican National Committeeman for North Dakota, said.
Curly Haugland.
Quote, a convention will break out at our convention, end quote. Rounds of voting keeps taking place until a candidate wins the majority of delegates.
Curly Haugland. Sorry, I had to say it 3 times.
So what about the vice president?
A convention will break out it sounds like some kind of venereal disease or something.
Don't catch the curly.
If there's no presumptive nominee heading into the convention, then there's no vice presidential presumptive nominee.
Huh.
In that instance, the running mate is chosen the same way.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Through a secret ballot by the delegates until someone obtains a majority of delegates.
Secret ballot?
Yeah.
I don't like that.
So it could be a Trump Cruise ticket.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Oh, God.
There's another shortish story here from CNN that gives us a little more background on this also. And the title of this is, What is a Brokered Convention? Here's a kind of simple explanation. Donald Trump may get a chance to show off his self-described amazing negotiating skills next summer at the Republican National Convention. Word broke on Thursday that top Republican officials, up to and including party chairman Reince Priebus, have discussed and deliberated over the potential of a brokered or contested post-primary nominating process. Here's what they're talking about. What would need to happen over the coming months to make it a reality, and a few of the ways it could play out on the floors and back rooms of the Quicken Loans Arena.
Quicken Loans.
The article says, which we should note does not allow smoking anywhere on site.
Oh, okay.
No smoke-filled backroom deals is the reference there.
Yeah.
So
Curly Hoagland.
So how do we get there? The Republican Party will assign 2,472 delegates through a state-by-state series of caucuses and primaries between February and June. To win the nomination, a given candidate requires a simple majority or 1,237 of the total. The states holding their contests before March 15 are required by party rules to dole out their delegates proportionately, meaning 51% of the vote translates to the same percentage of the state's allotted delegates. To further complicate the matter, there's the party's so-called Rule 40. This bylaw, added in 2012, states that any potential nominee must, quote, demonstrate the support of a majority of the delegates from each of 8 or more states, end quote. There are, as we approach the CNN debate in Las Vegas on Tuesday, the thing we're covering tonight, a total of 14 candidates in the mix. No fewer than 10 can reasonably expect to win a noteworthy proportion of delegates as the race extends into spring. For example, polls have shown Trump with a durable lead in Iowa. He's up 13 points on Ted Cruz, his closest rival, according to Monday's CNN.
I can't believe those two are ahead of the.
It's crazy.
Sorry.
But even then, his total support in the sprawling field is only 33%, which means that there's no way he could get a majority of the delegates. Multiple candidates could win a majority in 8 or more states, or no one could. Either way, it adds to the chaos on the convention floor. Interestingly, the rule essentially prevents a would-be outside savior like Mitt Romney from parachuting into the process late, as that person would obviously arrive without those 8 state majorities, which is why they called it kind of the Ron Paul rule.
Yeah.
One Republican with a full grasp of the RNC rules reached out after the story first published to point out that the 8-state requirement in Rule 40 is technically temporary because they just wanted to fuck over Ron Paul.
Yeah, of course.
The RNC will vote on a new rule at the convention in 2016 and could again change the number of states.
And of course they will.
Because
of course they will.
They're going to do whatever they can
to cheat,
to try to benefit to do whatever they think will benefit the party.
To solidify their party.
And
yeah, good Christian morals.
Yeah.
And my guess is that they're going to try to keep Trump and Cruz away from the nomination.
Yeah.
Because nobody inside or outside the Republican Party likes them.
Just the base.
Yeah. Contested or brokered, what's the difference? Simply stated, if no candidate, and this goes for both parties, finishes the primary season with a majority of delegates, the summer convention can be described as contested. The last contested GOP primary came in 1976 when President Gerald Ford and an insurgent conservative named Ronald Reagan arrived at Kansas City's Kemper Arena short of a clinching total. Both campaigns sought to sway or romance their way to the necessary majority, which Ford would seal just before the first floor vote. Because that initial ballot delivered Ford the nomination, the 1976 convention is not technically considered to have been brokered. For that, we have to look back more than 60 years to the 1952 Democratic contest. Tennessee Senator Estes Kefauver,
I don't even know.
I have no idea.
Curly.
There's a name that I've heard once and will never ever again hear. He's a footnote in the history of Democratic politics.
Yeah.
Anyway, he led the race after the last round of primary voting, but did not win the nomination after the first floor ballot. No one did. It was not until the third ballot that Adlai Stevenson, the reluctant home state governor with the backroom backing of outgoing President Harry Truman, finally emerged with the nomination. When was the last one? The most recent brokered convention for Republicans came 4 years earlier in 1948, when they chose New York Governor Thomas Dewey after 3 ballots. Dewey, Stevenson, and Ford all lost their general election contests because they're not uniting the party behind their candidate. They have too many fucking candidates running, and nobody can get behind them. It basically, no one's happy, everybody loses.
Yep. And I'll make a prediction right now, too, that only Democrats are going to be aware of this before it actually happens. If it happens in this race, something's going to happen that's going to throw it off, and all the Republicans are going to be out of their fucking minds about how the left media is cheating and how, without any they don't do any.
It's always the left's fault.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but none of the fucking Republicans can read. So, they don't go through this stuff. They have no idea that this is even happening.
So my prediction, and I posted this on Facebook, is that it will be a contested and brokered convention.
Yeah.
Because it's
shaping up that way.
Because none of the nominees have emerged as a clear leader who will win the plurality or majority of the delegates. What that means then is that they go into convention and with the foresight of knowing that none of the establishment likes Trump or Cruz, there will be tons of backroom deals to see how they can fuck them over and install whomever the Republican Party wants as their primary candidate. Who the establishment wants as their primary candidate.
Oh wait, that's Hook.
No, that's exactly that's exactly my prediction. Is that Rubio will emerge as the Republican primary nominee.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because he's well liked by the establishment. He's young. He's smart.
Yep.
And I think he's
politic.
I think of the Republican candidates currently running stands the best chance of beating whomever the Democratic nominee ends up being.
Yeah, Ben Carson's too fucking dumb.
Oh yeah.
Carson's too dumb. Trump's too big an asshole. Cruz is too big an asshole.
Too crazy.
Yeah, when you look at the Republican field, there aren't any really good candidates. There aren't any really good solid candidates.
There never get Trump running independent.
Yeah, there are some who can whip up the base. Yeah, there's some who can whip up the base based on, religious beliefs or xenophobic, homophobic, misogynist, sexist.
But Huckabee and Santorum are at the kiddie table, so that's not really working that well either.
Trump is in the lead, and that's exactly what he's been doing.
Yeah. Well, that's a big question. Will the extremist supporters that support Trump in the population, are they going to get behind Rubio?
They're not the ones who control the delegates at the convention.
Yeah. Right, but I'm talking about in the general. I'm looking forward to the general election. If Rubio gets the nomination, are the Trump supporters going to switch over and support Rubio?
The thing about most Republican voters is they're Republicans, and it doesn't matter who's running. They're going to vote Republican. They're going to vote straight ticket, which is why the Republicans are terrified of someone like Trump or Cruz getting the nomination, because they can whip up the base and they can lead in the primary, but the Republican Party as a whole is not as fucking crazy as their primary voters. So if either of those candidates gets past the primary and ends up being the nominee, that means that everybody down ticket on the Republican Party is going to suffer. So if Cruz or Trump end up as the eventual nominee for the Republican Party, that means a whole lot of Republican voters just won't go out and vote, because they are not going to vote for Trump. They're not going to vote for the Democrat. They're not going to vote for Cruz. They're not going to vote for the Democrat. So they'll stay home. So, which means
for the first time ever, they're going to have the same problem the Democrats have with voter just not turning up.
Yeah, but that means too that the Democrats will get a much larger turnout if they put up somebody as fucking crazy as Cruz or Trump.
Yes,
Democrats will turn out in much larger numbers,
drawing some of the moderate Republicans to the Democratic.
So it'll have a twofold effect. You'll have a lot more Democrats who turn out to vote basically just against either Cruz or Trump, and then you'll have a lot of Republicans sitting out because they don't want to vote for Cruz or Trump.
Right.
Which means that basically then anybody else running on the Republican ticket in local elections, state elections, is going to suffer, because there will be an overwhelming Democratic turnout, and they most likely will be voting more along Democratic lines. They're not going to be voting.
Bernie!
They're not going to be voting for Republicans. So the establishment's really freaking the fuck out.
Yeah.
And on the flip side of that, if you have a brokered convention and Rubio comes out on top, Rubio gets a nomination, like you were saying, and if Trump wants to take advantage of his popularity and go independent, which he hasn't, which is a very real possibility.
Yeah, he's threatened it.
that ends up splitting the Republican ticket as well. So in either case,
it's a possibility. But
if any one of those go independent, then that's a guaranteed win for the Democrats.
Yeah, well, and it's a possibility that Trump may run as an independent, but it's not a reality. I mean, it's a possibility, but not a probability, or even
especially since he's been leading for so long,
or it's not even really very plausible, because by the time they get that close to the convention, several states will have closed their filings, where you have to declare a party, you have to be on the ballot as whatever party, which means that by the time they get to the convention, Trump won't be able to run independent because his name won't even be able to be allowed on the ballots for several states. Which effectively means that would end his chances of anything. Whether he's, even if he decides to run independent, it wouldn't matter because his name won't even be on the ballot in several states.
Oh, okay.
So it should all be very interesting. And like I said earlier, we've had Trump lobbing grenades at Cruz.
Yeah.
And Cruz in private meetings with donors and supporters talking shit about Trump, but then publicly saying, no, Donald's an okay guy, refusing to state publicly what he's saying in these private meetings. But
we'll see if he has the balls to fire back tonight.
No, I don't think
he doesn't.
I don't think he does, but it'd be cool to see him do it.
He doesn't have anywhere near the vag to face him face to face.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, not even close.
But we're here for the circus show with the infighting.
Oh, well, believe me, I think this is going to be the show that has probably the most problems with it out of all the debates we've seen.
Oh yeah, especially with the crazy.
We're going to be talking about all the gun issues, the anti-Islam, the terrorism,
Syrian refugees.
Yeah, all that racism and everything else. So,
and also real quick, at the very beginning of the show, I played a little clip about Christopher Hitchens.
Yes.
Today being December 15th, it was 4 years ago that Hitchens died. And the world lost a great rational mind and brilliant orator, great debater, fantastic writer, deep thinker. He's horribly missed. The secular community, that was a huge loss for us. I don't think anybody will ever be able to fill his shoes. And I miss him. He was a great guy.
Yep. Instrumental in my deconversion.
Yeah.
Was Hitch.
Yeah.
And we all took a shot for him.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we had a little Hitch toast prior to the show. He wasn't really instrumental in my deconversion, but he was very instrumental in me being outspoken and an activist. Being outraged by the things that religion has been able to get away with for so long.
Yep. He was very instrumental in my being able to verbalize and understand why I think the things that I do. Because I had certain opinions, I had certain thoughts about, because I wasn't, I didn't come out in the same way some people have, but I had my own ideas. I had my own. I thought this and this and this and this has got to be why, but I didn't really understand why I thought that. And he put words to those thoughts. He put logic to the what was going through in my head, and kind of put the puzzle pieces together for me. So,
well, I should say for the uninitiated too, I said that you'd previously been on the show and that you're a good friend of mine. But Grant also served on the board of Atheists of Utah.
Yes.
Both with me and then after my term ended, Grant
before
took
and after.
Grant, yeah, before and after. Yeah, you served for a year before I was on the board.
Yeah.
Then I served with you on the board, and then my term ended, you took a year off, and then you went back to the board for a year to help them out.
Yep.
So Grant has been instrumental in doing a whole lot of great work here in Utah. And I know it's appreciated by a whole lot of people.
Well, happy to help.
You're a swell guy.
Stop. You'll make me blush.
I just want to say real quick, in case anyone caught that, Grant coughed, and I said, bless you, and it went completely unrecognized, and it was very, very uncomfortable for me to say. It was meant as a joke, and it was not received, so I want to say...
I'm sorry.
That was not... No. Not your fault, my fault. I'm just saying...
I didn't even hear it.
It was not...
Okay.
It was not sincere.
Okay.
It was, fuck you. It was not sincere at all. Go fuck yourself, Grant.
Yeah. So in hindsight, I'll say,
Thank you.
All right, should we get into it?
I just don't want anyone to think that I was serious.
Want to hear about it?
So
Here we go.
that says bless you? What? The Donald Trump Variety Hour is about to start.
Yeah. Here we go.
Or Variety
Ted
3
Cruz
hours.
encroaching on his lead overall, and Marco Rubio is looking at Ted Cruz and saying, how can I take him down on this national security debate? So I'm watching how Ted Cruz handles
tonight's
all
debate
of this,
is about national
because I do
security.
believe he's going to come under some attack this
I wasn't
evening.
sure if
and
they
I've
had
been
set
told by
an
the Cruz
agenda or a
people
topic
that he's
or
not
name
going to
of
attack
topic.
Trump first. That if Trump goes after him,
long
he'll
is this
go after
supposed
him
to
back.
This
we
one, I
saw
think, is
earlier
slated for
this
2
week when
hours.
Trump went after Cruz. Cruz kind of deflected it with humor.
Yeah,
et
I think
cetera.
I think
We'll
all
have
the
to see
main debates
how
are
he
2 hours,
behaves
and the kitty table
tonight.
ones are
Everybody-
1 hour.
Huh?
The bear hug maneuver.
The bear hug maneuver. We'll see if he does it
Keeping
again.
Donald Trump close. Right.
But we'll see if he does it again. I mean, we don't know. I mean, there's a lot at stake for Cruz tonight.
Also a lot at stake for
down
Marco Rubio, a lot of stake
Yeah.
for Chris Christie, who's back on the main stage for the first
Absolutely.
time since being on the
Yeah.
undercard.
Yeah.
There's a real opportunity.
Yeah, I think a
here
lot
for
of it
somebody to
is
do what Lindsey
uh,
Graham did, which
is
was say
Cruz
that what Donald Trump has proposed about Muslims actually
seeking to
makes the
be,
American
if not
people less
president,
safe.
vice president.
And one of the first
And
people
with
that
the
came
thought in
out
his
against
tiny little bird
Donald Trump's
brain
proposal
that Trump
was Vice
will be the
President Dick
nominee
Cheney, who I think
and
very
will-
few people would consider to be
Gee
a bleeding
gosh, I
heart.
really hope so. Pick him
This was a
as
guy
vice
who was in
president.
favor of enhancing
No, I
interrogation
find
techniques to
it
keep
funny
Americans
that politics
safe.
has gone to a point
But
where
he said that
you
it
have
went against everything that the
names for actual
American
plays
Republic stands for.
that people
Very conservative national
take,
security
like
experts that I
in
know say
football where-
this
Yeah.
actually
They're running
like
there's a
sweep
guy
is
holding
less
a card
safe.
out there like,
The question
bear
is,
hug.
is
They're
anyone
running
on
the-
that stage
they're
going
running
to
the right
embrace
sweep
that?
on
Is a
Trump.
Chris Christie, is a Marco Rubio, is a Jeb Bush, is a Ted Cruz going to say what you are proposing? Look, I oppose everything that Obama's doing, and I think he's feckless, and I think
Oh,
he's made us less
Jesus,
safe.
is that
What
SE
you're
Cup?
proposing
It is.
the same thing on the other
fuck,
side.
I
And
don't
Ted
like
Cruz
her.
has certainly wanted to try to pick up any Donald Trump supporters who decide to leave Donald Trump. So he hasn't really wanted to do that if, in fact, he does disagree with him.
Yeah, and he's staked out a really interesting
Shut up, Essie.
territory on foreign policy.
She's attractive though.
Talked about people like
No,
Go ahead, Jeff.
She
Jeff.
reminds me.
fucking person.
Yeah, but she looks
RNC
kind of like that
chairman,
innocent, like
Reince Priebus is about to speak.
librarian you'd see in a porno.
Dude,
Dan, do you remember? You don't get to say that. Do you remember when? Do you remember when Megyn Kelly was doing this? And you're like, she's fucking hot, though. Am I right? Am I the only one? She's hot. But she's a horrible fucking person, dude.
A lot of our candidates' families.
Yeah, just be
This is
asexual.
not
It's
an
better
easy
for
thing.
everything.
And I
Makes
know that
everything
we
better.
couldn't be here
word
without
from Reince
everybody in this
Priebus.
room.
Except for sex.
A lot of people ask, what does the Republican National Committee do?
Yeah, a lot
Is
of
he the
people ask.
ringleader?
A competent national party.
he's
a
the
competent national
RNC
party
chair.
that has its act
I
together
figured he
on
was the guy that may
ground
have like a 4-ring
and with
circus. The guy
data,
steps out on the floor
working
first,
in
like
all
before the elephants
communities,
come out.
Black communities, Hispanic communities, Asian communities, and being far better than we were
Trying
in
to
2012.
get the minorities.
This is a unifying message. No matter who you're for out there, no matter which one of these candidates
You
you're
should have
here
a
to
top hat
support, if any of them, the one
if
thing
any of them.
that we all need, and the one thing that every one of these candidates need on this stage, is a competent national party. And it's something that we're all striving to do, and it's what we're working for
failing
every single
miserably.
day.
And someone who can pronounce
These debates
competent.
are an important part of this process.
Competition party.
We couldn't put
Look
on
at all the
these
people
debates without a lot of work and a lot of great
Oh,
partners
Christ,
of
Reince
which
is
you're
talking
seeing
about.
on this stage. I think you can agree with me that
see.
every single one of these candidates on this stage would be a world better
No.
than Hillary Clinton. Are you
No.
with me?
No.
Of course he didn't pick
Are you
Bernie.
all ready to win
He picked
in
the woman
2016?
that no one's going to vote for in the Republican Party.
All right,
Fucking
thank you,
Lincoln
and God
Chafee
bless.
would have been better than any of these candidates.
That was
Yeah.
RNC Chairman Reince Priebus just minutes ago until the top
No,
Republican
your
candidates
big
take the
top
stage. I want to
analogy
give
is
some
kind
quick
of cool, though.
final thoughts
Somebody
from
should
the
take
panel tonight, Essie.
the
in addition to the
minutes to
Trump,
go, they were
where you
they had a
convert
little
them all
countdown.
into-
I'm going to fast
into
forward
big top
through this
characters
shit.
like the lion and the juggler, and have some kind of analogy between each candidate and somebody in a circus.
Ooh, can Rand Paul be the midget you shoot out of the cannon?
Because we've already had the clown car cartoons done, so now it's just continuing on the theme of the clowns and circus.
That would make a good meme.
I would love to see Bilbo Paul shot out of a cannon. Frodo.
So they just said there's going to be minutes until they even take the stage, which bothers me because they had the little countdown, like seconds until we're going to start the debate. They haven't even fucking gotten on stage yet, so I'm going to fast forward through some of their
they're like
bullshit commentary here.
Yeah, Trump's got to be the ringleader, right? The classic carnival barker.
Yeah.
He's the lion tamer.
/ part-time lion tamer.
Is he the lion tamer or the strong man? I mean, maybe
that might be Christie.
What would what would
or is
Ben
he the
Carson
pie-eating
be?
contest?
Oh, now we're getting
it's Wolf. I look at the TV and see a picture of ISIS, and I know we're talking about Republicans.
in a Texas plumbing Ford truck.
Straight through Las Vegas, and the race is taking a critical turn with terror fears front and center.
Terror fears front and center.
We will win that war. If you go and join ISIS, you are signing your death warrant.
I'm going to bomb the out of him.
He said the same thing, but
candidates in a
word.
primetime debate in a campaign jolted by the attacks in San Bernardino and Paris.
ISIS has raised its ugly head again.
Donald Trump still on top, going to
Donald Trump talking about an ugly head. That's funny.
A total and complete shutdown.
Oh, he brought notes
Muslims
this time.
entering the United
Muslims.
States. We have
Muslims? No, he said Cruz and Marco Rubio on the rise, vying to be the GOP's choice if the front-runner falls.
We're seeing the evil of radical Islamic terrorism.
The guy's voice kind of reminds me of like the guy's voice on Cops.
They are growing. Ben Carson trying to bounce back, warning that America can't fight a politically correct war against ISIS.
You strangle them. Anything that looks like a military vehicle.
That's a great soundbite.
Jeb Bush and Chris Christie zeroing in on national security, arguing that experience matters in dangerous times.
We are in the midst of the next world war.
It's not about the big personalities on the stage. It's about leadership.
Says the guy
rest
with no
of the field
personality.
looking for a breakout moment, slamming President Obama's policies and using them against Hillary Clinton.
Mrs. Clinton is as accountable for what is going on with ISIS as President Obama.
We watch the Democrats. They have so many crazy ideas. We've come to take our country back.
Now, the stage is set for the final Republican debate this year.
This is not a game of risk.
We're dealing with people who have thirst for innocent blood.
We're going to bomb the you-know-what out of them.
The first real votes are just weeks away.
Donald said it. Trying to copy Trump, but not doing as well.
We can't afford to be so nice, folks.
And America's security
Some
is
argue
at
that's why
stake.
Trump is so popular. Because that's one of his popular.
Because he says
he says
ridiculous, irresponsible shit.
Right, but the same could be said about Bernie Sanders. I mean, they're both speaking the truth.
Yeah,
it's just who do you agree with? Trump says stuff that not only are not other candidates saying, nobody should be thinking those things. Yeah, they might be truth, but the fact that he's got a base behind him that's like, yeah, we're all racist homophobes too, is a problem.
No,
Bernie is also speaking the truth that hasn't been spoken by politicians for a long time.
True.
He just happens to be on the right side of it.
Right. Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, that's the appeal, sure.
Welcome to the CNN Facebook Republican presidential debate here at the Venetian Las Vegas. We have a very enthusiastic audience. Everyone is here and they're looking forward to a serious and spirited discussion about the security of this nation. I'm Wolf Blitzer, your moderator tonight. This debate is airing on CNN networks here in the United States and around the world and on the Salem Radio Network. The 9 leading candidates, they are here. Let's welcome them right now.
I was about to say, what
Senator
the fuck is a Salem
Rand
Radio?
Paul of Kentucky.
Never even heard of it.
Although I did see recently in the news that our Navy's fucked up. Their two of their newest boats are broke.
New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
One was a mine detecting ship that can't detect mines. And the other one was the USS Milwaukee,
Florida
which
Governor
broke down
Jeb
out in the
Bush.
ocean, had to be towed back in. And we just launched our new stealth boat.
Yeah, I saw that one.
We'll probably break down in a day soon too, because the last two broke down.
But it looks cool.
It does. It looks bad.
It looks bad. I see that it has a rail gun on it.
Businessman and real estate developer Donald Trump.
I didn't see anything.
Powerful destroyer.
I'd love to see the firepower.
Yeah.
Retired neurosurgeon Dr. Ben Carson.
So Ben Cruz extended the handshake to Trump. I mean, did I say Ben Cruz?
Yeah, you did.
Ted Cruz.
Senator
Introducing Ben Carson.
Rubio
Ted
of
Cruz.
Florida.
You're doing the whole Hollywood thing now. Like benefit.
Yes.
Ben Cruz.
Ben Cruz. Ted Cruz extended the handshake.
Marco Rubio, the next
Former
Republican
Hewlett
nominee for
Packard
president
CEO
of the United
Carly
States.
Fiorina.
Why didn't she wear blue like the rest of them?
Power Red.
And Ohio Governor John Kasich. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome these Republican candidates for President of the United States.
Look at Cruz. What's this kind of dude? He's got a wide stance and monster mash arms out.
This is the final Republican debate before the election year begins, and we're taking a moment for the photographs of the candidates together on this stage. Now, everyone, please rise for the national anthem sung by Ayla Brown.
Who?
Ayla Brown?
Ayla Brown.
I didn't know they
Never heard of her.
Yeah, they have been.
Curly Hogland.
Oh, say, can you see?
She's pretty.
She's wearing
She's got a nice voice.
She's got like a half alligator dress on.
What's so
Half alligator.
Look at the black parts of it. It looks like alligator skin.
That's racist.
Well, the black parts of the dress do look like alligator skin.
What are you trying to say about black people?
Does the white part look like angels, Ryan?
It just
Her
looks
dress
like,
is half Carson.
it just looks like milk.
Alligator milk.
Look at it. It looks like alligator.
So gallant.
It's scaly.
Yeah.
She's got a good voice.
Yeah. She must be a country singer. She's got that twang.
Yeah.
And she's at a Republican.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Of course. And she's got alligator on. She's from the South.
Ted Nugent was busy.
Wearing a racist dress.
Yeah.
Clearly, she's from the deep south.
It
You
clearly
notice how,
looks
how
like.
there is more white than black in this.
That's what I was going to say. It clearly looks like the white is trying to overshape the black.
The ratio is definitely
Racist dress.
I got news for you, Grant. There's more whites everywhere in America.
No, there's more white on her dress specifically.
Well, yeah, I know. But did you not hear what he said?
Yeah.
Oh.
It could be like an. It's almost like an X-Men outfit. She would have one more strip of black in the front. It would make an X. Like she wore the X-Men.
Oh my God! I didn't even tell you guys.
You met an X-Men?
Well, you hate the X-Men.
No. Fuck the X-Men. On the way up here.
Well, fuck you too.
Are you an X-Man?
Well, no, I just like
so
them a
He's
lot.
Dr. Xavier. Haven't you seen his head?
Okay.
The X-Men aren't real. They're
Just,
only a,
get it.
Doctor,
a comic.
I'm Professor X with 80 pounds.
Well, I apologize. No, but I saw a. It's always right when I get anywhere between 106th and 90th. There's I see the fucking rolling coal guys or like Chevy Tough or whatever with the big useless 4x4s.
Fucking Confederate flag flying bastards.
So I saw a guy that had a light pole that was all LEDs, white LEDs from his bumper like 12 feet up with a homemade Confederate flag that was like a red rectangle piece of cloth with fucking duct tape bars. And I'm like, you fucking. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
You couldn't even know.
How white trash can I look today?
Yeah. I'm just like, dude.
And you associate that with the X-Men.
I know everyone is eager to get started, so
Yeah.
candidates,
Big
please
X on
take
the
your
line.
places while I explain the
Professor
ground
X.
rules for
He's a
tonight.
skinhead, you know.
As
Nothing to do
moderator,
with the
I'll
Confederates.
guide
Just
the
throw that
discussion,
out.
and I'll be joined in the questioning by Salem
Hugh
Radio
Hewitt.
Network talk show
What a
host
jackass.
Hugh Hewitt and CNN's chief political correspondent Dana Bash.
Let's see how much
We
he
also
strokes
asked
calories
Republicans
from
and independents nationwide
ego
to share their
He looks like
questions
something
for the
out of a Stephen
candidates.
King book.
We teamed up with
Or like
Facebook
Stephen
to
King
send
a
a
little
campaign camper
He's got no
across the
lips.
country over the past several weeks. Thousands of people stepped inside and recorded their questions on video.
We're gonna hear
Millions
from
more
two of them.
have
Yeah.
weighed in on Facebook. Candidates, I'll try to make sure each of you gets your fair share of questions. You'll have 1 minute and 15 seconds to answer and 30 seconds for follow-ups and rebuttals.
What are they writing?
I'll give you time to
I got a minute
respond
15
if you're
answer.
singled
Okay, so I
out
can
for
wait 2
criticism.
minutes for my ding.
Our viewers should know that we have timing lights that are visible to the candidates to warn them when their time is up. And as the candidates requested, a bell will sound like this. We know you are all eager to jump in and debate these important issues, so please wait until you're called on. These 9 Republicans are positioned on stage based on their ranking in the recent polls, so let's begin right now. I'd like to invite each candidate to introduce himself or herself to our audience. You'll have 1 minute. First, to you, Senator Paul.
The question is, how do we keep America safe from...
I forgot to mention real quick that Rand Paul, by CNN's rules, should not be on stage tonight. The rules that they set out
the top 10
said that you had to have at least 3% nationally or 4% in either Iowa or New Hampshire. He did not meet either of those qualifications, and they still let him on stage.
And he's not answering the question. It's just, who are you?
Trump says we ought to close that internet thing. The question really is, what does he mean by that? Like they do in North Korea?
Right after Trump.
Like they do in China?
Remark. Wow.
Rubio says we should collect all Americans' records all
What
of the
about second
time.
breakfast?
The Constitution says otherwise. I think they're both wrong. I think we defeat terrorism by showing them that we do not fear them. I think if we ban certain religions, if we censor the internet, I think that at that point the terrorists will have won. Regime change hasn't won. Toppling secular dictators in the Middle East has only led to chaos and the rise of radical Islam. I think if we want to defeat terrorism,
I don't know.
I think if we truly are sincere about defeating terrorism, we need to quit arming the allies of ISIS. If we want to defeat terrorism, the boots on the ground, the boots on the ground need to be Arab boots on the ground.
Decades ago, didn't we?
Well,
Which
I wonder.
gave rise to the current Iran.
Current nuclear, and
I guess I was thinking more recently, but I wonder if he was using secular as a pejorative.
Yeah.
Well, of course he was. Yeah.
None of the dictators we've overthrown have been anything close to secular.
No.
Yeah.
No.
But we did. I mean, the current Iran exists because we overthrew a democratically elected secular dictator. About what, in the 70s, 80s?
Did you say democratically elected dictator?
Yeah, he did.
Or not democratic, not dictator, Democrat, but leader.
Yeah,
leader.
Reagan, right?
Chief, I will do whatever it takes to defend America. But in defending America, we cannot lose what America stands for. Today is the Bill of Rights anniversary. I hope we will remember that and cherish that in the fight on terrorism.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Kasich.
Thank you, Wolf. Just last weekend, a friend asked one of my daughters, do you like politics? And my daughter said, no, I don't. And the reason I don't like it is because there's too much fighting, too much yelling. It's so loud, I don't like it. I turned to my friend and I said, she's really on to something. And when we think about our country and the big issues, Wolf, that we face in this country, creating jobs, making sure people can keep their jobs, the need for rising wages, whether our children, when they graduate from college, can find a job, protecting the homeland, destroying ISIS, rebuilding defense. These are all the things that we need to focus on, but we'll never get there if we're divided. We'll never get there if Republicans and Democrats just fight with one another.
That's not what's happening,
Frankly,
buddy.
we are Republicans, and they are Democrats.
And
but
it's the
before all
Republicans
of that,
fighting Republicans.
we're Americans. And I believe we need to unify in so many ways to rebuild our country, to strengthen our country, to rebuild our defense, and for America to secure its place in the world for us, for our children, and for the next generation.
So
Thank you.
Interesting tack. So Rand Paul decided he was going to try to increase his numbers by going directly after Trump. And Kasich decided he was going to try to increase his numbers by doing exactly the opposite of what Trump's doing.
Yeah.
Has been betrayed. We've been betrayed by the leadership that Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton have provided to this country over the last number of years. Think about just what's happened today. The second largest school district in America in Los Angeles closed based on a threat. Think about the effect that that's going to have on those children when they go back to school tomorrow, wondering, filled with anxiety about whether they're really going to be safe.
No, they're happy they got a
Think
day
about
off.
the mothers who will take those children tomorrow morning to the bus stop, wondering whether their children will arrive back on that bus safe and sound. Think about the fathers of Los Angeles who tomorrow will head off to work and wonder about the safety of their wives and their children. What has Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton done to this country? That the most basic responsibility of an administration
and you couldn't even
is to protect the safety and security of the American people. I will tell you this. I'm a former federal prosecutor. I fought terrorists and won. And when we get back in the White House, we will fight terrorists and win again, and America will be safe.
Okay.
Just
You're holding your breath.
The goddamn thing in California, it was a hoax to begin with. It was a hoax probably perpetrated by one of the kids who didn't want to go to school that day.
Yeah.
And, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm throwing that out there. Okay. I thought I was yelling, so I was trying to move back.
No, you're fine.
I felt like I was yelling. No, but whether or not it was a hoax perpetrated by a kid or by whatever, it's this whole politics of fear that he's perpetuating this fear of that. I mean, it's just idiotic.
Well, and what the fuck is he talking about? He's talking about fear politics, right? Mm-hmm. And he's blaming Hillary and Obama. What the fuck do they have to do with what happened in California today? His party is much more responsible for promulgating and enforcing and making people afraid of leaving their fucking houses, because everything we hear out of these people is fear, war. You need to be afraid of fucking everybody. ISIS is around the corner. Fucking the Syrians are coming to get you. The Obama's coming to get your guns. You should be afraid of fucking everything, and that's their fault.
Kids in California schools and schools around the country have a whole lot more to be fearful of by fucking Americans with assault weapons than they do from ISIS.
But if he wants to blame elected leadership, he's the one that's so keen on bragging about how 9/11 happened on his watch.
Yeah.
When he was governor.
Yeah.
When it suits him, I was a new governor in New Jersey, which it didn't even happen there. When 9/11 happened, yeah, sure, fine, we'll give that to him. But now all of a sudden, it's Obama and Hillary's fault when something happens 3,000 miles across the country.
Yeah, and what kind of administration was in place when we had the worst terrorist attack in the history of the United States?
Yep.
That was a fucking Republican administration. And what did the president do when he found out? He was reading My Pet Fucking Goat.
But it was Clinton's fault.
Right.
Ms. Fiorina.
Like all of you, I'm angry. I'm angry at what's happening to our nation. Citizens,
that's a giant cross
it's time to take our country back.
Melted Celine Dion.
Bombast and insults won't take it back. Political rhetoric that promises a lot and delivers little won't take it back. All of our problems can be solved. All of our wounds can be healed by a tested leader who is willing to fight for the character of our nation.
Sanders.
I have been tested. I have beaten breast cancer. I have buried a child. I started as a secretary. I fought my way to the top of corporate America while being called every B word in the book. I fought my way into this election and onto this debate stage while all the political insiders and the pundits told me it couldn't be done. I've been told no all my life, and all my life I've refused to accept no as an answer. Citizens, it is time to take our country back from the political class, from the media, from the liberal elites. It can be done. It must be done. Join me, and we will get it done.
They always say liberal elite. There's no conservative elite.
No, there aren't.
And she talks about, the struggle. I started as a secretary. So fucking what? Most people start out in a menial fucking job.
Right.
You expect that somebody's going to leave high school and be the CEO of a company?
Right.
That doesn't happen.
Right.
And
Donald Trump.
Because she had breast cancer and a baby, She had a baby, so she's more qualified?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And does that that's a qualification for leadership that she had a baby?
Yeah,
I would put it on
she's
my
such a good
resume.
mom that her kid killed herself. Yeah. Great leadership.
It did? He
But
did?
the other
That's why she
thing
said
is,
she had to bury a child.
Oh. I didn't even
sorry, I didn't
realize
mean to
that.
kill the room. but-
No, I didn't even realize that. Wow.
that was not a pun intended either. But
She's the Gail Ruzicka of national politics.
Yeah.
But this whole thing about like whenever you hear like famous actors are like, well, I used to be a busboy before I hit it big, and it's like, yeah, I was a busboy before I started becoming a waiter. Like, that's everyone's normal life. Like you don't get credit
That
for
happens
that.
to everybody. That doesn't make you special or unique. That's part
what
of being
happens.
a fucking person in the United States.
I did kind
and
of
his
leave high
father-
school and become a firefighter, and that's just still what I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good.
Okay.
So I guess I haven't moved up.
But she pretends that her struggles are unique to her. Like, oh, these have made me stronger, and I know it just.
Well, even in the upper echelon, even later on at HP, I mean, her record at HP is not.
It's
good.
As good as what she lets on.
Oh, and to answer your question, no, they can't get away with saying Republican elite because even Republicans understand that's ridiculous.
Well, yeah.
No,
because
there
they'd be
aren't any.
bashing themselves.
No, but there aren't any, and they know it.
Well, it's the same thing as like saying a liberal elite. It's like, what do you mean by liberal elite? Just
Governor Bush.
They're too
Our freedom is under attack.
Liberals are too educated.
Our economy is underwater. The leading Democrat is under investigation. And America is under the gun to lead the free world to protect our civilized way of life. Serious times require strong leadership. That's what's at stake right now. Regarding national security, we need to restore the defense cuts of Barack Obama, to rebuild our military, to destroy ISIS before it destroys us. Regarding economic security, we need to take power and money away from Washington, D.C., and empower American families so that they can rise up again. Look, America still is an exceptional country. We love to lead and we love to win. And we do it when we take on any challenge and when we support our friends.
God, he sounds like
as president, I will keep you and our country
everything.
safe, secure, and free. Thank you.
He sounded like a fucking rookie. Like,
yep.
He used to be better than that, didn't he?
Yeah.
He
I don't know.
used to
Not a
be-
whole lot better.
I feel like he used to be more articulate.
He doesn't want to be president. He really doesn't. He's tired of
Dad
running.
made me do this.
He's
I think
tired
it's
of running.
family
You see it
pressure,
every
but-
time he's on stage.
I mean, his mannerisms, his gestures, the way he stumbles through every sentence just reminds me so much of his brother.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to vote for him. I think he's done after this one.
well, he's only got 5% in the polls right now.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think-
he's barely above fucking Carly Fiorina.
Yeah, I think Kasich, Bush, and Paul are out after this.
Senator Rubio.
Thank you, Wolf. It's really amazing to be back in Las Vegas. I spent 6 years here as a child growing up. Not far from where we stand tonight, I used to sit in the porch of our home and listen to my grandfather tell stories as he smoked one of his 3 daily cigars. One of the things my grandfather instilled in me is that I was really blessed because I was a citizen of the greatest country in the history of all mankind. But there have always been people in American politics that wanted America to be more like the rest of the world. And in 2008, one of them was elected president of this country. And the result has been a disaster. Today, you have millions of Americans that feel left out and out of place in their own country, struggling to live paycheck to paycheck, called bigots because they hold on to traditional values. And around the world, America's influence has declined. While this president's destroyed our military, our allies no longer trust us, and our adversaries no longer respect us.
He got a ring
That is
deal.
why this election is so important. That is why I'm running for president. And that's why I'm going to ask you for your vote tonight. If you elect me president, we will have a president that believes America is the greatest country in the world, and we will have a president that acts like it.
They're not called bigots because they hold on to traditional
He got
values.
everything
They're
wrong.
called bigots because they're trying to force their
Because they're
traditional
bigots.
values on everyone else.
Yeah, he got everything wrong there, except for
called-
maybe growing up in Vegas for 6 years.
And his grandpa smoking
Like
3 cigars.
a day.
They're called bigots because they're fucking bigots.
They're fucking bigots, and they're trying to force their bigotry on everyone else.
Yep.
They're trying to force everyone else to live by the rules of their bigotry.
And by what measure, other than a black man occupying the White House, has Obama's administration been an abysmal failure?
A disaster, yeah.
I don't
know.
know.
What measure are we number one? This goes back. This goes back to a previous conversation. I mean, it was just put out a couple of days ago. As far as like rankings on freedom, Canada was ranked number one on freedom. We're like 9th or 15th or something.
Sorry to be higher than you guys than that.
Free countries. I mean,
sorry we gave everybody free health care and.
But honestly, by what measure have the last 8 years or the last 7 years under Obama been a disaster?
If you compare right now versus this time toward the end of Bush's presidency, I mean, things are almost infinitely better in terms of
employment,
everything,
economic status.
Yeah. I just paid $1.78 for a gallon of gas. I remember when Bush was a president, it was almost $6.
Yeah,
at one point.
I don't remember it ever being that high.
You don't remember $5.50, $5.60?
I remember getting
in 2008, 2007. You don't?
I remember close to like $4.50, like getting in the $4 range, but not.
I remember it being close to $4, maybe in the $4s, but not that high.
I remember almost $5. Almost $5 is when I started getting into natural gas vehicles, and at that time, natural gas was 98 cents.
Okay, well, let's take $4.50.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
still $3 less.
Yeah.
But I don't buy the premium either, so maybe it's the premium thing.
I don't understand by what measure he's talking about.
I don't know.
Being a disaster.
Unemployment is way down. The housing market's coming back.
It's just their talking point, saying it's a disaster. They can't actually prove it with any numbers.
And didn't his that's a whole immigration thing.
We'll get into that.
Yeah, it was illegal.
His grandfather coming, he was Cuban, right?
Yeah.
Dry foot
Thank
policy.
you, Wolf.
Sorry.
America is at war. Our enemy is not violent extremism.
It's Ted
It
Cruz.
is not some unnamed malevolent force.
It's Islam.
It is
GOP.
radical Islamic terrorism. We have a president who is unwilling to utter its name. The men and women on this stage, every one of us, is better prepared to keep this nation safe than is Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton. We need a president who understands the first obligation of the commander-in-chief is to keep America safe. If I am elected president, we will hunt down and kill the terrorists. We will utterly destroy ISIS. We will stop the terrorist attacks before they occur because we will not be prisoners to political correctness. Rather, we will speak the truth. Border security is national security, and we will not be admitting jihadists as refugees. We will keep America safe.
Fuck you.
Keep America safe.
We talked about this a couple of weeks ago.
By not allowing refugee jihadists.
You know, what if America had taken that tact, that particular talking point when his father was trying to come here and they said, we are no longer accepting commies.
Yeah.
Fuck Russians and fuck Cubans. Well, guess what, dude?
Yeah.
Wouldn't be here.
As I say, we said it 2 weeks ago when we looked up.
Let's look at this. What is the number one threat to Americans? What takes more American lives than anyone else?
Religious extremism in any
the words that Ted Cruz won't utter. Christian terrorism.
Yeah.
Domestic Christian terrorism.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Well, I was saying on the jihad thing, he's like, well, we won't allow jihad to say. I'm like, well, that's what the president keeps saying is the whole people that are waging a jihad against America.
Yeah.
That encompasses all terrorist organizations that are of Muslim origin. Because, like,
but he won't say Muslim extremism.
No, because, jihad encompasses all of them. It's any.
Well, the funny thing is, Ted Cruz doesn't even say what he really believes. He says that about President Obama, but then he goes, radical Islamic terrorism, when you know he means Muslims.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Carson.
Thank you, Wolf. Please join me for a moment of silence and remembrance of the San Bernardino victims.
Oh, fuck.
So he's using his minute and a half to do a moment of silence.
You know, our country since its inception has been at war every 15 or 20 years. But the war that we are fighting now against radical Islamic jihadists is one that we must win.
So he says
our very existence is dependent upon that. You know, as a pediatric neurosurgeon, I frequently faced life and death situations.
No, you didn't.
And had to come up with the right diagnosis, the right plan, and execute that plan frequently with other colleagues. Right now, the United States of America is the patient. And the patient is in critical condition and will not be cured by political correctness and will not be cured by timidity. And I am asking
the things you own
Congress,
from the guy who's
represents
like the most timid candidate,
to declare war on ISIS so that we can begin the process of excising that cancer and begin the healing process and bring peace, prosperity, and safety back to America.
I guess we'll ignore our daily bombing of ISIS.
We'll bring peace, prosperity back to America by waging war.
Right.
Yeah.
Says the guy. If he didn't spend as much time as a neurosurgeon, spent a little more time in the hospital ERs, he might realize where the actual dangers to America is. I mean, it's right. The people coming in with gunshot wounds into the ER, they're not. Yeah. It's not radical Islamic jihadists that are shooting them down. It's other fucking Americans.
Yeah, because his claim to fame is being the first person to separate Siamese twins.
Siamese twins, yeah.
I think it's conjoined, but
the Donald is next.
Yeah,
I'm quivering with anticipation.
I began this journey 6 months ago. My total focus was on building up our military, building up our strength, building up our borders, making sure that China, Japan, Mexico, both at the border and in trade, no longer takes advantage of our country. Certainly would never have made that horrible, disgusting, absolutely incompetent deal with Iran, where they get $150 billion. They're a terrorist nation. But I began it talking about other things, and those things are things I'm very good at, and maybe that's why I'm center stage. People saw it, people liked it, people respected it. A month ago, things changed. Radical Islamic terrorism came into effect even more so than it has been in the past. People like what I say, people respect what I say, and we've opened up a very big discussion that needed to be opened up. Thank you very much.
Radical Islamic terrorism came up even more than in the past, even more than 9/11.
I was going to say, he said like nothing.
He said absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was worse than Hillary.
I think he's referring to San Bernardino, which has not had an actual direct tie to ISIS.
Right. I couldn't even
he
make
seems
that
very
connection.
subdued.
Yes, he does.
And that's somehow even worse than 9/11?
I would bet that his publicists have told him to back off and appear a little bit more calm and rational because of all the stuff you were talking about to try to win the nominee.
Yeah.
But I don't think he'll be able to contain himself.
Yeah, I don't think so.
We'll see.
Not once he gets challenged.
No.
So we're through the introductions. Let's take a little bit of a break here. All right.
This podcast is awesome. I love how they've used the word fuck for every part of the English language. Didn't miss a one. But if you really love the pervasive use of the word fuck like I do, when you finish up here, you should head over to my podcast, Unbuckling the Bible Belt. You'll get to hear me, Sharon Bush, and my co-host, Joe Kiddick, fuck each other to death. Wait, that didn't come out right.
And we're back.
Take two.
So we've gone through the introductions, and we're going to get into the meat of the debate here. Want to hear about it? Here we go.
Oh, no.
Since you last debated, Americans have witnessed terror attacks in Paris and San Bernardino. The FBI director says the country now faces the greatest terror threat since 9/11. You all have different approaches to keeping the country safe, and that will be the focus of tonight's debate. Mr. Trump, as you mentioned in your opening statement, part of your strategy is to focus in on America's borders. To keep the country safe, you say you want to temporarily ban non-American Muslims from coming to the United States, ban refugees fleeing off America's southern border. Is the best way to make America great again to isolate it from much of the rest of the world?
We are not talking about isolation. We're talking about security. We're not talking about religion. We're talking about security.
Yeah, you
Our
are.
country is out of control. People are pouring across the southern border. I will build a wall. It'll be a great wall.
The wall
People will
again.
not come in unless they come in illegally.
Mexico
Drugs will
people.
not pour through that wall. As far as other people, like in the migration, where they're going, tens of thousands of people having cell phones with ISIS flags on them. I don't think so. Wolf. They're not coming to this country. And if I'm president, and if Obama has brought some to this country, they are leaving. They're going. They're gone.
That's the first I've heard about ISIS flags on cell phones.
And
Governor
implying
Bush,
that Obama has brought ISIS people to this country.
That's, I mean, that's like the same bullshit claims about like Mexicans who are like raping, or what was those bullshit claims
who said that before?
I can't remember who was totally unsubstantiated claims about.
Oh yeah, Trumpy cat.
Yeah.
The ass in the front.
When the actual numbers show that we were deporting a record number of immigrants right now.
Yeah, no doubt. And what's this about non-American Muslims? I mean, isn't correct me if I'm wrong. And maybe I'm remembering on the guy in San Bernardino. Wasn't he American?
Yes.
And the Boston bombers, weren't they Americans?
Yes.
Weren't they American Muslims?
Yeah. And so was the guy in the Fort Hood shooting.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
they were all Americans.
What
Muslims.
is this non-American Muslims?
Yeah.
Every terrorist attack we've had since 9/11
has been inside.
Domestic.
Has been from American Muslims.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, if
well,
we're
no,
I'm not saying
not
we
just
need
American
to,
Muslims, but Americans.
Well, Americans in general.
Yeah.
I don't understand what the.
I think he's trying to get rid of the rhetoric where they're saying, "Oh, I'm trying to kick them out."
Well,
yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Nice in.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Everyone's going to be like, what joke did we miss?
when he proposed banning non-American Muslims from the United States. Why is that unhinged?
Well, first of all, we need to destroy ISIS in the caliphate. That should be our objective. The refugee issue will be solved if we destroy ISIS there, which means we need to have a no-fly zone, safe zones there for refugees, and to build a military force. We need to embed our forces, our troops, inside the Iraqi military. We need to arm directly the Kurds. And all of that has to be done in concert with the Arab nations. And if we're going to ban all Muslims, how are we going to get them to be part of a coalition to destroy ISIS? The Kurds are the greatest fighting force and our strongest allies. They're Muslim. Look, this is not a serious proposal. In fact, it will push the Muslim world, the Arab world, away from us at a time when we need to re-engage with them to be able to create a strategy to destroy ISIS. So Donald, is great at the one-liners, but he's a chaos candidate. And he'd be a chaos president. He would not be the commander-in-chief we need to keep our country safe.
I actually agree with just about everything Bush just said right there.
Yeah.
I think that was I think that was a good retort. No, what do you disagree with?
I disagree with we need more military in the Middle East. We need to destroy we need more boots on the ground. We need more war in the Middle East. I mean,
well, there is a war there besides boots on the ground.
I don't think he said we need more war in the Middle East. He said we need to arm the Kurds. We need to work with them. We need to not push the Muslims away. What Donald Trump is saying is fucking crazy.
Yeah, I think we definitely, like you said, strengthen our relationships in the Middle East with those countries and aid them instead of turning them into enemies the next time we fucking leave.
Yeah. And pushing away Muslims in general is not a way to appeal to the factions in the Middle East that can help us to fight ISIS.
It's just making more enemies if you push them away.
Right.
Yeah, and it's making more enemies if you go to war, too.
It's either making more enemies or it's making people who are disinterested. I mean, banning all Muslims from America isn't necessarily going to make the Kurds an enemy. They're just not going to give a shit about us anymore. That's not necessarily an enemy. It's just somebody who doesn't care about what we fucking want. So
and I think
diplomacy, making friends with modernism.
No. I would rip up that Iran deal first day in office. Fuck the
But his statement that Trump is a chaos candidate.
Oh yeah, sure.
I would definitely agree
sure.
Yeah.
He just strikes me
He's
as
going to be the
someone,
most unpredictable candidate ever.
Unpredictable.
Jeb just strikes me as someone who's vying for Dick Cheney's approval. and it bothers me every time. I mean, just like his brother had, every time he says something, I see it in that light. Maybe I need to stop doing that.
Well, isn't Cheney like his grandpa?
Yeah, well,
is it?
Yeah, maybe like his crazy uncle.
Crazy.
Trump.
I do love the look on Trump's face.
Yeah.
Jeb doesn't really believe I'm unhinged. He said that very simply because he has failed in this campaign. It's been a total disaster. Nobody cares. And frankly, I'm the most solid person up here. I built a tremendous company, and all I want to do is make America great again. I don't want our country to be taken away from us, and that's what's happening. The policies that we've suffered under other presidents have been a disaster for our country. We want to make America great again. And Jeb, in all fairness, he doesn't believe that.
Look, he mentioned me. I can talk. This is the problem. Banning all Muslims will make it harder for us to do exactly what we need to do, which is to destroy ISIS. We need a strategy. We need to get the lawyers off the back of the war fighters. Right now, under President Obama, we've created this standard that is so high that it's impossible to be successful in fighting ISIS. We need to engage with the Arab world to make this happen. It is not a serious proposal to say that to the people that you're asking for their support, that they can't even come to the country to even engage in a dialogue with us. That's not a serious proposal. We need a serious leader to deal with this, and I believe I'm that guy.
Senator Rubio, I'm going to go to Senator Rubio and get his thoughts. You have said banning Muslims is unconstitutional, but according to a recent ABC News Washington Post poll, a majority of Republicans support Mr. Trump's idea. Why are they wrong?
Well, I understand why they feel that way, because this president hasn't kept us safe. The problem is we had an attack in San Bernardino, and we were paying attention to the most important issue we have faced in this country in a decade, since 9/11, and then all the talk was about this proposal, which isn't going to happen. But this is what's important to do. Is we must deal frontally with this threat of radical Islamists, especially from ISIS. This is the most sophisticated terror group that has ever threatened the world or the United States of America. They are actively recruiting Americans. The attacker in San Bernardino was an American citizen. Born and raised in this country, he was a health inspector, had a newborn child, and left all that behind to kill 14 people. We also understand that this is a group that's growing in its governance of territory. It's not just Iraq and Syria. They are now a predominant group in Libya. They are beginning to pop up in Afghanistan. They are increasingly involved now in attacks in Yemen. They have Jordan in their sights. This group needs to be confronted with serious proposals. And this is a very significant threat we face, and the president has left us unsafe. He spoke the other night to the American people to reassure us. I wish he hadn't spoken at all. He made things worse, because what he basically said was, we are going to keep doing what we're doing now, and what we are doing now is not working.
Hugh.
Where do you start?
He talks about the 14 people that were killed by a lone actor, a lone wolf actor here in the United States. That you can't predict that shit. You can't do anything about it. When I don't hear him railing against the 3,000 Americans that were killed when fucking GW was in office.
Yeah. Right. Well, and he certainly hasn't mentioned Robert Deere.
No, no doubt.
Oh yeah,
none of them will mention him.
Well, he wasn't a dirty Muslim.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Curly
question.
Hogren.
Senator Cruz, you've said you disagree with Mr. Trump's policy. I don't want to cage match you.
Oh, and two, I wanted to say,
yes, I do.
I don't know who it is, but somebody on stage keeps coughing. That's not us here in the studio.
No. Oh, right.
That's somebody on stage.
Don't want to cage match, but Republican primary voters deserve to know.
I'm going to back this up for Hugh Hewitt, because
the president has left us unsafe. He spoke the other night to the American people to reassure us. I wish he hadn't spoken at all. He made things worse, because what he basically said was, we are going to keep doing what we're doing now, and what we are doing now is
We've
not
already
working.
heard this.
Hugh Hewitt, you have a question.
We just keep repeating points. Senator Cruz, you've said you disagree with Mr. Trump's policy. I don't want to cage match. You've tweeted you don't want to cage match, but Republican primary voters deserve to know, with the kind of specificity and responsiveness you delivered in your 9 Supreme Court arguments, how you disagree with Mr. Trump. Will you spell that out with us?
When he read Green Eggs and Ham?
Well, listen, Hugh, everyone understands why Donald has suggested what he has. We're looking at a president who's engaged in this doublespeak, where he doesn't call radical Islamic terrorism by its name. Indeed, he gives a speech after the San Bernardino attack where his approach is to try to go after the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens rather than to keep us safe. And even worse, President Obama and Hillary Clinton are proposing bringing tens of thousands of Syrian refugees to this country when the head of the FBI has told Congress they cannot vet those refugees. I understand why Donald made that proposal. I introduced legislation in the Senate that I believe is more narrowly focused at the actual threat, which is radical Islamic terrorism. And what my legislation would do is suspend all refugees for 3 years from countries where ISIS or al-Qaeda control substantial territory.
So you're saying you disagree because he's too broad and you have a narrower focus? Why do you disagree with him?
Well, I'm reminded of what FDR's grandfather said. He said, all horse thieves are Democrats, but not all Democrats are horse thieves.
Like, all racists are Republicans, but not all Republicans are racist. Yep. Yep. Fucking, what was Donald? Donald just leaned over and looked like he was sniffing Ted Cruz. I don't know what that was.
So what we were talking about pre-show was, they were going to obviously try to pit Cruz and Trump head to head and see what was happening. Trump definitely fucking tested out. He did. He was like, well, I understand why Trump would, and just sucked his dick for a minute and then went on to his points. He does not want to have a confrontation. He's a fucking baby.
And the whole thing he said about FBI says we can't vet these immigrants. The only way they get into this country is if they've been vetted.
Yeah.
You have to go through a process in order to become an legal immigrant into this country. You don't just get to fucking come here.
And Cruz knows that.
And not to mention, there's no guarantee they're even coming to this country.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't get to choose what country they're coming to. Yeah.
Yeah, they apply as a refugee and then they're assigned to whatever country.
Yeah. So what he's saying is, ban all refugees from ISIS-held countries. ISIS-held countries are among the most violent countries there are right now. So of all the innocents that are in violently held countries, the most violently held countries we're going to turn our backs on because of the possibility that the enemy might infiltrate into them and the possibility that they might actually get sent to America.
Yeah, you live in the worst country in the world. Fuck you.
Yeah,
right. And
it's like we're only going to take refugees from like Bahamas. We're going to take refugees from safe countries like Canada.
Here's what drives me nuts. Everything you just said, and then what's their big worry? Well, they're going to get here and they're going to be able to buy a gun.
Yes.
Well,
God damn it.
We take people in from Somalia, and I don't see how much people out there in boats trying to rob everybody.
Oh shit!
A whole bunch of Somali pirates out on the Great Salt Lake,
right?
Raiding pleasure cruises.
Yeah, I don't see it happening. Not once have we had a threat of a Somalian pirate attacking a boat here in the U.S. Yeah, we take in Somalian refugees.
True.
Yep. Just saying.
I hadn't thought about it.
Yep, truth.
In this instance, there are millions of peaceful Muslims across the world in countries like India, where there is not the problems we are seeing in nations that are controlled, have territory controlled by al-Qaeda or ISIS. And we should direct at the problem, focus on the problem, and defeat radical Islamic terrorism. It's not a war on a faith. It's a war on a political and theocratic ideology that seeks to murder us.
Wait.
He said theocratic idea.
Are you a fucking moron?
Yes.
First of all, he picks India as the country with no turmoil between Muslims and other groups. Are you kidding me?
He's never heard of Pakistan, apparently.
And he's never heard of Kashmir. And he's never heard of the Tamil Tigers. And he's never heard of Sri Lanka.
Or the violent protest over the last year.
And then he says it's not about religion, it's about theocrats. Is this guy a Republican Christian?
Isn't that what a theocrat is? Religion?
Is this guy a Texas Christian Republican? Because that's the only way to explain this fucking level of stupidity. Oh yeah. Well, yes, he is.
Yes,
well, he is.
Yeah, he's the worst of them.
He's got the Cuban, then he's got the Canadian. That's why he can't, like, the Canadian is keeping him from actually fighting with Trump.
Sorry.
Too damn polite.
Too polite. And I don't know what the Cuban is doing in him. I don't know. I was going to say the other side's Cuban with the stupidity, but that was not a good. That would be bad. I'm not calling. No, I'm saying that's not the way it goes because I'm not saying Cubans are stupid.
Our producers' comments are not necessarily reflective.
I mean, I did. That's what I didn't want to say. I said it, but not to be meant to be said.
What is a Cuban stereotype that we could use?
They make awesome sandwiches.
I don't know.
Cuban sandwiches are fantastic.
That's true. I don't really have anything bad I can say about Cuba.
This is the Christmas dinner debate. This will be the debate that Americans talk about at Christmas. And thus far in the first 10 minutes, we haven't heard a lot about Ronald Reagan's city on a hill. We've heard a lot about keeping Americans out or keeping Americans safe and everyone else out. Is this what you want the party to stand for?
What I think we need to stand for are solutions. I offer myself as a leader to the people of this country because I think they're looking for solutions, not lawyers arguing over laws or entertainers throwing out sound bites that draw media attention. We need to solve the problem. To solve the problem, we need to do something here at home and something over there in their caliphate. We need to deny them territory. But here at home, we need to do two fundamental things. Number one, we need to recognize that technology has moved on. The Patriot Act was signed in 2001, roughly. The iPhone was invented in 2007. The iPad was invented in 2011. Snapchat and Twitter, all the rest of it, have been around just for several years. Technology has moved on and the terrorists have moved on with it. Let me tell you a story. Soon after 9/11.
And the fleshlight was invented in 2010. What's your point?
This all comes from a woman who doesn't understand what fucking GPS is or how it works.
Right.
God. I got a phone call from the NSA. They needed help. I gave them help. I stopped a truckload of equipment. I had it turned around. It was escorted by the NSA into headquarters. We need the private sector's help. What? Because government is not innovating. Technology is running ahead by leaps and bounds. The private sector will help, just as I helped after 9/11. But they must be engaged and they must be asked. I will ask them. I know them.
Governor Christie.
So she started
Americans are clearly...
She started that whole thing talking about we need solutions, not bullet points. What solution did she propose in that?
That she'll ask people to help.
Yeah. She knows.
That's her solution.
She knows them.
She'll ask Facebook. She'll ask.
Yeah, but ask somebody.
She knows Steve Jobs. She'll ask him.
She'll ask.
I know.
Maybe not.
She'll get with Nancy Reagan and talk to Steve Jobs.
Yeah. Too soon. But she does know Curly Hogland.
You're loving that name. So my ex-wife's new husband is named Blan.
Blan.
Okay. You're loving the name Curly. I just thought I'd throw out another fun name for you.
Yes, thank you.
Blan.
Okay.
But no, where were the fucking solutions in that?
There wasn't.
There weren't any other than I know them and I will ask.
She'll ask.
Other than
Facebook
she knows what Snapchat is.
Right.
They'll tell me to go fuck myself because I'm a stupid.
She knows what years everything was invented. I mean,
whoa. Okay.
I almost used very bad terms. And,
can I just say it's a very rare night when I'm keeping Dan and Ryan in check.
Americans are clearly more afraid today than at any time since 9/11. As you mentioned in your opening statement today in Los Angeles, 650 school children didn't go to 650,000 school children didn't go to school because of an email threat. This 2 weeks after an attack killed 14 people in San Bernardino. Is this the new normal? And if so, what steps would you take as President of the United States to ensure that fear does not paralyze America?
I'd shut down all the bridges.
By sitting on them. You can't ask a Republican what you would do to stop fear.
They like to create fear.
This is their job.
They exist because
how to stop fear? I have no idea. Create fear. I'm all over that.
They would not exist.
I don't know.
Had it not
I'll be
been
very
for fear.
interested to see what Christie says from New Jersey, but I think any of the other ones would have said more guns. He may well.
Unfortunately, it's the new normal under Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton.
Oh, yeah, of course.
The fact is that if you listen to Hillary Clinton the other day, what she said to the American people was, as regards to ISIS, my strategy would be just about the same as the president's. Just about the same as the president's? We have people across this country who are scared to death. Because I can tell you this, as a former federal prosecutor, if a Center for the Developmentally Disabled in San Bernardino, California, is now a target for terrorists, that means everywhere in America is a target for these terrorists. Now, I spent 7 years of my life in the immediate aftermath of September 11th doing this work. Working with the Patriot Act, working with our law enforcement, working with the surveillance community to make sure that we keep America safe. What we need to do, Wolf, is restore those tools that have been taken away by the president and others. Restore those tools to the NSA and to our entire surveillance and law enforcement community. Yeah. We need a president who's going to understand what actionable intelligence looks like and act on it. And we need a president and a cabinet who understands that the first and most important priority of the President of the United States is to protect the safety and security of Americans. As someone who has done it, I will make sure it gets done again.
How the fuck has Obama taken these tools away? It's not like Obama's in Congress going, you're going to do what I say, God damn it. Obama didn't fucking stop Congress from reauthorizing these things. Congress didn't do their fucking job. Congress is held by the Republican Party. The party that of which he's a fucking member, and he's bitching about Obama. Fuck you, Chris Christie.
Yep. Yes. I have nothing more to add. Another rare situation.
Not sure where else to go with that.
No, so, perfect.
Yeah, that's,
So, what the fuck is this guy?
Governor Kasich. One of the killers in San Bernardino was an American who was not on anyone's watch list. How are you going to find that radicalized person and stop another such attack?
It's nearly impossible.
First of all, Wolf, I said last February that we needed to have people on the ground, troops on the ground, in a coalition similar to what we had in the first Gulf War. I remember when the Egyptian ambassador to the United States in the Rose Garden and pledged Arab commitment to removing Saddam Hussein from Kuwait. Before we came out here tonight, I am told the Saudis have organized 34 countries who want to join in the battle against terrorism.
How is that going to solve the problem in the United States?
And destroy ISIS. And we need to do this with our Arab friends and our friends in Europe. And when I see they have a climate conference over in Paris, they should have been talking about destroying ISIS because they are involved in virtually every country across this world. Now, you destroy ISIS in a coalition. You get joint intelligence with our European friends, and then here at home, there are things called the Joint Terrorism Task Force, headed by the FBI and made up of local law enforcement, including state police.
Well, that's worked
They
great.
need the tools, and the tools involve encryption, where we cannot hear what they're even planning. And when we see red flags, a father, a mother, a neighbor who says we got a problem here, then we have to give law enforcement the ability to listen so they can disrupt these terrorist attacks before they occur. We can do this, but we got to get moving. Pay me now or pay me a lot more later.
Thank you.
This is the direction we need to go.
Thank you.
Okay, so wait a minute. So this guy in San Bernardino, let's say he had all of this. He had joint terrorism. He had all this stuff. What did this guy do that was a violation of any law up until the point that he did San Bernardino? All the weapons he bought, all the ammunition.
Well, he was making bombs, which is technically against the law, but
how would they know?
How would they know without violating the law in order to break into his apartment and find out?
No, but
nothing of what he did prior to San Bernardino was against the law.
Yeah, right.
All the purchase of all the weapons and all the ammunition is all legal.
Yeah. Yep.
So how does this help anything?
Well, stop me because this is happening. He's proposing.
Stop. Stop.
Okay.
Stop.
And here we go.
I don't know. I don't even know why I stopped, but I don't know.
The question is
He was
how to
going to go. He was
balance
going to go.
surveillance with privacy and keeping Americans safe.
Police.
Senator Cruz, you voted for a bill that President
was bad.
Obama signed into law just this past June that made it harder for the government to access Americans' phone records. In light of the San Bernardino attack, was your vote a mistake?
Well, Dana, the premise of your question is not accurate. I'm very proud to have joined with conservatives in both the Senate and the House to reform how we target bad guys. And what the USA Freedom Act did is it did two things.
Child.
Number one, it ended the federal government's bulk collection of phone metadata of millions of law-abiding citizens.
This guy was a law-abiding citizen until he shot some people.
Weren't they just fucking complaining about this being taken away?
Yep.
And now he's trumpeting being proud of it.
Yes. Yep.
Yes.
This is what they do. And this is what Christie did. Remember? You know, 9/11, and then all of a sudden, opposite. It just.
In the second half of it that is critical, it strengthened the tools of national security and law enforcement to go after terrorists. It gave us greater tools, and we are seeing those tools work right now in San Bernardino.
How?
And in particular, what it did
The shooting still happened.
The prior program only covered a relatively narrow slice of phone calls. When you had a terrorist, you could only search a relatively narrow slice of numbers, primarily landlines.
It's not just when you have
the
a
USA
terrorist.
Freedom Act expands that, so now we have cell phones, now we have internet phones, now we have the phones the terrorists are likely to use, and the focus of law enforcement is on targeting the bad guys. You know what the Obama administration keeps getting wrong is whenever anything bad happens, they focus on law-abiding citizens instead of focusing on the bad guys. We need to focus on radical Islamic terrorists, and we need to stop them before they carry out acts of terror.
Thank you, Senator Rubio.
How did this radicalized Islamic terrorist have a job working for the fucking county then?
I just want to bonk my head on the microphone, like bong, 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 bong.
Did you guys happen to come across that study that PhD scientists did of the leading candidates and their scientific knowledge based on
that they
comments
have none?
they've made? Did you happen to see this one?
No.
Okay.
No.
So it was based on comments they've made over the last year or so on scientific topics. They gave a 0 to 100 score, PhD scientists. Ted Cruz scored, what do you think?
2.
0 to 100?
I was going to say 5.
0 to 100.
0 to 100, I would say
gonna
Ted
say
Cruz
5 to 10.
scared,
Maybe
scored
15.
35.
35 is good. He scored a 6.
Oh, so my first guess was right when I said 2.
And
I was better than
I said 5.
Yeah, you did. You
would have won the Showcase Showdown.
Ryan Duffy, come on down.
You always go with $1. Always.
Ted Cruz scored a 6, which the leading scientist on the study said would be equivalent to that of a kindergartner, and wouldn't be fit to be a doorman, let alone the president of the United States.
And he was overlooking NASA.
Yes.
Wait a minute. What do you have against doormen? It's an honorable profession.
See, and that's
fair enough.
So this is one of the reasons that
I accept your rebuke.
This is one of the reasons that though Neil deGrasse Tyson will not come out and say that he's an atheist and be an activist in that arena, he's more focused on education.
He's a scientific activist, which is just as, and if not more important.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But they go
I have a
hand
hard
in
time
hand.
criticizing Tyson.
Sure.
That position.
He's
I would love
he's
it
picked
if
his
he
spot.
did.
Hey, look.
Well, it's the same as Bill Nye come out saying, "Yes, I'm an atheist."
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I never heard him actually say it.
Yeah.
So I know he's
remember
always a
him
proponent
saying
of critical thinking.
Sure.
Yeah, he's
but
an
so
atheist.
is
Yeah, he's
So is
come out
Tyson,
and said
yeah.
he's an atheist.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
But Tyson won't.
Yeah.
And I respect that. I wish he would.
You know,
but-
to be fair, there is more pressure in the African American community.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's. Stop me.
Well,
Stop me now.
No, I think he's just more focused on making sure that he's able to continue being an educator.
Scientific literacy.
Versus being an outspoken atheist who none of the Christians will then listen to because he's an atheist.
Right,
That
which I
opens
think
up
is
a whole
actually
new can of worms.
Although Christians won't listen to a black guy anyway, so it doesn't. I mean, he should have switched with Dawkins.
Cruz is right. There was bipartisan support for that, but you voted against it. So is Senator Cruz wrong?
He is, and so are those that voted for it. There were some that voted for it because they wanted to keep it alive, and they were afraid the whole program would expire. Here's the world we live in. I
just want to point out the juxtaposition here of Marco Rubio talking while Ted Cruz is sipping on water.
I was thinking the same
thing. Nicely done.
Jihadist group that is increasingly sophisticated in its ability, for example, to radicalize American citizens, in its ability to exploit loopholes in our legal immigration system, in its ability to capture and hold territory in the Middle East, as I outlined earlier, in multiple countries. This is not just the most capable, it is the most sophisticated terror threat we have ever faced. We are now at a time when we need more tools, not less tools. And that tool we lost, the metadata program, was a valuable tool that we no longer have at our disposal.
Senator Cruz?
Well,
you're in Congress, dude.
Yeah, right.
It was your job to decide if you were going to have that tool available to you or not. That was not the president's fucking call. It was your call as part of Congress.
Yep. And none of that metadata stopped any of the terrorist attacks leading up to any of these, situations we have now. I mean,
it pisses me off that he sits there and tries to play it off as being Obama's fucking problem when Obama didn't have a fucking vote on it.
Nor would that metadata, even if that metadata had pointed to the guy in San Bernardino, how would that have stopped San Bernardino? Because again, the guy,
it wouldn't have.
The guy had not committed any crime. There was no probable cause for anyone to have done anything against the guy aside from some metadata.
Yeah, it would have been an illegal search and seizure of his home.
Right, yeah, Freddie Gray.
Would note that Marco knows what he's saying isn't true.
Stop him.
Mark Levin wrote a column last week that says that the attack ads his super PAC is running that are saying the same thing, that they are knowingly false, and they are in fact Alinsky-like attacks like Barack Obama. And the reason is simple. What he knows is that the old program covered 20 to 30% of phone numbers to search for terrorists. The new program covers nearly 100%.
Oh, good.
That gives us greater ability to stop acts of terrorism.
Smaller government,
and he knows
Republican,
that
Dana, may I interject?
Senator,
let me be very careful in answering this, because I don't think national television in front of 15 million people is the place to discuss classified information. So let me just be very clear. There is nothing that we are allowed to do under this bill that we could not do before. This bill did, however, take away a valuable tool that allowed the National Security Agency and other other intelligence agencies to quickly and rapidly access phone records and match them up with other phone records to see who terrorists have been calling. Because I promise you, the next time there is an attack on this country, the first thing people are going to want to know is, why didn't we know about it and why didn't we stop it? And the answer better not be because we didn't have access to records or information that would have allowed us to identify these killers before they attacked.
Another element of this. That took a dark turn that I did not like.
Coming from the party who doesn't want to have extensive background checks and a waiting period to purchase weapons.
Right. That voted down having no-fly list and known terrorists
from
banning them from
down the ability
weapons.
to even conduct a study on weapons in the United States and how easily they fall into the hands of those who would make prey everybody else who will be a victim.
Right, and the party that touts small government wanting to make sure that 100%, as he just said, of cell phone records are attainable and recordable, and then went to, I'm not sure, talking about this in public to the people who are going to vote you into office. I'm not sure this is the right forum to talk about the things that I know about infringing on your freedoms. This seems very backwards for.
And also, I just tried to Google Linsky attack.
Yeah,
I tried.
It's got to be Saul Alinsky. It's somewhere tied to Saul Alinsky.
Well, I tried two different spellings: Linskey and Lynskey, and I got nothing.
Huh. It's Saul Alinsky is AULINSKI.
And now you're on a watch list.
Saul Alinsky.
No fly, but you can keep your guns.
Wait a minute. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't
the name
Saul
rings
Alinsky
a bell, but
tied to the Weather Underground? And he was part of the whole.
Sounds very familiar.
It does.
And he was tied. The Weather Underground was part of, back in the 70s, 60s, 70s.
It's a great website. They give really accurate weather information.
But he was tied to Obama. He's there's a tie,
tangential tie
between Alinsky and Obama. But Alinsky was also part of the Weather Underground, which was some kind of, I don't want to say terrorist, but it was some kind of like kind of 60s, 70s New Age kind of movement.
I think I saw that on Jet Fuel Doesn't Burn That Hot.com.
Thing. They were anti-government and all that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's all ringing a faint bell.
They're always trying to tie Obama to Saul Alinsky. And I think it's AULI in SKI or something like that.
Well, let's tie Rand Paul to Mordor. Here we go.
Let's see what Mr. Rand Paul is.
Rand Paul and his perm.
It's been a very big issue for you. You hear many of your colleagues are calling for increased surveillance by law enforcement. You call that hogwash. Why is that hogwash?
Oh, hogwash.
I think Marco gets it completely wrong. We are not any safer through the bulk collection of all Americans' records. In fact, I think we're less safe. We get so distracted by all of the information, we're not spending enough time getting specific information on terrorists. The other thing is the one thing that might have stopped Senator Bernardino, that might have stopped 9/11, would have been stricter controls on those who came here. And Marco has opposed at every point increased security, border security for those who come to our country. On his Gang of Eight bill, he would have liberalized immigration, but he did not, and he steadfastly opposed any new border security requirements for refugees or students. Last week, I introduced another bill saying we need more security, we need more scrutiny. Once again, Marco opposed this. So Marco can't have it both ways. He thinks he wants to be this, I'm great and strong on national defense, but he's the weakest of all the candidates on immigration. He is the one for an open border that is leaving us defenseless. If we want to defend the country, we have to defend against who's are coming in. And Marco has more of an allegiance to Chuck Schumer and to the liberals than he does to conservative policy.
Wow. That hit home with the audience.
Yeah, and
I want to thank Rand for another 30 seconds because, number one, what he's pointing to is
so good at that. He's so good at that. I wish he wasn't.
You know why? Because it's not focused on terrorists. It would have banned anyone from coming here. Someone from Taiwan would not have been able to come here as a tourist. Number two, this program, this metadata program, is actually more strict than what a regular law enforcement agency has now. If a regular law enforcement agency wants your phone records, all they have to do is issue a subpoena. But now the intelligence agency is not able to quickly gather records and look at them to see who these terrorists are calling. And the terrorist that attacked us in San Bernardino was an American citizen, born and raised in this country. Yep. And I bet you we wish we would have had access to 5 years of his records so we could see who he was working with.
But as far as I know, at least from the evidence presented so far, he was an American citizen who had no direct ties to ISIS to begin with.
Yeah.
There's no indication, at least as far as I've seen, that this was a coordinated attack by any ISIS leader.
Yeah. No, it wasn't at all.
Yeah. There's talk that he had communicated with people, but there's no proof yet that they are the ones who told him attack this place.
Right, exactly.
No, these are the kings of wishful thinking, but I mean this is all hindsight politics.
Yeah.
There's no way to know.
It's Monday morning quarterbacking.
Yep.
I'll come to you in a minute.
Since I was mentioned in the question, can I respond?
Go ahead, please.
Marco still misunderstands the immigration issue. What I put forward was an amendment that would have temporarily halted immigration from high-risk terrorist countries, but it would have started it up, but I want them to go through global entry, which is a program where we do background checks. The thing is that every terrorist attack we've had since 9/11 has been legal immigration. Marco wants to expand that. I want more rules, more scrutiny, and to defend the country, you have to defend the border.
So you want more government?
We're going to talk about immigration in a while. But
Don't I get another 30 seconds? He mentioned me again.
You guys are just going to go back and forth.
Senator Paul, Senator Cruz talk about how important it is to protect Americans' privacy, even in a time of grave danger. Why? What's wrong with that?
Listen, I want to talk to the audience at home for a second. If your eyes are glazing over like mine, this is what it's like to be on the floor of the United States Senate. I mean, endless debates about how many angels on the head of a pin from people who've never had to make a consequential decision in an executive position. The fact is, for 7 years, I had to make these decisions after 9/11. Make a decision about how to proceed forward with an investigation or how to pull back, whether to use certain actionable intelligence or whether not to. And yet they continue to debate about this bill and in the subcommittee and what. Nobody in America cares about that. What they care about is, are we going to have a president who actually knows what they're doing to make these decisions? And for the 7 years afterwards, New Jersey was threatened like no other region in this country. And what we did was we took actions within the Constitution to make sure that law enforcement had all the information they needed. We prosecuted 2 of the biggest terrorism cases in the world and stopped Fort Dix from being attacked by 6 American radicalized Muslims from a mosque in New Jersey because we worked with the Muslim American community to get intelligence, and we used the Patriot Act to get other intelligence to make sure we did those
Fort Dix.
This is the joking, but not Fort Dix. The federal prosecutor actually doing something and just spending your life as one of 100 debating it. Let's talk about how we do this, not about which bill each one of these guys likes more. The American people don't care about that.
Thank you.
That's where I got Lyme's disease, was at Fort Dix.
Dr. Carson.
I bet. Holy shit, Ben
You're
Carson.
in favor of monitoring mosques and schools where there is anti-American sentiment. What do you consider anti-American?
Well, first of all, let me just complain a little bit. This is the first time I've spoken, and several people have had multiple questions, so please try to pay attention. Now, as far as monitoring is concerned, what my point is, we need to make sure that any place, I don't care whether it's a mosque, a school, a supermarket, a theater, it doesn't matter. If there are a lot of people getting there, engaging in radicalizing activities, then we need to be suspicious of it. We have to get rid of all this PC stuff. And people are worried about somebody's going to say that I'm Islamophobic or what have you. This is craziness because we are at war. That's why I asked Congress, go ahead and declare the war. We need to be on a war footing. We need to understand that our nation is in grave danger. What the Muslim Brotherhood said in the explanatory memorandum that was discovered during the Holy Land Foundation trial is that they will take advantage of our PC attitude to get us. And we have to be better than this. We have to be smarter than this.
Yeah. Dr. Carson, who was right in that little debate we just heard between Senator Rubio and Senator Paul?
I think you have to ask them about that.
I wasn't listening.
I don't.
You'd have to ask them about that because you have no fucking opinion on it,
dude.
He was doodling.
You're running
he was
for
putting
president.
together his little puzzle.
Yeah.
Get in between them. Let them fight.
Wolf.
Hold on one second. We have a lot more to come, and everybody's going to have their full opportunities.
Kasich is like, I want to talk too.
I'll tell you.
6 days after 9/11, your brother visited a mosque and said, quote, Islam is peace. The conversation tonight is about banning Muslims and surveillance of mosques. Are President Bush's words still relevant in today's Republican Party?
They are relevant if we want to destroy ISIS, if we want to destroy radical Islamic terrorism.
How the fuck can you say that your brother's words that Islam is peace is relevant in destroying Islamic terrorism? I don't understand that. I don't know. How do you connect those two?
He doesn't want to say anything bad about his brother.
If Islam is peace, then there should be no Islamic terrorism, right? Isn't that what he's just fucking said?
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Sorry.
We want to destroy radical Islamic terrorism. We can't disassociate ourselves from peace-loving Muslims. If we expect to do this on our own, we will fail. But if we do it in unison with people who also are at risk and threatened by Islamic radical terrorism, we'll be far more successful. Look, the FBI has the tools necessary to monitor un-American activities in our country.
Un-American activities.
That sounds very McCarthy-like.
To be honest with you, out in the public. Of course they have those capabilities, and we should make sure that we give the FBI, the NSA, our intelligence communities, all the resources they need to keep us safe. But the main thing we should be focused on is a strategy to destroy ISIS. And I laid out a plan at the Reagan Library before the tragedy of Paris and before San Bernardino to do...
I just want to back it up. Did he say library?
He might have, but he's from Florida.
But the main thing we should be focused on is... I have those capabilities, and we should make sure that we give the FBI.
Oh, yeah.
With you out in the public. Of course they have those capabilities, and we should make sure that we give the FBI, the NSA, our intelligence
I'm waiting to hear Library.
all the resources they need to keep us safe. But the main thing we should be focused on is a strategy to destroy ISIS. And I laid out a plan at the Reagan Library before
He did say
the
library.
Paris and before San Bernardino to do just that. It requires leadership. It's not filing an amendment and calling it success. It is developing a strategy, leading the world, funding it to make sure that we have a military that's second to none, and doing the job, and making sure that we destroy ISIS there. That's how you keep America safe.
Ms. Fiorina, as you pointed out, you were CEO in Silicon.
To take this video and dub over every time they use the word Islamic or radical Muslim or whatever. Replace the word Islamic with Christian.
Yeah, that's the
Christian
thing.
terror. You know, Islamic terrorists with Christian terrorists. Radical Islam with radical Christianity. Dub over every instance in the whole thing, and just see what happens.
Yeah, they chomp at the bit to say the words radical Islam, but they don't ever say anything about radical Christian.
No.
And you know what the Islamic people over there in ISIS are probably calling us? Radical Christians.
Of course. And they're doing the same thing in Sweden and Norway. I mean, not even as far as the Middle East.
Yeah.
Companies there, they say they won't help the FBI now crack encrypted communications from ISIS. Should they be forced to?
You know, listening to this conversation, let me just say, we have
I talked to someone
a lot
the
of
other day.
argument about laws, but none of it solves.
I'm skeptical that this is a conversation.
How would they force them to do that?
Well,
but you said you talked to somebody the other day.
Well, no, that's what she's going to say next.
Oh,
I struggle at how this is considered a conversation.
Yeah.
It's the rules of debate. It's not a conversation.
I'll say whatever I want.
Yeah.
Let's examine what happened. Why did we miss the Tsarnaev brothers? Why did we miss the San Bernardino couple? It wasn't because we had stopped collecting metadata. It was because I think, as someone who comes from the technology world, we were using the wrong algorithms.
No,
this is
they
a place
did
where
nothing
the private
wrong.
sector could be helpful because the government is woefully behind the technology curve. But secondly, the bureaucratic processes that have been in place since 9/11 are woefully inadequate as well. What do we now know?
I'm sorry.
That DHS vets people by going into databases of known or suspected terrorists. And yet we also know that ISIS is recruiting people who are not in those databases. So of course we're going to miss them. And then we now learn that DHS says, no, we can't check their social media. For heaven's sakes, every parent in America is checking social media, and every employer is as well. But our government can't do it. The bureaucratic procedures are so far behind.
Not every fucking parent is checking social media. Talk to Dylan Roof's parents.
Yeah, no shit.
Were they checking his social media to see some of the shit that he was posting?
No.
Right.
As a Christian fucking terrorist?
Yeah.
Has become incompetent, unresponsive, corrupt, and that incompetence, ineptitude, lack of accountability is now dangerous. It is why we need a different kind of leadership in the White House that understands how to get bureaucracies competent again.
But my question was, should these Silicon Valley companies be forced to cooperate with the FBI?
They do not need to be forced. They need to be asked to bring the best and brightest, the most recent technology to the table. I was asked as a CEO. I complied happily, and they will as well. But they have not been asked. That's why it cost billions of dollars to build an Obama website that failed, because the private sector wasn't asked.
You're a fucking liar, Carly.
Actually, yeah, wasn't that website built by the private sector?
Yeah, it was.
A Canadian.
Yeah.
A Canadian company at that.
The government didn't build it.
I hate her so much. Yeah. She's so fucking dumb about the technology that she touts as her biggest fucking strength.
Snapchat. Snapchat is built on the model of secrecy.
Yeah.
It's built on the model of, and anyone who thinks that those messages and those images, all those images just go away, that's fucking bullshit.
No.
They're stored on a server.
Yeah.
Don't tell me.
And there are apps you can install on your phone to record your Snapchat shit.
Don't tell me Snapchat deletes all that shit, because I don't believe it.
Yeah.
But for the government to go and ask Snapchat, can you just give me all the images, all the Snapchats that Tsarnaev or whoever sent
They can subpoena it.
But no, she's saying no. She's saying not subpoena. Just ask Snapchat; they'll give it to you. No, because their model is based on secrecy.
Yeah,
and no, they're not going to just give it to you, because that would, as soon as the public found out that Snapchat
is just willfully giving away,
was recording all of your history and just handed it over to the government, because the public will find out. The public always finds out. Then it's going to decimate their reputation, and it's going to decimate their company.
And again,
no, the private companies are not going to voluntarily give over all this data.
Yeah. And again, this is coming from a woman who doesn't understand how fucking GPS works.
Yeah.
Right.
And we have used the current technology to stop people who are in the process of making bombs or trying to acquire firearms to do some sort of mass shooting. We have stopped people who were legitimately like, oh, this guy wanted to commit a terrorist act, and we stopped him by using technology.
Right.
People that are not using technology and are sitting there in their bedroom with their brother going, okay, let's go on the internet and look up how to make a pipe bomb. There's nothing illegal about that. Oh, we can make this bomb. Cool. Let's go fucking blow up the Boston Marathon.
Yeah.
And how many people looked up how to make a pipe bomb after the Boston Marathon?
After they learned what it was made of, I guarantee millions.
How many millions of web hits were there for pressure cooker pipe bombs after the Boston bombing?
Well, not even just that one. They were talking about weapons that ISIS are using for homemade crude stuff, and the guy's like, "Oh yeah, it's all this is in your house, and this is the name of it."
Yeah.
Like you just gave people the name of the device, now they're Googling it.
The fucking black book, the anarchist cookbook.
The anarchist cookbook
has been around for decades. Long before the internet.
There's a problem with the anarchist cookbook, though.
What's that?
I had a guy I work with who's crazy, chem knowledgeable, and I downloaded it.
A lot of it won't work. Yeah.
Yeah, and he went through it. He goes, some of this will work halfway. Right. But if you try to finish it, you're going to kill yourself.
Well, fortunately, I never actually tried.
Yeah, he's like most of the stuff here either is not going to work or you're going to really harm yourself in the process because they're keeping out key ingredients inside the book.
Yeah. Okay. But there's some YouTube video out there
that will fill in the blank and go, this is the key ingredient. You need to make this safe for you, but deadly to everyone else.
Mr. Trump. You recently suggested closing that internet up, those were your words, as a way to stop ISIS
closing
from
that internet up
online. Are you referring to closing down actual portions of the internet?
Yes,
some say that would put the U.S. in line with China and North Korea.
Well, look, this is so easy to answer. ISIS is recruiting.
It's easy to answer.
ISIS is using the internet better than we are using the internet, and it was our idea.
We're better at finding
porn. What I wanted to do is I wanted to get our brilliant people from Silicon Valley and other places and figure out a way that ISIS cannot do what they're doing. You talk freedom of speech, you talk freedom of anything you want. I don't want them using our internet to
They're not using our
internet anymore.
And watching the media talking about how they're masterminds. These are masterminds. They shouldn't be using the word mastermind. These are thugs. These are terrible people in ISIS, not masterminds. And we have to change it from every standpoint. But we should be using our brilliant people, our most brilliant minds, to figure a way that ISIS cannot use the internet. And then on second, we should be able to penetrate the internet and find out exactly where ISIS is and everything about ISIS. And we can do that if we use our good people.
Please pause this.
Oh my God.
This is so easy to answer because he's answering in such a juvenile kindergarten way.
Yeah. Yeah, you just stop them from using it.
Just stop them from using it.
Yeah, how does that work out for the fucking North Korean government? The Chinese government.
It doesn't
you
work.
You can't fucking stop it. You
our
can't stop people from using it.
Internet, it's global.
Orangutan-looking motherfucker.
Well, we can send Comcast over there, and they can disconnect their internets for them.
We can cut off ties. We can cut all landlines between our internet and every other internet.
Oh, yeah.
We can cut all satellite, all undersea cables. We can, this is the same way North Korea and China do. We can try and cut our ties, our physical ties. Sure, we could do that.
But, like, I have a buddy who used to live in China, and he's moving back to China here soon. Guess what? He can get on Facebook, and he can get on Twitter and all that stuff, even though it's illegal in China. You know how? You buy an IP address from another country.
Right. It's called a proxy.
Yeah. So as long as you have a proxy that's not within China, he can access whatever he wants.
So, no, I mean, the only way to cut it off is to cut the physical connection.
Which won't happen because you have to cut the world's fucking connection.
It's all connected through sound. You'd have to shut down satellite.
Yeah.
You'd have to cut the undersea cables.
Yeah.
It's easy to answer because he provides such a juvenile answer to it.
It's like, do you honestly think that there's a guy in a blown up hut with a fucking cable line going to his house? Yeah. No, he's got fucking satellites and shit he's using that he can acquire and build. They're not stupid.
I just want to. This is an HD TV, right?
I think it's an HD TV. Why?
I mean, but the picture is pretty clear.
Yeah,
it's pretty clear.
Yeah.
And still, Donald Trump's bangs look like there is a Photoshop motion blur.
Yeah.
Somehow, look, you can see every single strand of Blitzer's hair, even in his beard.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump, I'm like, am I getting so old I can't make out the hairs in his fucking bangs?
I mean, we can see his turtle chin and all the dimples in it.
Yes, yeah, I can see all that.
But his hair,
it looks like a fucking motion blur.
You know what I think it is? I think it's actually painted steel wool.
Oh, copper wool, probably.
Copper.
Wait,
gold,
not
gold wool.
Gold wool.
What's that technology the singers use, even in real time?
Auto-tune.
Auto-tune. Is this hair like auto-tune? is it like? Does CNN have like this thing that makes his hair like automatically look better?
He probably pays a guy, and he's actually wearing like a green thing on his head, and he's got a guy that's auto-tracking his head throughout the whole debate with it on there.
He's actually wearing a big blue patch.
Yes. And it's just being tracked the whole time, the whole debate.
His head is green screen.
Yeah. Hey, Donald, stay still. We got to green scalp you.
I mean,
follow up, Mr. Trump.
He's got the money.
So, are you open to closing parts of the internet?
I would certainly be open to closing areas where we are at war with somebody. I sure as hell don't want to let people that want to kill us and kill our nation use our internet.
He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
You,
or the dark side of the internet.
Is shutting down any...
He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
And that's why he's so popular. I saw this on the article
because he doesn't know what
earlier.
He's talking about.
One of the top 5 reasons that he's so high in the polls is that even when he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, it's the way he puts across his bullshit.
Yeah. Yep.
The confidence of his bullshit is why he's so popular.
And this is why
it's like you can go anywhere you want as long as you're carrying a clipboard and speak with authority.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
You know who else spoke with great confidence and good dictation?
Godwin
coming.
Oh, I don't know. I was asking you guys. I was asking you guys who else might have spoke that well.
You were going to ask us to violate.
Mao Zedong. It was Mao.
Yep.
I don't know if Mao spoke that well.
Pol Pot.
Saddam Hussein, I think, did also. But
Saddam Hussein just killed everybody who didn't like him.
But there was a certain amount of charisma and confidence, or confidence over charisma, even with all of those guys, including Trump. But this is why skepticism and science is so important in the general population, because
not to mention just basic knowledge.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yes, we're talking a very elementary level, but there's a significant portion of this country who buys into everything he's saying without knowing anything different. They have no idea even how to say, well,
That's not even possible.
Look, he
that's
might
not
be
right.
full of shit.
Yeah, they don't even know enough to say that.
A study, and this is a problem with technology. It's a problem. A study a few years back found that like 40%. So there's this whole thing with cloud computing. It's a whole buzzword, and it pisses me off, and that's a whole tangent I don't want to get into. I don't like cloud computing because it's just a buzzword. It's just marketing. It's all just network computing applications.
Yeah.
It's been around. Cloud computing, big air quotes, has been around for 40 years. But forget that. But
Done.
There's a major
Never
portion,
even learned it, but sure.
a huge portion of the population that believes that cloud computing is affected by the weather. That if there's bad weather, that if there are snowstorms or there are clouds, that your cloud-based
Like my
applications,
satellite dish, yeah.
that your cloud-based applications will be affected, or your cloud-based storage will be affected if there's a rainstorm. That's how little people understand about technology.
The cloud.
So Trump throws out this shit.
Yeah.
This bullshit about technology. Oh, we'll just shut down little pieces of the internet. And they just eat it up because they don't understand.
Yeah, you can do that.
Oh, no, you just shut it down. No, it doesn't work like that.
I remember seeing a Facebook post.
That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
I mean, it's like, my arm is malfunctioning, so I'm just going to shut down my arm temporarily until I get it working correctly. It's not the way a living body works, and the internet is really kind of more in tune with a living body. I mean, it's an entity that's
I imagine a cartoon or just a meme real quick about what you just said, where someone is standing outside their house with their computer and looking up in the sky and there's no clouds, like, can't connect.
Yeah, I remember seeing a Facebook post from a college where somebody said, "Does anyone know if turning on my fan will affect my Wi-Fi signal or blow away the particles or something like that?" And then the response was from the physics department, and the kid said, "Spoken like a true theology student."
Of the internet a good idea?
No, I don't think it is. And I want to go back to two other issues. One is the metadata. We know we have to hold this data for a longer period of time.
We already talked about this.
And,
it was like an hour ago, Kasich. Come on.
Look, what a president has to do is stake a position. We don't want to err on the side of having less. We want to err on the side of having more. That's good for our families.
No.
In addition to that, Wolf, there is a big problem. It's called encryption. And the people in San Bernardino were communicating with people who the FBI had been watching. But because their phone was encrypted, because the intelligence officials could not see who they were talking to, it was lost. We have to solve the encryption problem. It is not easy. A president of the United States, again, has to bring people together, have a position. We need to be able to penetrate these people when they are involved in these plots and these plans. And we have to give the local authorities the ability to penetrate, to disrupt. That's what we need to do. Encryption is a major problem, and Congress has got to deal with this, and so does the president.
The internet.
Thank you, Governor. The fight against radical Islamic terrorists and ISIS has been called the war of our time. So let's talk about how each of you, as Commander-in-Chief, would fight this war and win it. Senator Cruz, you have said you would, quote, carpet bomb ISIS into oblivion, testing whether, quote, sand can glow in the dark. Does that mean leveling the ISIS capital of Raqqa in Syria, where there are hundreds of thousands of civilians?
What it means is using overwhelming air power to utterly and completely destroy ISIS. To put things in perspective, in the first Persian Gulf War,
we get it.
We launched roughly 1,100 air attacks a day. We carpet bombed them for 37 days, saturation bombing, after which our troops went in and in a day and a half mopped up what was left of the Iraqi army. Right now, Obama is launching between 15 and 30 air attacks a day. It is photo op foreign policy. We need to use overwhelming air power. We need to be arming the Kurds. We need to be fighting and killing ISIS where they are. And let me go back to the earlier...
This stupid shit thinks that ISIS exists in an anthill, and if we destroy the anthill, everything will be fine.
Yeah.
They're in one central location, and if you just carpet bomb that one central location, everything will be fine. They'll be utterly destroyed.
Right, and not only that, but then he's already contradicted himself because, he's talking about, 1,100 bombings a day or whatever he was saying like they did in Desert Storm. But then also we need to arm the Kurds. Why? For what purpose?
I imagine
if you're gonna wipe them out with air attacks, what are you arming the Kurds for?
I imagine this stupid shit looking at a map or a globe and going, "Oh, ISIS is in Iraq, and that's only about the size of 3/4, and so if we bomb a size of like a dime where they exist, that'll fucking go away." Not realizing that they're spread out all fucking over the place.
All over the world.
Wait a minute, doesn't ISIS exist because we bombed the shit out of Iraq?
Yeah.
And ISIS grew up out of the remnants of bombing the crap out of Iraq and going to war with Iraq.
There's also
and
that.
now we have ISIS. So what do we get after we bomb the crap out of ISIS? After we hit the fucking anthill or
ISIS
whatever?
squared.
ISIS, the next generation of radical...
And it's also an idea. An idea is extremely hard to kill.
You can't fucking bomb an idea out of existence.
Right.
A minute ago. It's not a lack of competence that is preventing the Obama administration from stopping these attacks. It is political correctness.
No.
We didn't monitor the Facebook posting of the female San Bernardino terrorist because the Obama DHS thought it would be inappropriate. She made a public call to jihad, and they didn't target it. The Tsarnaev brothers, the elder brother, made a public call to jihad, and the Obama administration didn't target it. Nidal Hassan communicated with Anwar al-Awlaki, a known radical cleric, asked about waging jihad against his fellow soldiers. The problem is, because of political correctness, the Obama administration, like a lot of folks here, want to search everyone's cell phones and emails and not focus on the bad guys, and political correctness is killing people.
Thank you.
This is the first I've heard about Tsarnaev brother calling jihad.
Yeah,
I think it was while he was being attacked.
Never heard about that before. No. But I'll take that as given. I'll take that as truth. What does that matter? That doesn't. Based on American law, that doesn't matter. He was an American citizen. He's free under our civil. It's not political correctness. It's the
it's freedom.
Bill of Rights.
Right. It's the freedom that they all tout. But again, I'm going to come back to. What if the United States had instituted Ted Cruz's plan in the 50s when we were at war with communism?
Oh, we did have that happen.
And the Cubans.
Oh, his dad wouldn't be here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. This is so he's benefiting from the political correctness that he's so fired up about, but yet he wants to turn around and use the stuff that we neglected to use against his father against everybody else. Fuck you, Ted Cruz.
We're
not
addressing the fundamental problems, the core problems that all of this is based on. Is now we're addressing the symptoms of it, and we're addressing the symptoms of it erratically. We're addressing them like this, but we're ignoring the whole Cuban thing. We could have done the same thing with the communists, and we didn't. But
yeah, and it's worked out okay.
Well, we put them Japs in internment camps.
Well,
oh, Jesus,
that solved everything.
Oh yeah, God.
And some Germans. Yeah. I got to see the German encampment out at Dugway.
Yeah,
there's one building left.
The rest of it has been
blown up.
Well,
it was where they took the German POWs and Germans during World War II to build reconstructions of German buildings so the military could practice blowing them up to figure out the best way to destroy a German building.
Because the German buildings are so much different than
it was construct like the construction of the building, like the way they would build like their masonry work and all that kind of stuff, how they built their structures for their camps.
Der Steinmetz.
To be clear, Senator Cruz, would you carpet bomb Raqqa, the ISIS capital, where there are a lot of civilians? Yes or no?
you would carpet bomb where ISIS is, not a city, but the location of the troops. You use air power.
That is where they are.
Special forces to direct the air power, but the object isn't to level the city.
But that's their biggest city they hold.
The object is to kill the ISIS terrorists. To make it, listen, ISIS is gaining strength because the perception is that they're winning, and President Obama fuels that perception.
No.
That will change when militants across the globe see that when you join ISIS, that you are giving up your life, you are signing your death warrant, and we need a president who is focused on defeating every single ISIS terrorist and protecting the homeland, which should be the first priority.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rubio. You've been critical of Senator Cruz's strategy. You say his voting record doesn't match his rhetoric. Why?
Well, let me begin by saying that we have to understand who ISIS is. ISIS is a radical Sunni group. They cannot just be defeated through airstrikes. Airstrikes are a key component of defeating them, but they must be defeated on the ground by a ground force. And that ground force must be primarily made up of Sunni Arabs themselves. Sunni Arabs that reject them ideologically and confront them militarily. We will have to embed additional American special operators alongside them to help them with training, to help them conduct special missions, and to help improve the airstrikes. The airstrikes are important, but we need to have an air force capable of it. And because of the budget cuts we are facing in this country, we are going to be left with the oldest and the smallest air force we have ever had.
No!
We have to reverse those cuts.
No, you
in addition to the
dipshit.
cuts to our Navy and in addition to the cuts to our Army as well. And beyond that, I would say we must win the information war against ISIS. Every war we have ever been involved in has had a propaganda informational aspect to it. ISIS is winning the propaganda war. They are recruiting people, including Americans, to join them with the promise that they are joining this great apocalyptic movement that is going to defeat the West. We have to show what life is really like in ISIS territory, and we have to show them why ISIS is not invincible by going out and conducting these attacks and publicizing them to those who they recruit.
Because I asked the question,
like
Senator,
he thinks we're still flying P-51s and like Corsairs and shit.
Voted against the Defense Authorization Act every year that it came up, and I assume that if he voted against it, he would veto it as president. That's the bill that funds our troops.
That is accurate. 3 times he voted against the Defense Authorization Act, which is a bill that funds the troops. It also, by the way, funds the Iron Dome and other important programs. And I have to assume that if you vote against it in the Senate, you would also veto it as president. He has also supported, by the way, a budget that is called the containment budget. And it is a budget that would radically reduce the amount of money we spend on our military. You can't carpet bomb ISIS if you don't have planes and bombs to attack them with. And if we continue those cuts that we're doing now, not to mention additional cuts, we are going to be left with the oldest and the smallest air force this country has ever had. And that leaves us
We have the newest aircraft. We just released 3 of the newest fucking ships at sea.
Continued these attacks, and he knows they're not true. Yes, it is true that I voted against the National Defense Authorization Act because when I campaigned in Texas, I told voters in Texas that I would oppose the federal government having the authority to detain U.S. citizens permanently with no due process. I have repeatedly supported an effort to take that out of that bill, and I honored that campaign commitment. But more broadly, the notion Marco is suggesting that somehow he also has tossed more than a few insults this direction. Let's be absolutely clear.
Let's.
ISIS and radical Islamic terrorism will face no more determined foe than I will be. We will utterly destroy them by targeting the bad guys. And one of the problems
in their capital city
with Marco's foreign policy is he has far too often supported Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama undermining governments in the Middle East that have helped radical Islamic terrorists. We need to focus on killing the bad guys, not getting stuck in Middle Eastern civil wars that don't keep America safe.
Senator Rubio.
Yeah, 3 points of distinction. The first is, if you're an American citizen and you decide to join up with ISIS, we're not going to read you your Miranda rights. You're going to be treated as an enemy combatant, a member of an army attacking this country. Number 2, we do need our defense capabilities. It is a fact that the cuts we are facing today and the cuts that Senator Cruz would have supported would leave us with an even smaller Air Force and a smaller Navy than the one we are going to be left with. And the final point that I would make is Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama's strategy is to lead from behind. It sounds like what he's outlining is not to lead at all. We cannot continue to outsource foreign policy. We must lead. We are the most powerful nation in the world. We need to begin to act like it again.
We're going to have much more on this. We're going to have much more on this, but I want to move now back to Mr. Trump. Hold on. We have a lot.
Deserves a little more attention.
We have a lot to discuss. I want to move to Mr. Trump right now. We have a question on this war against ISIS and how you would fight and win this war. Here's the question from Facebook. Listen to
Carson or Kasich.
I'm Josh
Was that
Jacob from
the
Georgia
intro?
Tech. Recently, Donald Trump mentioned that we must kill the families of ISIS members. However, this violates the principle of distinction between civilians and combatants in international law. So my question is, how would intentionally killing innocent civilians set us apart from ISIS?
Oh. We have to be much tougher. We have to be much stronger than we've been. We have people that know what's going on. You take a look at just the attack in California the other day. There were numerous people, including the mother, that knew what was going on. They saw pipe bombs sitting all over the floor. They saw ammunition all over the place. They knew exactly what was going on. When you had the World Trade Center go, people were put into planes that were friends, family, girlfriends, and they were put into planes and they were sent back, for the most part, to Saudi Arabia. Oh. They knew what was going on. They went home and they wanted to watch their boyfriends on television. I would be very, very firm with families. And frankly, that will make people think, because they may not care much about their lives, but they do care, believe it or not, about their families' lives.
Donald, this is another example of the lack of seriousness. Look, this is troubling because we're at war. They've declared war on us, and we need to have a serious strategy to destroy ISIS. But the idea that that is a solution to this is just crazy. It makes no sense to suggest this. Look, 2 months ago, Donald Trump said that ISIS was not our fight. Just 2 months ago. He said that Hillary Clinton would be a great negotiator with Iran. And he gets his foreign policy experience from the shows.
Come on,
that is not a serious kind of candidate. We need someone that thinks this through, that can lead our country to safety and security.
Mr. Trump.
Look, the problem is we need toughness. Honestly, I think Jeb is a very nice person. He's a very nice person, but we need tough people. We need toughness. We need intelligence, and we need tough. Jeb said when they come across the southern border, they come as an act of love.
You said in September 30th that ISIS was not a
Am I
not
talking or are you talking, Jeb?
I'm talking.
You can go back. You're not talking. You interrupted me,
September 30th.
Shut the fuck up, Jeb.
No. Am I allowed to finish?
Yes, one at a time. Go ahead,
Am I allowed to finish?
Go ahead, Mr. Trump.
So,
little of your
again,
own medicine there.
You're trying to build up your energy.
One at a
Look. We need a toughness. We need strength. We're not respected as a nation anymore. We don't have that level of respect that we need. Party. And if we don't get it back fast, we're just going to go weaker, and just disintegrate. We can't allow that to happen. We need strength. We don't have it. When Jeb comes out and he talks about the border, and I saw it, and I was witness to it, and so was everyone else, and I was standing there, they come across as an act of love. He's saying the same thing right now with radical Islam. And we can't have that in our country. It just won't work. We need strength.
Governor Bush.
Donald, you're not going to be able to insult your way to the presidency. That's not going to happen. And I do have the strength.
Oh, that was great.
Leadership is not about attacking people and disparaging people. Leadership is about creating a serious strategy to deal with the threat of our time. And I laid out that strategy before the attacks in Paris and before the attacks in San Bernardino, and it is the way forward. We need to increase our military spending. We need to deal with a no-fly zone in Syria, a safe zone. We need to focus on building a military that is second to none so that we can destroy Islamic terrorism.
With Jeb's attitude, we will never be great again. That I can tell you. We will never be great again.
All right, Hugh Hewitt at Denabash. Hugh, go ahead with the next question.
Not even worth responding to.
Dr. Carson, you mentioned in your opening remarks that you're a pediatric neurologist, surgeon. Neurosurgeon. And people admire and respect and are inspired by your life story, your kindness, your evangelical core support.
No.
We're talking about ruthless things tonight. Carpet bombing, toughness, war. And people wonder, could you do that? Could you order airstrikes that would kill innocent children by not the scores, but the hundreds and the thousands? Could you wage war as a commander-in-chief?
That's what's important. That's what we need.
Well, interestingly enough,
what a fucking
you should
idiot.
see the eyes of some of those children when I say to them, we're going to have to open your head up and take out this tumor. They're not happy about it.
I don't know.
And they don't like me very much at that point. but later on,
so these kids you're about to bomb and destroy.
I sound like him.
Like kill.
Yeah.
They're going to look at
you. Later on,
that was kind of funny.
They really realize what's going on, and by the same token, you have to be able to look at the big picture.
So if you blow them up, they'll understand.
They'll be grateful later on.
Yeah.
If you go ahead and finish the job,
they'll be grateful.
They'll be grateful.
Death by 1,000 pricks.
So you are okay with the deaths of thousands of innocent children and civilians?
Death by 1,000 pricks. I think that's the Republican. that's the new Republican slogan. Death by 1,000 pricks.
Yeah, and that's how many are running for president.
You got it. You got it.
That is what war. Can you be as ruthless as Churchill was in prosecuting the war against the Nazis?
Ruthless is not necessarily the word I would use.
That boo.
You wanted to hear what caused the boo?
Yeah, there's a big uproar.
That was good.
And understand that it's actually merciful if you go ahead and finish the job rather than
blow them up.
Death by 1,000 pricks.
So you are okay with the deaths of thousands of innocent children and civilians? It's like
you got it. You got it.
That is what war.
Wow.
Can you be as ruthless as Churchill was in prosecuting the war against the Nazis?
Ruthless is not necessarily the word I would use, but tough, resolute, understanding what the problems are, and understanding that the job of the President of the United States is to protect the people of this country and to do what is necessary in order to get it done.
I think he did say he would kill the kids.
You said ISIS grew stronger because of the hawks in your party. Do you really think that Republicans have fueled the rise of ISIS?
Oh, yes. Of course.
I think that by arming the allies of ISIS, the Islamic rebels against Assad, that we created a safe space or made that space bigger for ISIS to grow. I think those who have wanted regime change have made a mistake. When we toppled Gaddafi in Libya, I think that was a mistake. I think ISIS grew stronger. We have a failed state and we are more at risk. I'd like to also go back to, though, another question, which is Donald Trump a serious candidate? The reason I ask this is if you're going to close the internet, realize, America, what that entails. That entails getting rid of the First Amendment, okay? It's no small feat. If you are going to kill the families of terrorists, realize that there's something called the Geneva Convention we're going to have to pull out of. It would defy every norm that is America. So when you ask yourself, whoever you are that think you're going to support Donald Trump, think, do you believe in the Constitution? Are you going to change the Constitution?
Or do you believe in pulling out?
Oh, yeah. Definitely pulling out.
So
pull out of her. She won't get there.
They can kill us, but we can't kill them. That's what you're saying. And as far as the internet is concerned,
not their families.
I'm not talking about closing the internet. I'm talking about parts of Syria, parts of Iraq, where ISIS is spotting it. Now, you could close it. What I like even better than that is getting our smartest and getting our best to infiltrate their internet so that we know exactly where they're going.
The fuck are you talking about?
I like that better.
We're going to put midgets in their coaxial cables.
Yeah.
Who would be? I just
There's gremlins in the
wire.
wire.
And they're mortars.
No,
not mortars.
Kill us, folks.
Modems.
And you're objecting to us infiltrating their conversations? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Senator Paul.
It doesn't work that way.
He has no idea what he's talking about.
You saying that ISIS grew stronger because of hawks in your party, and do you think that your own party, the people who you're describing, are responsible for the rise of ISIS?
I think that if you believe in regime change, you're mistaken. In 2013, we put 600 tons of weapons, us, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, into the war against Assad. By pushing Assad back, we did create a safe space. We had people coming to our Foreign Relations Committee and saying, oh, we need to arm the allies of al-Qaeda. They are still saying this. It is a crazy notion. This is the biggest debate we should be having tonight, is regime change a good idea? Has it been a good idea? There are still people, the majority on the stage, they want to topple Assad.
It's a good,
and then there'll
good
be
idea
chaos,
in Israel.
And I think ISIS will then be in charge of Syria.
Senator, we're going to talk about regime change in a bit, but Governor Kasich, would you like to respond to Senator Paul?
Yeah, let me just suggest to everybody, and I hear last February I said we needed to have people on the ground in a coalition.
You're really going to use your time to say what you already said?
This is not going to get done just by working with the Sunnis, and it is not going to get done if we just embed a few people. We have to go massively like we did in the first Gulf War, where we destroyed Saddam's ability to take Kuwait. We need to have a coalition that will stand for nothing less than the total destruction of ISIS, and we have to be the leader. We can't wait for anybody else. I served on the Armed Services Committee for 18 years, and we must lead or the job won't get done, unfortunately, for our country.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Rubio. Let's continue this conversation. This is a critically important issue.
I hope at some point you're going to ask me my strategy.
We have a lot of time.
That was an entirely different situation.
I want to get Senator Rubio.
The first Gulf War
Let's talk about
was fundamentally
one of the aspects of your strategy.
The first Gulf War, we were facing a sovereign nation. Yeah. We were facing and you could argue about the whole oil and all that, and were there underlying other things going on. But we were facing a sovereign nation, a sovereign government that was invading another sovereign nation. That's not what's happening. ISIS is not a sovereign nation. No. It's not the same paradigm. Nation. It's not a nation at all. So it's kind of apples and oranges to say that we should. And I was in the first Gulf War, and I supported it. I realized there were some other considerations there that maybe we should or should not have been there. But
I think the first Gulf War was a whole lot different animal than invading Iraq secondarily. I mean, we're talking about stopping Saddam Hussein from invading Kuwait.
Right,
which we did, versus
Kuwait liberation.
Invading Iraq,
and
doing what Saddam did to Kuwait was the second Gulf War. What George W. Bush did was what Saddam did to Kuwait.
Right. So and we did what we needed to do, and we got the fuck out. We had no fly zones, and and we just that was it. And we had but again, it was a sovereign nation. It was a very different paradigm, and it's tough to equate that with ISIS now.
Yeah, right. On the one hand, you have Curly. On the other hand, you have Hogland.
Way to defeat ISIS is with ground forces made up primarily of Sunni Arab forces. Yes. Those Arab nations, though, as you well know, they've conducted less than 5% of the airstrikes, and actually none since August. What makes you think they are willing to fight on the ground if they're not even willing to fight from the air?
Well, they most certainly will have to be worked on to provide more than what they are doing now. There's no doubt about it. And there's one major reason why they have not been willing to be a broader part of the coalition. And that is they have lost complete trust and confidence in this president. This president cut a deal with their mortal enemy, the Shia in Iran. And this is the reason why they no longer trust this president.
So they no longer defend themselves?
But they have as much invested in this as we do. In fact, more so. For it is the king of Saudi Arabia they want to behead first. It's the king of Jordan that they want to dethrone. They want to go into Egypt, like the way they've already gone into Libya. And on another point we need to talk about, Assad is one of the main reasons why ISIS even exists to begin with. Assad is a puppet of Iran.
I guess.
And he has been so brutal towards the Sunni within Syria that he created the space that led for the people of Syria themselves to stand up and try to overthrow him. That led to the chaos, which allowed ISIS to come in and take advantage of that situation and grow more powerful. And the fact that this president led from behind meant there were no alternative groups on the ground to be empowered, leaving ISIS the prime operating space they needed to become the force they have now become.
Thank you, Senator. Incorrect. Stand by. Ms. Fiorina, the former Defense Secretary Bob Cates says the chances of getting Sunni Arab forces on the ground to get the job done, his words, chances very remote. What's your strategy?
Well, first, I'll just point out that talking tough is not the same as being strong. And to wage war, we need a commander-in-chief who has made tough calls in tough times and stood up to be held accountable over and over, not first-term senators who never made an executive decision in their life. One of the things I would immediately do, in addition to defeating them here at home, is bring back the warrior class. Petraeus, McChrystal, Mattis, Keene, Flynn. Every single one of these generals I know, every one was retired early because they told President Obama things that he didn't want to hear. We must have Sunni Arabs involved.
Or they were having affairs and lies.
Leadership, strength, support, and resolve. I'll just add that Margaret Thatcher once said, if you want something talked about, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
Jesus.
We're not talking about the dishes here.
Governor Christie, what's your strategy?
Wow.
Well, you sit up here and you listen to this stuff and you think that so many of these people who have had so much to do in this national debate they talk like they were bystanders. We talk about our military being degraded over time, and yet we've had folks on the stage who've been a part of Congress who have participated in sequester, who participated in the degrading of this military over time.
Yeah.
And that's why I think people get so frustrated with Washington, D.C. now. That's why they're so angry with the electorate, so angry with everybody who's involved in government in Washington, D.C. Because if you listen to the folks up here, you would think that they weren't even there. They had nothing to do with this. This is the difference between being a governor and being in a legislature. See, because when something doesn't work in New Jersey, they look at me. Say, why didn't you get done? Why didn't you do it? You have to be responsible and accountable. And so on ISIS, let's be clear. The president needs to be a force that is trusted in the world. And on this, I agree with Marco. This president's not trusted. If you're the king of Jordan, if you're in the royal family in Saudi Arabia, and he's made this deal with Iran, which gives them $150 billion to wage a war and try to extend their empire across the Middle East, why would you want to do it now? But I will tell you this, when I stand across from King Hussein of Jordan, I say to him, you have a friend again, sir, who will stand with you to fight this fight. He'll change his mind.
Dr. Carson, what's your strategy?
So first of all, I've been talking about this for over a year. We have to destroy their caliphate because that gives them the legitimacy to go ahead with the global jihad. We have to take their energy because ISIS is the richest terrorist organization.
We're going to use stones.
Take their oil, shut down all the mechanisms whereby they can disperse money because they go after disaffected individuals from all over the place, and they are able to pay them. That makes a difference. As far as the command centers are concerned in Raqqa and to a lesser degree Mosul, cut those off. Do the same kind of thing that we did with Sinjar a few weeks ago, working with our embedded special forces with the Kurds, shut off the supply route, soften them up, then we go in with special ops followed by our Air Force to take them over. Those are things that work. But also, this whole concept of boots on the ground. Special. We've got a phobia about boots on the ground. If our military experts say we need boots on the ground, we should put boots on the ground and recognize there will be boots on the ground, and they'll be over here, and they'll be their boots if we don't get them out of there now.
Thank you, everyone.
He just got a little bit energized.
Just beginning, coming up. Which candidates on this stage tonight want to move U.S. foreign policy in a dramatically new direction? We'll be right back.
And this is the godless interruption.
Yeah.
Fuck.
What, Ben?
I don't know what. I don't know what the fuck Ben was just talking about.
Take away their money. Take away their energy.
Take away their energy with our magic stones.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What the fuck is he talking about?
He keeps talking. We'll find their tantric energy points.
Locate their chi.
We'll send Deepak Chopra over there.
When he keeps saying we got to destroy their caliphate all relies on al-Baghdadi, who is like the leader of the caliphate, who's the top guy. He's the third coming of their. I can't remember what number of caliphate this is.
Third coming.
Keep track.
It's like the Reich. There's a first Reich, there's a second Reich, there's a third Reich. Caliphates go the same way. There's an old caliphate, there's another caliphate, then another one, now this current one going on.
Popes go the same way.
Yeah.
Too. So,
it's al-Baghdadi is the leader of this one. He's the head man who is never seen on TV. He's got one video of him out there actually doing a public prayer or talk in front of their people. So even if you kill him, they're going to keep letting him live on in people's war dreams and stuff because nobody ever sees the fucker. So how are you going to kill someone who's already basically an imaginary guy over there? Dan says he's cold.
No, I'm wondering if you guys are cold at all.
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. Because I'd opened the window earlier.
The window is open.
I didn't even notice.
Okay.
And Ryan's from Wisconsin.
It does
I
get a
don't know
little.
what Grant's story is.
It gets a little stuffy in here,
Yes,
so I had
it
opened
does.
the window.
No, this is
I was outside
preferable.
shoveling today with my bald head and no gloves and no jacket on. So
No, this is preferable to stuffy for me.
All right.
I don't tend to get cold.
Yeah, me too. I have an 80-pound blanket of fat covering my body. So
and a 20-pound beard covering his face.
I'm just trying to be a good host, man. Come on.
I noticed your beard is the beard braiding out of anger?
It's so I don't tear it out.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I noticed like throughout the debate, I'm like grabbing fistfuls of it and tugging. So
I just noticed all of a sudden it went from
That's
grabbing
nice.
fistfuls to being braided.
Yeah, I braided it to avoid the fistfuls of beard grabbing.
I didn't know if
It's a
you're
clean
just
braid.
calling upon like
Your
Viking
face looks tiny.
So wait, I just noticed you're sporting a healthier beard than I usually see. Are we having a bit of co-host envy here? I mean, is there what's going on here?
Mostly laziness. Actually, I'm not required at work to do anything, and so I'm like, why have I been doing anything? So that's mostly it.
Why am I spending so much money on razors and cream?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Don't gotta do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's time away from building my base in Fallout 4, and so it's time I can't afford. You see?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Ryan would crush your base as long as he's got a belly full of whiskey.
That's right. And as long as he's talking about the right goddamn game.
That too.
He's thinking about Metal Gear Solid 5.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
There's a certain irony there, though. I just noticed it though, and you don't see it on the audio. But one side of the table is very hairy, and the other side of the table
is bald,
relatively bald.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Yes,
This is true. It's an interesting dichotomy you pointed out.
Usually I have the locks up top, but that's been kept short.
You harassed fucks.
I'm sorry. I didn't. Grant's the one who pointed out your follically challenged nature.
Yes.
Well, it's like the crossfire of hair.
There's absolutely no way that I'm going to be competing with Dan's beard. That's clear from the beginning. But
I wasn't even
don't know.
thinking of
I'll
the fact
give
that
it a
you
shot.
segregated us to begin with.
It's like you bald fucks have to sit on that side of the table. I'm not dealing with that shit.
I think I'm the only one under 6 feet, though. So there's that.
True.
If you're going to be PC, there's always a reason. There's always something to be offended about.
Here at the Venetian Las Vegas, the war against ISIS will pose many new challenges for the next commander-in-chief. The last 2 presidents pursued a Middle East policy that supported toppling dictators to try to promote democracy. Senator Cruz, you have said the world would be safer today if Saddam Hussein were still in power in Iraq, Muammar Gaddafi ruled Libya, and Hosni Mubarak ruled Egypt. So would it be your policy to preserve dictatorships rather than promoting democracy in the Middle East?
Well,
why does it keep
Obama
pausing?
and Hillary Clinton, and unfortunately, more than a few Republicans have gotten distracted from the central focus of keeping this country safe. So let's go back to the beginning of the Obama administration when Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama led
Hillary
NATO
Clinton was there at the beginning?
in toppling the government in Libya. And they did it because they wanted to promote democracy. A number of Republicans supported them. The result of that, and we were told then that there were these moderate rebels that would take over. Well, the result is Libya is now a terrorist war zone run by jihadists. Move over to Egypt. Once again, the Obama administration, encouraged by Republicans, toppled Mubarak, who had been a reliable ally of the United States, of Israel, and in its place, Morsi and the Muslim Brotherhood came in, a terrorist organization. And we need to learn from history. These same
that Republicans
leaders,
don't work in the
Obama,
presidency.
Clinton, and far too many Republicans want to topple Assad. Assad is a bad man. Gaddafi was a bad man. Mubarak had a terrible human rights record, but they were assisting us,
And so
at
do
least
Republicans.
Gaddafi and Mubarak, in fighting radical Islamic terrorists. And if we topple Assad, the result will be ISIS will take over Syria, and it will worsen U.S. national security interests. And the approach, instead of being a Woodrow Wilson democracy promoter, we ought to hunt down our enemies and kill ISIS rather than creating opportunities for ISIS to take control of new countries.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rubio.
So as long as these people are supporting American interests, fuck the people that they rule over.
Yeah. Let them be inhumane and kill their citizens and stuff, as long as they help us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as they support the oil flowing into America.
Yeah.
Fuck the citizens that they have complete control over and are murdering.
If they're not helping us, fuck them.
I'm actually not. I'm not totally against the idea of leaving Assad alone.
Well, the war is already happening. There's a civil war going on.
Yes. But if that's something we had to do, his solution is absolutely wrong. We need to just withdraw. Let it play out. But I'm
on that. I'm not opposed to just leaving the entire Middle East alone.
So you guys are isolationists?
As
long as
I wouldn't say isolationist.
They're not directly attacking the United States. Fuck everything else. Fuck how they're treating their own people. How they're treating people in the region.
I would say we should be there for humanitarian support and humanitarian relief, and we should help anyone get out who wants to get out and help them. But fighting the fucking battles, no, I mean it's their war that they've been waging between each other for thousands of years.
Yeah.
And we've failed miserably for a long time, and the British before us, to try and instill some kind of our idea of government on them. It's like, let them fight it. We should.
So what is the root of the problem there, you think?
Well, religion.
Yes.
Yes. Theocratic, fundamentalism. I think is the root. I think there are a lot of moderates there that are stuck in the crossfire, and we should be there to help them, and help them get out, either come here or help them get somewhere else. But fighting the war and trying to stop the war between these fundamentalists, we failed at that. We failed time and time again, and the British failed before us.
Yeah,
it's never worked. And this war has been going on in the Middle East in one form or another for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And
like you said, thousands of years.
And I'm tired of being a part of it. And we shouldn't be a part of it. We should provide humanitarian support. I absolutely agree with that. But to try and stop the war, I don't think that's something they've got to do.
Yeah, I don't think we can stop the war.
It's just like we had to settle our own
unless we
civil
were
war.
able to educate the people there that, you know what, your religious ideas are no more valid than the other ridiculous fucking religious ideas that your opponents are espousing.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, they're both fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to clear up. I don't know that I would say I'm a hardline isolationist necessarily.
Yeah.
But I would tend to be a lot more of an isolationist than an interventionist / occupier. Of George W. Bush. But that wasn't even the point of what I was saying. What I was saying was, if I had to pick a highlight out of what Ted Cruz just said, the only thing I could maybe possibly agree with is leaving Assad alone and getting the fuck out of there, but that wasn't his proposal. It was leave Assad alone, but go in and kill ISIS anyway, which is almost the same to me. You go in and kill Assad,
how is that any different than what we're doing now?
Really? I don't want any of that. So, so that was only my point. But yes, if in terms of occupying a foreign country or being an isolationist, yes, I would take isolationist. But that's not always
honest,
my position.
The only reason they're a threat to us to begin with is because we're interfering in
because
their
we've been
bullshit to
occupying
begin
them in the first place, yes.
There are a lot of countries out there, and we were talking about this before the show. There are a lot of countries out there that ISIS isn't bombing Jamaica.
Yeah.
or Canada, or
I had proposed, ganja for guns.
Yeah, right. Ganja. That's
right.
Actually a good idea.
That's the buyback program.
Everything the Republicans would hate.
Yeah, but I mean,
the libertarians would be on board.
No,
we're being targeted because
they want their guns. They want ganja and guns.
Because we invaded those countries.
The libertarian version of ganja for guns is show us how many guns you have and we'll give you that much ganja.
Right, and then we'll take it all back to the Shire.
And our intrusion into that predates the first Iraq War, predates 9/11. It goes back to our influence in Iran and our overthrow of the democratic and the installation of the Shah, or all that.
It goes back to the Crusades, dude. You're kidding me if you think that they don't think that the United States and Western Europe have been connected since the late 1500s.
Exactly.
Or early.
So, if we just, that's why we are a target. It's not because we're the greatest threat to them.
Well, that's part of it.
Because we've been fucking with them. We've been poking this beehive forever.
Because of the oil.
I mean, it's the
oil
same,
is a big
it's the
part
same
of it.
reason why everybody hates the Patriots. Because they've been the best.
Hey everybody, this is X.
And I'm Kyle.
And I'm Felicia. We're the Utah Outcasts.
3 out, unashamed, and active atheists living in Utah.
And we are personally inviting you to let us love your ears each and every week.
As we take the news, current events, and pop culture and give it a little twist.
A love twist, with consent.
And we'll be joined each week by a special guest to tell us what makes them an outcast like us.
Come find us.
The Utah Outcasts.
On podhell.com, Stitcher, iTunes, Google Play,
Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
And on UtahOutcast.com.
We finally bought that domain off the kids handing out mixtapes in the mall.
Come be an outcast with us.
Take care of yourselves out there.
Bonne nuit.
And you're welcome.
That's part of it. That's just part of being the best.
They're the ones that don't inflate football.
The Raiders beat the Broncos on Sunday.
Yeah, and I'm very grateful because that moved New England back into the number one seed in the AFC after their thrashing of the Texans.
And
you're welcome.
All I'm seeing on this table are Raiders and Green Bay Packers.
We got the Patriots over there.
Oh, there's a Patriot. Oh, okay.
I bought everybody their own special little coasters. I got the Raiders.
Oh, okay.
Matt has the Patriots.
And I'm from
Ryan's
Wisconsin.
got Green Bay.
I didn't notice that, but I rarely notice Patriots anyway.
True.
Well, then you don't.
Libya, now that country is in
then
turmoil.
You don't watch
ISIS
football.
is clearly growing there. Senator Cruz says you haven't learned your lesson. Do you have any regrets for supporting President Obama's intervention in Libya?
To begin with, Muammar Gaddafi and the revolt against Gaddafi was not started by the United States. It was started by the Libyan people. And the reason why I argue we needed to get involved is because he was going to go one way or the other. And my argument then was proven true. And that is the longer that civil war took, the more militias would be formed and the more unstable the country would be after the fact. As far as Muammar Gaddafi is concerned, by the way, Muammar Gaddafi is the man that killed those Americans over Lockerbie, Scotland. Muammar Gaddafi is also the man that bombed that cafe in Berlin and killed those Marines. And you want to know why Muammar Gaddafi started cooperating on his nuclear program? Because we got rid of Saddam Hussein. And so he got scared that he would be next, and that's why he started cooperating. Look, we will have to work around the world with less than ideal governments. The government in Saudi Arabia is not a democracy, but we will have to work with them. The government in Jordan is not perfect, but we will have to work with them. But anti-American dictators like Assad, who help Hezbollah, who help get those IEDs into Iraq, if they go, I will not shed a tear.
Senator Cruz?
That was a pretty good answer.
It's more than not shedding a tear. It's actively getting involved to topple a government. And we keep hearing from President Obama and Hillary Clinton and Washington Republicans that they're searching for these mythical moderate rebels. It's like a purple unicorn. They never exist. These moderate rebels end up being jihadists. And I'll tell you whose view on Assad is the same as mine. It's Prime Minister Netanyahu. Prime Minister Netanyahu has said Israel doesn't have a dog in that fight because Assad is a puppet of Iran, a Shia radical Islamic terrorist, but at the same time, Prime Minister Netanyahu doesn't want to see Syria governed by ISIS, and we need to focus on American interests, not on global aspirations.
Everybody stand by for a moment. Governor Kasich, go ahead.
I don't understand this thing about Assad. He has to go. Assad is aligned with Iran and Russia. The one thing we want to prevent is we want to prevent Iran being able to extend a Shia crescent all across the Middle East. Assad's got to go. And there are moderates there. There are moderates in Syria who we should be supporting. I do not support a civil war. I don't want to be policeman of the world.
What's happening.
But we can't back off of this. And let me tell you, at the end, the Saudis have agreed to put together a coalition inside of Syria to stabilize that country. He must go. It will be a blow to Iran and to Russia.
We're going to talk about Assad in a moment. Mr. Trump, are Americans safer with dictators running the world in the Middle East?
In my opinion,
go ahead, Mr. Trump.
There's a protester.
We've
got a heckler.
$4 trillion
Somebody that can't
trying
be thrown
to
out.
topple various people.
I think
that,
I heard something
frankly,
about we
if
don't
they
need
were there,
billionaire
we could have spent that $4 trillion
politicians.
in the United States to fix our roads, our bridges, and all of the other problems, our airports, and all of the other problems we have. We would have been a lot better off. I can tell you that right now. We have done a tremendous disservice, not only to the Middle East, we've done a tremendous disservice to humanity. The people that have been killed, the people that have been wiped away, and for what? It's not like we had victory. It's a mess. The Middle East is totally destabilized, a total and complete mess. I wish we had the $4 trillion or $5 trillion. I wish it was spent right here in the United States on our schools, hospitals, roads, airports, and everything else that are all falling apart.
Thank you.
That is exactly what President Obama said.
Go ahead.
That's exactly what President Obama has said. I'm amazed to hear that from a Republican presidential candidate. But let's just start. Let's just start with who got it wrong. Who really got it wrong?
He's having trouble containing
Hillary Clinton has gotten every foreign policy challenge wrong. The gimmicky red reset button with Vladimir Putin. Recall that she called Bashar al-Assad a positive reformer. And then she opened an embassy. And then later she said over and over and over again, Bashar al-Assad must go, although she wasn't prepared to do anything about it. Recall that Hillary Clinton was all for toppling Muammar Gaddafi, then didn't listen to her own people on the ground. And of course, when she lied about the terrorist attack in Benghazi, she invited more terrorist attacks.
Thank you. Mr. Trump.
Well, there's nothing to respond to. People feel differently. I mean, the fact is Benghazi was a disaster because of Libya. Everything just fell into place. It could not have been worse. What do we have now? We have nothing. We've spent $3 trillion and probably much more. They have no idea what we spent. Thousands and thousands of lives. We have nothing. Wounded warriors all over the place who I love. We have nothing for it.
Oh, my God.
And by the way, and Ben said, and correctly, and I'm not saying this is a...
He loves wounded warriors.
Just his fanaticism about the veterans.
The warriors who are not wounded,
so disingenuous.
Probably not so much, but wounded warriors he fucking loves.
This is one of the finest men. You're not going to find a finer man. But I've been talking about oil for 3 years. I've been saying, take the oil, take the oil. I didn't say just bomb it. I said take it and use it and distribute it so that the wounded warriors and people... But I've been saying this now for many years. Now, all of a sudden, everybody's saying take the oil. It wasn't so fashionable to take the oil 6 months ago. I've been saying it for years.
Dr. Carson, is the Middle East... Dr. Carson, is the Middle East better off with dictators?
No one is ever better off with dictators, but there comes a time, when you're on an airplane, they always say, in case of an emergency, oxygen mask will drop down, put yours on first, and then administer help to your neighbor. We need oxygen right now, and we need to start thinking about the needs of the American people before we go and try to solve everybody else's problems. The fact of the matter is the Middle East has been in turmoil for thousands of years. For us to think that we're going to go in there and fix that with a couple of little bombs and a few little declarations
the bombs aren't very
relatively foolish.
Governor,
that was Ben Carson actually talking like he knows what the fuck is going on.
I know,
what
and
people are talking about on stage.
And it's interesting too because
that was weird.
Because the Middle East has been in turmoil for thousands of years, and nobody's disputing that, even though it's the home of the Prince of Peace, right? That everybody in most of the whole world worships. All of the Abrahamic religions have some tie to Jesus, the Prince of Peace, who came from Galilee. right in the center, right in the heart of the problems that have been existing in this region, in this world, on this earth for thousands of years.
So are you saying all the problems we got is because fucker Jesus was born there?
No, I'm not.
He didn't come to bring peace. He came to bring a sword.
Right, but what I'm saying is, for an all-powerful demigod, he sure didn't do a very good job.
Yeah, for vice god of the universe.
Yeah, he fucked it up. I mean, he allowed the status quo, which is fucking it up.
That's because he didn't have his second coming here in Missouri.
True.
And now that he got it right here in America with the LDS Church, now
things will be different.
Governor Bush.
Look, I think we're focusing on
hold on, Governor Bush. Here's the question. You said getting rid of Saddam Hussein, in your words, was a pretty good deal. In light of what has happened in Iraq, do you still feel that way?
I do, and I think the lessons learned are that we have to have a strategy to get in and a strategy to get out, which means that you create a stable situation. This president, and this is what the focus ought to be, it's not the differences between us. It's Barack Obama does not believe America's leadership in the world is a force for good. He does not believe that our strength is a place where security can take place. He leads from behind. He creates an environment that now we're creating the most unstable situation we've had since the World War II era. The focus ought to be on the simple fact that Hillary Clinton wants to double down on a failed foreign policy, and we need to be united to defeat that, because we're going to be in a place that is far less secure than it is today.
But you agree, Senator Paul? Senator Paul
shouldn't have gone.
Was getting rid of Saddam Hussein a pretty good deal?
These are the fundamental questions of our time, these foreign policy questions, whether or not regime change is a good idea or a bad idea.
I don't think
because I think the regime change was a bad idea, it means that Hussein was necessarily a good idea. There's often variations of evil on both sides of the war. What we have to decide is whether or not regime change is a good idea. It's what the neoconservatives have wanted. It's what the vast majority of those on the stage want. They still want regime change. They want it in Syria. They wanted it in Iraq. They wanted it in Libya. It has not worked. Out of regime change, you get chaos. From the chaos, you've seen repeatedly the rise of radical Islam. So we get this profession of, oh my goodness, they want to do something about terrorism, and yet they're the problem because they allow terrorism to arise out of that chaos.
Thank you, Senator. Hugh Hewitt, go ahead.
He has some very ardent supporters in the crowd.
Hold on.
Hugh Hewitt, we'd like to hear you say some bullshit.
Is asking the wrong question. We should be defeating our enemies. So the problem with defeating...
You've said this already. Senator,
shut
the fuck up.
2 hours debate. We'll have plenty of time. Let Hugh ask his question.
Well, but let me explain. The focus should be on defeating our enemies. So, for example,
Senator,
the regime
you'll have plenty of opportunity.
is Iran, because Iran
Hugh.
has declared war on us, but we shouldn't be topping countries that are fighting radical Islamic terrorists and that are helping.
These are the rules all of you agree to. Hugh, go ahead with your question.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Yes. We are talking about the most important thing. That's why it's heated. And you're okay with Mr. Assad staying in power, but you're also in favor of winning. If he stays in power, Iran is winning. Hezbollah is winning. Iran is winning in Yemen. They are winning everywhere. If they're winning, how can we be winning?
I think Assad is a bad guy. Very bad guy.
Bad guy.
Lots of people killed. I think we're backing people. We have no idea who they are. The rebels. We call them the rebels. The patriotic rebels. We have no idea. A lot of people think that they're ISIS. We have to do one thing at a time. We can't be fighting ISIS and fighting Assad. Assad is fighting ISIS. He's fighting ISIS. Russia's fighting now ISIS. And Iran is fighting ISIS. We have to do one thing at a time. We can't go, and I watched Lindsey Graham. He said, I've been here for 10 years fighting. Well, he'll be there with that thinking for another 50 years. He won't be able to solve the problem. We have to get rid of ISIS first. After we get rid of ISIS, we'll start thinking about it. But we can't be fighting Assad. And when you're fighting Assad, you're fighting Russia, you're fighting Iran, you're fighting a lot of different groups. But we can't be fighting everybody at one time.
Governor Christie, is he right? Because if we step back, Iran goes nuclear. Is Donald Trump right?
I think we have to focus you on exactly what the priorities are.
Are you kidding
and
me,
to me,
dude?
what I've always said is that the president has set up an awful situation through his deal with Iran. Because what his deal with Iran has done is empowered them and enriched them. And that's the way ISIS has been created and formed here. ISIS is created and formed because of the abuse that Assad and his Iranian sponsors have rained down on the Sunnis in Syria. And so when we empower Iran, this is why this president, and when Hillary Clinton says her theory against ISIS will be just about the same as the president, then get ready for more unrest and more murder and more violence in the Middle East. We need to focus our attention on Iran, because if you miss Iran, you're not going to get ISIS. The two are inextricably connected because one causes the other.
Senator Paul, let me ask you, you heard Governor Kasich say Assad must go. Do you agree?
No, I think it's a huge mistake. I think regime change in Syria, and this is what I've been saying this for several years now. In 2013, when we first went in, I said, you're going to give arms to the allies of al-Qaeda, to radical jihadists? That's crazy. But the other thing I said is the great irony is you'll be back fighting against your own weapons. Had Assad been bombed when he used chemical weapons 2 years ago, ISIS would be in charge of all of Syria now. We have to have a more realistic foreign policy and not a utopian one where we say, oh, we're going to spread freedom and democracy and everybody in the Middle East is going to love us.
Governor Kasich, a huge mistake.
In foreign policy, you have to know how to pick and choose. There's no way, if Saddam had not had weapons of mass destruction, I would have gone. Because I don't believe that U.S. should be involved directly in civil wars. I oppose the U.S. involvement in Lebanon. We ended up having to withdraw our Marines after our barracks were blown up. There's a difference between Iraq, where you have Sunni, Shia, and Kurds put together after First World War by the Western powers. It doesn't work. It needs to break up into three parts. And finally, in regard to Syria, understand that Assad is an ally of Iran who wants to extend that Shia radicalism all the way across the Middle East. He has to go. And for the Russians, frankly, it's time that we punch the Russians in the nose. They've gotten away with too much in this world, and we need to stand up against them, not just there, but also in Eastern Europe, where
he wants to go to war with
some
Russia?
of our most precious allies.
Let's continue with Russia
and
right
Iran.
now.
Yeah.
We have another question from
And
Facebook.
Syria.
Listen and watch.
My name is Ashley Toffel. Ms. Fiorina, in November you said that you would not talk to Vladimir Putin after you were elected because you would be communicating from a position of weakness. Do you believe that it is feasible to not communicate with another world leader, and do you think that that also is a sign of weakness?
Ms. Fiorina, as you know, U.S. and Russian warplanes, they're flying all over Syria right now with so many lives on the line. Is this a good time for the United States not to talk to Putin?
I didn't say I would cut off all communication with Putin. What I said was, as President of the United States, now is not the time to talk with him. Reagan walked away at Reykjavik. There is a time and a place for everything. There is a time and a place for talk, and there is a time and a place for action. I know Vladimir Putin. He respects strength. He lied to our president's face, didn't bother to tell him about warplanes and troops going into Syria. We need to speak to him from a position of strength.
We knew
so as
they were going into
Commander-in-Chief,
Syria.
I will not speak to him until we've set up that no-fly zone, until we've gathered our Sunni Arab allies and begun to deny ISIS territory, until I've called the supreme leader of Iran and told him, New Deal. We, the United States of America, are going to cut off the money flow, which we can do, which we don't need anyone's permission or collaboration to do. And I will not speak to him personally until we've rebuilt the Sixth Fleet a little bit right under his nose, rebuilt the missile defense program in Poland right under his nose, and conducted a few military exercises in the Baltic states. And let us remember one other thing. Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama are responsible for the growth of ISIS because they precipitously withdrew from Iraq in 2011 against the advice of every single general and for political expediency.
Set up by
it's not these people up here. It's Hillary Clinton.
Thank you, Ms. Fiorina. Governor Christie, if the U.S. imposed a no-fly zone over Syria and a Russian plane invaded that no-fly zone, would you be prepared to shoot down that Russian plane and risk war with Russia?
Not only are we prepared to do it, I would do it. A no-fly zone means a no-fly zone. Wolf, that's what it means. See, maybe because I'm from New Jersey, I just have this kind of plain language hang up. But I would be very clear. I would not talk to Vladimir Putin. In fact, I would talk to Vladimir Putin a lot. And I would say to him, listen, Mr. President, there's a no-fly zone in Syria. You fly in, it applies to you. And yes, we would shoot down the planes of Russian pilots if, in fact, they were stupid enough to think that this president was the same feckless weakling that the president we have in the Oval Office is right now.
A feckless weakling.
So he would
Senator
risk
Paul.
World War III with Russia.
Yep.
Senator Paul, I want you to respond to what we just heard from Governor Christie. If there was a no-fly zone, you say that potentially could lead to World War III. Why?
Well, I think if you're in favor of World War III, you have your candidate.
Yep.
Here's the thing.
Motioning to Chris Christie.
And everyone's cheering.
My goodness, what we want in a leader is someone with judgment, not someone who is so reckless as to stand on the stage and say, yes, I'm jumping up and down. I'm going to shoot down Russian planes. Russia already flies in that airspace. It may not be something we're in love with the fact that they're there, but they were invited by Iraq and by Syria to fly in that airspace. And so if we announce that we're going to have a no-fly zone, and others have said this, Hillary Clinton's also for it, it is a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for World War III. We need to confront Russia from a position of strength, but we don't need to confront Russia from a point of recklessness that would lead to war. This is something, this type of judgment, it's having that kind of judgment, who you would appoint and how you're going to conduct affairs, that is incredibly important.
Yes.
I mean, I think when we think about the judgment of someone who might want World War III, we might think about someone who might shut down a bridge because they don't like their friend. I think we need to be very careful.
He went Bridgegate.
Well, I'll tell you what reckless is.
Shit just
what
got
reckless
exciting.
Is calling Assad a reformer. What reckless is allowing Russia to come into Crimea.
Well, and he mentioned those who want World War III. Doesn't that explain every fucking Christian on the planet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, they just want the rapture.
Is inviting Russia into Syria to team with Iran. That is reckless. And the reckless people are the folks in the White House right now. Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton are the reckless people. And if you think that a no-fly zone is a reckless policy, you're welcome to your opinion. But how's it working so far? As we have 250,000 Syrians murdered, slaughtered, millions running around the world, running for their lives, it's not working. We need to try something else, and that is not reckless.
It's not because of Russia, though.
Governor Bush. Commander-in-Chief question. You said that Mr. Trump is not qualified to be president because he's not qualified to deal with Vladimir Putin. Why are you better qualified to deal with Vladimir Putin than Mr. Trump?
Because first of all, I know what I don't know.
Which is everything.
Hugh Hewitt especially seems to be pitting the candidates against each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not knowing shit about anything.
Mr. Trump is not qualified to be president because he's not qualified to deal with Vladimir Putin.
And not having an upper lip that moves.
Why are you better qualified to deal with Vladimir Putin than Mr. Trump?
Because first of all, I know what I don't know. I know what I don't know.
No, you don't. That's the whole fucking point of not knowing what you don't know.
Then why do you want to be
president? I won't get my information from the shows. I don't know if that's Saturday morning or Sunday morning. I don't know which one. I will seek out the best advice, and I will create a strategy, and I will persuade the American people what the role of America should be. I've laid out a policy of rebuilding our military. All of the talk that we're saying here, most of which I agree on, frankly, requires a much stronger military. We now have a lack of readiness that is quite scary. We have planes that Harry Truman inaugurated, the B-52. We have the Navy has been gutted and decimated. The readiness of the Marines is way down. If we're serious about America's leadership in the world, then we need to make sure that we have the back of the armed forces. The Armed Forces Radio is here listening to this today. I hope they know that if I'm president, I'll be a commander-in-chief, not an agitator-in-chief or a divider-in-chief, that I will lead this country in a way that will create greater security and greater safety.
Mr. Trump.
I think it's very sad that CNN leads Jeb Bush, Governor Bush, down a road by starting off virtually all of the questions, Mr. Trump this, Mr. I think it's very sad. And frankly, I think it's very sad. And frankly, I watched the first debate, and the first long number of questions were, Mr. Trump said this, Mr. Trump said that, Mr. Trump. These poor guys, although I must tell you, Santorum, good guy. Governor Huckabee, good guy. They were very nice, and I respect them greatly. But I thought it was very unfair that virtually the entire early portion of the debate was Trump this, Trump that, in order to get ratings,
but Mr. Trump, it's not CNN. Mr. Trump, I was on CNN last night watching.
Excuse me. I think it's very unprofessional.
But it wasn't
yeah,
CNN.
And it is. And it is. And that's the first thing I agree with.
It's not CNN. It's Americans watching you.
Thank you for calling out Hugh Hewitt.
I was mentioned, so I can bring up something I think.
CNN.
Look, the simple fact is, if you think this is tough and you're not being treated
This
fairly,
isn't tough and easy.
imagine what it's going to be like dealing with Putin,
Well, he's
dealing
being
with
paid by
President Xi,
them, though.
or dealing with the Islamic terrorism that exists. This is a tough business to run for
I know.
president.
You're a tough guy, Jeb.
And we need to have. You're never going to be president of the United States
tough,
by insulting
Jeb,
your way to the
let's see.
presidency.
I'm at 42 and you're at 3, so
Doesn't matter.
far I'm doing better.
Doesn't matter.
Wow. You started off over here, Jeb. You're moving over further and further. Pretty soon you're going to be off the end.
This doesn't do a thing to solve the problem.
It sounds more and more what my
Fuck you,
daughter
Jeb, your
said
numbers
that I
are
said at the
irrelevant.
beginning. All the fighting and arguing is not advancing us.
It will not
It is
solve
not
the
the way we're going to strengthen our country. We will strengthen our country when we come together. And look, you've got Rand Paul, you've got Ted Cruz, you've got Marco, you've got a lot of people on the stage who study these issues. You know what a leader does? A leader has a sound program, has a good policy, and then brings people together to solve problems. Guess what? Both in Congress and balancing the budget, in Ohio fixing the economy.
You did that?
And by the way, we talk
Yeah.
about defense.
Did he do that?
The
Is this
first
something
thing
you've
we
done?
better get going is strengthening our economy, because if we don't have a strong economy, we
Dr.
can't
Carson.
pay for all of this, and the world wants us to be able to function from strength, believe it or not. Get our economy going, get these people together in a room. We can
Thank
fix
you,
this,
thank
ladies
you.
and gentlemen. We don't have to fight
Governor.
all the time. It can be done, and we will be great
Thank
when we
you, Governor.
join together. Thank you, you.
Dr. Carson.
Thank you.
Commander-in-Chief question again. You've been the head of neurosurgery for a big hospital. You're on a lot of boards of a lot of companies. You've traveled the world. You're traveling again next week.
You know, I've seen some of the surveys and reports and interviews with people from other countries. People from other countries have far less interest in what we do than we think they have interest in. You know, we think they care about what we decide far more than what they actually care.
Yeah,
they just don't like us.
Djibouti to Japan, trips from again. You've been the head of neurosurgery for a big hospital. You're on a lot of boards of a lot of companies. You've traveled the world. You're traveling again next week. But does that prepare you to command
You
troops
squeeze
from
invisible
Djibouti
boobies.
to Japan, troops from Afghanistan to Iraq, to be in charge of the men and women watching on Armed Service Network tonight?
Well, you know, there's a false narrative that only the political class has the wisdom and the ability to be commander-in-chief. But if you go back and you study the design of our country, it was really designed for the citizen statesman. And we need to be talking about, where does your experience come from? You know, and I've had a lot of experience.
How many people have you tried to stab?
Organizing things, you know, a
Birthday
national
parties.
scholarship program. One of the things that you'll notice if you look through my life is that I don't do a lot of talking. I do a
I'm
lot
bad
of
at it.
doing. And really, it says more about a person than how much they talk. And then some people say you're weak because, you know, you're not loud and you're not boisterous and you're not rude. But the fact of the matter is,
I stabbed
look
the guy.
and see what I've done. And that speaks volumes about strength.
Thank you, Dr. Carson.
No.
We've been talking tonight about programs and policy proposals that you all have to keep Americans safe, and it's a big discussion on the campaign trail, also about border security and immigration. So let's talk about immigration. Senator Rubio, you co-authored a bill with Democrats 2 years ago that allowed a path to citizenship for undocumented immigrants. Do you still support that path to citizenship, which means giving those immigrants rights like the right to vote?
Yeah, immigration is not an issue that I read about in the newspaper or watch a documentary on PBS or CNN. It's an issue I've lived around my whole life. My family are immigrants. My wife's family are immigrants. All of my neighbors are immigrants. I see every aspect of this problem, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And here's what we learned in 2013. The American people don't trust the federal government to enforce our immigration laws. And we will not be able to do anything on immigration until we first prove to the American people that illegal immigration is under control. And we can do that. We know what it takes to do that. It takes at least 20,000 more additional border agents. It takes completing those 700 miles of fencing. It takes a mandatory E-Verify system and a mandatory entry-exit tracking system to prevent visa overstay.
Chips.
After we've done that,
arms.
the second thing we have to do is reform and modernize the legal immigration system. And after we've done those two things, I think the American people are going to be very reasonable with what do you do with someone who's been in this country for 10 or 12 years, who hasn't otherwise violated our laws because if they're a criminal, they can't stay. They'll have to undergo a background check, pay a fine, start paying taxes, and ultimately they'll be given a work permit. And that's all they're going to be allowed to have for at least 10 years. But you can't even get to that third step until you've done the other two things. And that was the lesson we learned in 2013. There is no trust that the federal government will enforce the law. They will not support you until they see it done first.
Senator, you haven't answered the question.
You haven't answered the question.
The root of that whole argument is based on 2013, that the American people don't trust the American government on immigration law. Mm-hmm. But that trust is based on what the American people are being told.
Yeah.
By the politicians, half of which are being told outright lies.
Yeah.
About
by
what's
people
going
like Marco
on,
Rubio.
What's going on to begin with. I mean, we have zero, we're down to zero net.
Less than zero. We have negative immigration right now.
Negative immigration. So, this statistic he's using as the root of his argument is based on the ignorance of the American people, not on any actual real data.
Yeah. Right.
So it's kind of bullshit to begin with. So
You just described a very long path, but does that path end at citizenship?
But I've answered that question repeatedly. I am personally open, after all of that has happened, and after 10 years in that probationary status where all they have is a work permit, I personally am open to allowing people to apply for a green card. That may not be a majority position in my party, but that's down the road. You can't even begin that process until you prove to people, not just pass a law that says you're going to bring illegal immigration under control, you're going to have to do it and prove to people that it's working. And that was the lesson of 2013, and it's more true today than it was then. After a migratory crisis on the border with minors coming over that you're seeing start up again now, after all these executive orders the president has issued, more than ever, we need to prove to people that illegal immigration is under control.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cruz. Senator Cruz, on the campaign trail, Senator Rubio has said that his immigration plan isn't that different from yours. Is that true?
Well, he has attempted to muddy the waters, but I think anyone that watched the battle that we had,
kind of
there was a time for choosing, as Reagan put it, where there was a
Yeah.
battle over amnesty, and some chose, like Senator Rubio, to stand with Barack Obama and Chuck Schumer and support a massive amnesty plan. Others chose to stand with Jeff Sessions and Steve King and the American people and
Jeff
secure
Sessions,
the border.
one of the
And let me
most
mention,
racist
this issue is
motherfuckers
actually
around.
directly connected to what we've been talking about, because the front line with
Tom
ISIS
Cotton.
isn't just in Iraq and Syria, it's also in Kennedy Airport and the Rio Grande. Border security is national security. And one of the most troubling aspects of the Rubio-Schumer Gang of Eight bill
Say two
was that it
Cubans.
gave President Obama
Yeah.
blanket authority to admit refugees, including Syrian refugees, without mandating any background checks whatsoever. Now, we've seen what happened
What?
in San Bernardino.
Bullshit.
You're letting people in
Bullshit.
when the FBI can't vet them. It puts American citizens at risk. And I tell you, if I'm elected president, we will secure the border. We will triple the Border Patrol. We will build a wall that works, and I'll get Donald Trump to pay
to
for it.
include the northern border.
Yeah.
I'll build it.
I'll build it and I'll make the Mexicans pay for it.
In 2013, we
Canadians.
had never faced a crisis like the Syrian refugee crisis now. Up until that point, a refugee meant someone fleeing oppression, fleeing communism, like it is in my community. As far as Ted's record, I'm always puzzled by his attack on this issue. Ted, you support legalizing people who are in this country illegally. Ted Cruz supported a 500% increase in the number of H-1B visas, the guest workers that are allowed into this country, and Ted supports doubling the number of green cards. So I think what's important for us to understand is there is a way forward on this issue that we can bring our country together on. And when I'm president, I will do it. And it will begin by bringing illegal immigration under control and proving it to the American people.
Dana.
Senator Cruz.
Look, I understand that Marco wants to raise confusion. It is not accurate what he just said, that I supported legalization. Indeed, I led the fight against his legalization and amnesty bill. And you know, there was one commentator that put it this way, that for Marco to suggest our record's the same is like suggesting the fireman and the arsonist have the same record because they're both at the scene of the fire. He was fighting to grant amnesty and not to secure the border. I was fighting to secure the border. And this also goes to trust. Listen, on campaign trails, candidates all the time make promises. You know, Marco said he learned that the American people didn't trust the federal government.
No, Dana,
he campaigned in Florida promising to lead the fight against amnesty.
Support legalizing
he
people that are in this
campaigned
country
promising
illegally.
to lead the fight against
Ladies
amnesty.
and gentlemen,
and then he did
this is
exactly
why
that.
the American people are
Senator Cruz, can you answer that question, please?
Does Ted Cruz rule out ever legalizing people that are in this country illegally now?
Senator Cruz?
I have never supported legalization.
Do you rule it out?
I have never supported legalization, and I do not intend to support legalization. And let me tell you how you do this. What you do is you enforce the law. What you do is
they're all talking over each other.
Ms. Fiorina, please wait your turn. We're going to get to you on this. Go ahead,
Sorry, you haven't gotten to me. This is
Senator
why the nation is fed up with the political class.
This is a shit show.
Is you enforce the law. I've laid out a very, very...
Did you hear somebody in the audience? Let him talk!
He's been talking forever, and he's saying the same bullshit.
Yeah.
Is you enforce the law. I've laid out a very, very detailed immigration plan on my website, tedcruz.org. It's 11 pages, existing federal law, and in particular, the question of what to do with people who are here now. You enforce the law. That means you stop the Obama administration's policy of releasing criminal illegal aliens. Do you know how many illegal aliens Bill Clinton deported? 12 million. Do you know how many illegal aliens George W. Bush deported? 10 million. We can enforce the laws, and if we secure the border...
Why won't you say Obama's number?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say Obama's number is larger.
Yeah.
Solves the problem, and as president, I will solve this problem and secure the border.
Mr. Trump, you like to say that you restarted this conversation in the campaign.
I think I did.
So who do you side with? Who do you side with in this? Senator Rubio or Senator Cruz?
I have a very hard-line position. We have a country or we don't have a country. People that have come into our country illegally, they have to go. They have to come back in through a legal process. I want a strong border. I do want a wall. Walls do work. You just have to speak to the folks in Israel. Walls work if they're properly constructed. I know how to build.
No, they don't fucking work in Israel.
No. I feel a very, very strong
there are no Mexicans
bind,
there.
and really, I'm bound to this country. We either have a border or we don't. People can come into the country. We welcome people to come in, but they have to come in legally.
Thank you. Governor Bush, listening to this, do you think this is the tone, this immigration debate, that Republicans need to take to win back Hispanics into your party, especially states like where we are in Nevada that has a pretty large Hispanic community?
No, it isn't, but it's an important subject to talk about for sure. And I think people have good ideas on this. Clearly, we need to secure the border. Coming here legally needs to be a lot easier than coming here illegally. If you don't have that, you don't have the rule of law. We now have a national security consideration, public health issues. We have an epidemic of heroin overdoses and all sorts, all places.
Oh, we're halfway through.
We got to be more than halfway. We're at like a 4-hour podcast already.
Because of the ease bringing heroin in, we have to secure the border. It is a serious undertaking, and yeah, we do need more fencing, and we do need to use technology, and we do need more border control, and we need to have better cooperation, by the way, with local law enforcement. There are 800,000 cops on the beat. They ought to be trained to be the eyes and ears for law enforcement, for the threat against terror, as well as for immigration. This is a serious challenge, and if we can get it right, yeah, we'll start winning votes again. The real problem isn't anybody on this stage. The real problem is Barack Obama has had 6 years to advocate a position to fix this, and he's done nothing. The Congress has funded these programs of building more fencing and doing all this, and he hasn't done it. He wants to maintain it as a wedge issue, and so does Hillary Clinton. Republicans need to fix it, and when we do, we'll be better off.
Governor, thank you very much. Dr. Carson, you recently visited a refugee camp in Jordan, and you deemed it, in your words, really quite nice, saying the people there didn't want to come to the United States. Do you think these camps are a long-term solution to the problem of Syrian refugees?
Well, it was very interesting having the opportunity to talk to the Syrians themselves. And I asked them, what do you want?
They love living in
camps. Supreme desire? Their supreme desire was to be settled back in their own country.
I went to camp every summer.
What can Americans and other countries do?
Loved it.
They said, support
Why not live the rest of your life?
Of
The
those who are
Japanese
trying to
liked it.
provide safety for us, including the Jordanians. Of course, they had a brand new hospital, for instance,
Jewish?
that was unstaffed. because
I didn't want to go there.
Too
Too soon?
What's really
I didn't want to go there.
if you go into Hasakah province in northeastern Syria, that's an area that's as big as Lebanon. It's controlled by the Kurds, the Christians, and the moderate Sunnis. And there are airstrips and hotels. You could settle a lot of people there. All we would have to do is be willing to provide them with some weaponry, some defensive weaponry. And we seem to be afraid to give the Kurds weaponry. We like to send it for some strange reason through Baghdad, and then they only get a tenth of it. And if we would support them, we have a perfect ideal there. We don't need to set this up as we either take a bunch of refugees who will be infiltrated with terrorists. I guarantee you, for them not to be, would to be terrorist malpractice. And we need to choose the right choice, not these false choices.
I've never heard that.
You oppose letting in Syrian refugees at this time into the United States. The U.S. has already accepted 2,000 Syrian refugees, including 13 living here in Las Vegas right now. Would you send them back? What would you do with these people?
You know, I think we need to set the record straight on this because I think Marco misspoke about the bill. On the Gang of Eight bill, there was no provisions really for extra scrutiny or safety for refugees. At the time the bill came up, 2 Iraqi refugees came to my hometown, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Their fingerprints were on a bomb from Iraq. They were in the database, but we didn't pick them up. We relocated them here, put them in government housing, got them on food stamps, and we began providing for them, but we didn't have adequate security. On the Gang of Eight bill, on Marco's bill, we had an opportunity. There was a conservative consensus for an amendment I put forward called Trust But Verify that would have strengthened border security on both refugees, students, and those coming here. And Marco sided and was, I guess, more sympathetic to Chuck Schumer and to the president than he was to conservative principles. But this goes directly to national defense. And if he wants to run as a national defense conservative, he's got to explain why he hasn't stepped up to support border security.
Senator Rubio.
Well, as he's just admitted, the reason why those refugees were allowed in here because they messed up in how they used the actual database. They should have known. They didn't because they didn't run the actual law as it exists now. It didn't work well. As far as the refugees are concerned, it's not that America doesn't want to accept refugees, Wolf. It's that we may not be able to, because this is an issue we have to be 100% right on. If we allow 9,999 Syrian refugees into the United States, and all of them are good people, but we allow one person in who's an ISIS killer, we just get one person wrong. We got a serious problem. And there is not a single person in the national defense apparatus of this country that can guarantee you we're going to be 100% right. And that's why, as president, I'll take this very seriously.
Senator Paul, you didn't answer the question about the 2,000 Syrian...
We haven't paused in a while. I just want to say real quick, the idea of letting 10,000 people in with the chance that one out of those 10,000 people might be a terrorist is exactly the idea of innocent until proven guilty, in which this country is found.
Well, now they're guilty until proven innocent.
Well, and so is every American citizen.
Yeah,
but the problem is
and they don't talk about the number of American citizens who we know have committed these types of things.
No, forget about all that.
Yeah, I would say
my point is just that he's going to say, well, what we need to do is make sure that we're 100% perfect rather than let in 9,999 good people.
And I don't disagree with
astoundingly anti-American.
I don't disagree with you at all. I think their argument would be that the rights that you're talking about only extend to American citizens, and we're not talking about American citizens.
Yeah.
So I don't disagree with it. I feel like those fundamental rights...
But they would become American citizens once they're immigrated.
Well, and I think those should be considered human rights.
Do I. So I feel like the
we
Bill
don't
of
even
Rights
get that, but still...
I feel like the Bill of Rights and those fundamental rights that we have should be human rights and not American. But I'm just saying that would be their argument.
I think it's a valid question, but we're talking about a party that touts the Constitution at every turn they possibly can. Don't tread on me, and all the I mean, this is their
the
shtick.
Constitution, the Declaration.
This is their thing.
And yet they state that all men are created equal. That not just American citizens are created equal.
Except for immigrants. Yeah.
Well, except for immigrants. my question is this: any state that allows a Syrian refugee, assuming it's even legal for a state to deny it, which is far,
it's not.
But let's say for the sake of argument, you couldn't, or you could. The state could deny a Syrian refugee. Would it be valid? Let's say Utah, for example, denied Syrian refugees. Would it be valid for Nevada to then put up a wall and deny travel between Utah and Nevada?
Well, and that's just it, is that they can't fucking do that.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. I mean, how fucking stupid is that?
Yeah.
So...
Right.
Refugees who are already here in the United States. Will you send them back or let them stay?
What my bill would do would be only for refugees going forward. So I haven't taken a position on sending anyone home, but I have taken the position that we have a lot of problems here in our country, and that one of the things that we do, charity is about giving your own money. Charity isn't giving someone else's money. To put everyone on government housing and food stamps and bring them in from around the world, I think is a mistake. To give of your own money, I've given to my church. My church has helped people that came from Bosnia. That's a good thing. But we shouldn't have a program where we just say that we're going to take care of the world's refugees. Nobody in the Middle East is doing anything. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, all the Gulf nations are doing nothing. They need to step up and take refugees.
We have another question. We have another question from Facebook. Let's listen.
My name is Carla Hernandez. I'm from the University of Texas at Austin, and my question is directed to all the candidates. If the Bible clearly states that we need to embrace those in need and not fear, how can we justify not accepting refugees?
Governor Christie, you say there should be a pause in allowing new refugees to come in to the United States, including orphans under the age of 5. What do you say to Carla?
What I say to Carla is that the first job of the President of the United States is to protect your safety and your security and the security and safety of your family. And this debate stops with me in the discussions with the FBI director. Now, listen, I'm a former federal prosecutor. I know Jim Comey. We've worked together. He was the U.S. attorney in Manhattan when I was the U.S. attorney in New Jersey. And when Jim Comey gets up before Congress and says, we cannot effectively vet these people, for me as president, that's the end of the conversation. We have to put America's security first. The American people, we on this stage need to open our ears. We need to open our ears. The American people are not whispering to us, they're screaming to us. And they're screaming to us that it's our job to actually make this government work. It's so dysfunctional under Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. It's so ineffective. It's so ineffectual that the American people say we don't trust them to do anything anymore. So I'm not going to let any Syrian refugees in this country. And it was widows and orphans, by the way. And we now know from watching the San Bernardino attack that women can commit heinous acts against humanity just the same as men can do it. And so I don't back away from that position for a minute. When the FBI director tells me that he can vet those people, then we'll consider it, and not a moment before, because your safety and security is what's most important to me.
Governor Kasich.
Well, obviously, as President of the United States, we've got to keep the people safe. That's first and foremost. But as governor of Ohio, I have an obligation to keep the 11.5 million people in Ohio safe. And we've been very effective with our Joint Terrorism Task Force being able to make busts. In fact, we just made one 3-4 weeks ago against a person who was favorable to ISIS living in Akron. But let me tell you what's interesting about the administration. We had Central American minors that were placed in Ohio, and we never knew a thing about it. We didn't know where they were. And in fact, we know now that some of them, there is a case going on where some of them may have been human trafficked. So when the administration tells me we have a great vetting process,
let you know about
the proof's in the pudding. They sent these minors to us. Our schools were disrupted. We didn't know where they were, and bad things happened to them. And now they tell me that we ought to be able to admit these Syrian refugees. So, Wolf, Look, people have accused me at
Being
times
a
of having
refugee
too
is
big of a
different than
heart.
being a
And that's
trafficked.
okay. But I have to also say I must keep the people of my state safe. So we take a pause.
Thank you, Governor. There's much more coming up. We are only just beginning. Coming up.
Just beginning?
Only just beginning?
What the fuck are you talking about just beginning?
Only just beginning? Goddamn.
This is a long fucking, this seems longer than 2 hours. Way longer than.
We've talked a lot.
And I think this is like the second commercial break they've taken.
Just begun.
It did say it was only a 2-hour debate.
Presidential debate. We're here at the Venetian Las Vegas.
3 hours.
Tonight we've been focusing in a lot on the Middle East.
Holy
Let's
fuck.
turn to some other world threats that you will potentially face as Commander-in-Chief. Ms. Fiorina, candidates here have called the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un a maniac who is mentally unstable. Last week, he said he now has a hydrogen bomb. If you're elected president, what would you do about Kim Jong-un?
Yeah.
Well, first, Kim Jong-un is a dangerous
stupid.
leader, without a doubt. And both Republican and Democrat administrations have been completely ineffective in dealing with him. So we must continue to isolate him. We will need China as part of that strategy. China is a rising adversary. So one of the things we have to do if we want China's support is to push back on China. They, too, recognize one thing: strength and their own economic interest. I have done business in China for 25 years. So I know that in order to get China to cooperate with us, we must first actually retaliate against their cyber attacks so they know we're serious. We have to push back on their desire to control the trade route through the South China Sea, through which flows $5 trillion worth of goods and services every year. We cannot let them control the disputed islands, and we must work with the Australians, the South Koreans, the Japanese, and the Filipinos to contain China. And then we must ask for their support and their help with North Korea, because believe it or not, China is as concerned about Kim Jong-un as we are.
Dr. Carson, what would you do about Kim Jong-un?
Well, I definitely believe that he's unstable, and I do, in fact, believe that China has a lot more influence with him than we do. But we also recognize that North Korea is in severe financial straits, and they have decided to use their resources to build their military rather than to feed their people and to take care of the various humanitarian responsibilities that they have. We can capitalize upon that. You know, we should use our economic power in lots of different ways. I think we can use that in order to keep Putin contained, because he's a one-horse show, energy. And we have an abundance of energy, but we have archaic energy exportation rules. We need to get rid of those, allow ourselves to really make Europe dependent on us and other parts of the world dependent on us for energy, put him back in his little box where he belongs. And, you know, we need to be doing lots of other things.
He's going to use those crystals to use the sap power.
So economic power works just as well as military power, perhaps even better. And speaking of that, our military needs to be upgraded. You know, you look at things like our Ohio-class submarines,
North Korea become a major
our
energy
Minuteman
exporter?
III missiles, they are 34 years old. B-52 bombers, 50 years old. You know, if we don't get the military right, nothing else matters.
We have embargoes against them, so they can't import, export.
Oh, maybe he's talking about
Governor
that recent
Christie,
report that came out
if China
from Curly
launches a
Hoagland.
cyber attack against the U.S. on your watch, quote, they're going to see cyber warfare like they have never seen before. What exactly would that response look like?
Well, what it would look like is we have one of the great advantages of America being the open society that we are, is we're not hiding things from the American people. But China every day is conducting business in a way that it hides things from their people. So if they want to come in and attack all the personnel records in the federal government, which they've done, and which they now have my social security number and my fingerprints, as well as maybe some other folks who are on this stage, the fact is they need to be fought back on. And what we need to do is go at the things that are most sensitive and most embarrassing to them, that they're hiding, get that information and then put it out in public. Let the Chinese people start to digest how corrupt the Chinese government is, how they steal from the Chinese people, and how they're enriching oligarchs all throughout China. They need to understand that. And we need to
Just
take
like
those
we
type
need to
of
do with
steps.
the Republicans?
This president has seen personnel records of people who have sacrificed for the American people and for the federal government, stolen by the Chinese, and he's done nothing in return. This is why I said at the beginning, that this administration, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, through their foreign policy, have betrayed the American people, because the weakness they've displayed has led to Putin's incursions in the Middle East and in Eastern Europe, and has led to significant problems in the Middle East as well, and the death and murder of lots of folks.
Governor Bush, what you just heard from Governor Christie, are you concerned that that could really escalate with China, that they would retaliate and, for example, as the NSA has said, attack the U.S. and maybe its power grid, which the Chinese have the capability to do?
I completely agree with Chris. And this administration has been so lax. Think about it. Hillary Clinton's using a private server where classified information goes by. This is a serious administration. The president receives an inspector general's report that the Office of Personnel Management could be hacked into. They had antiquated firewalls. 23 million files are in the hands of the Chinese, allegedly.
Because
including, by the way, members of the press, it turns out,
the
last
Republican
week.
Congress won't provide
Maybe that's
proper
the only
funding.
part that's good news, so that you guys can get a feel for what it's like now to see this type of attack. This is something we have to have the best defensive capabilities. We need to coordinate all of our efforts with the private sector. We need to give them liability relief so that we can do that. And offensively, we need to have capability second to none. We need to create a situation where they know that there will be adverse impacts if they continue to do what they're doing. They'll respect that. They'll respect the United States that is serious about protecting our infrastructure. If we don't do it, we'll continue to see exactly what's happening, not just from the Chinese, by the way, the Russians and rogue actors, including ISIS. This is a serious part of the 21st century security challenge that we face.
So the last two responses were fairly hawkish about our response to China.
And they talk as if the United States isn't doing anything in response.
And how we should stand up, and how we should embarrass them, how we should do all these things. But what about all those American companies, those big American companies, the Walmarts, the multi-billion-dollar who do business with China, who have their stuff manufactured, the HPs,
Donald Trump,
the Trumps, the Apples, for Christ's sake, who, the Walmarts who do business have their stuff manufactured. What about calling them out? What about denying them the right to have their stuff imported from China? Or no, you're not going to hear that. And if anything is going to hit China, that would be it. That would be it, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be the big thing?
I would think so, yeah.
I mean, we're obviously not the only country manufacturing things in China.
But we got to be the largest.
It certainly
would be a fairly major.
Yeah. Even if we weren't the largest, it would be a big hit, no doubt about it.
But I find all this rhetoric about China a little disingenuous if you're not going to take the actual real step of addressing China of
saying U.S. companies can't deal with China anymore.
Can't deal with China anymore.
Right. Companies boycott China.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Carson just referenced the single most important job of the president, the command, the control, and the care of our nuclear forces. And he mentioned the triad. The B-52s are older than I am.
He did
the
say
missiles
nuclear.
are old. The submarines are aging out.
You go,
it's an
Hugh.
executive order.
Someone corrected him during the break.
What's your priority among our nuclear
Read
triad?
this.
Well, first of all, I think we need somebody absolutely that we can trust, who's totally responsible, who really knows what he or she is doing.
So not
that
you.
is so powerful and so important. And one of the things that I'm frankly most proud of is that in 2003, 2004, I was totally against going into Iraq because you're going to destabilize the Middle East. I called it very strongly, and it was very important. But we have to be extremely vigilant and extremely careful when it comes to nuclear. Nuclear changes the whole ballgame. Frankly, I would have said, get out of Syria, get out. If we didn't have the power of weaponry today, the power is so massive that we can't just leave areas that 50 years ago or 75 years ago we wouldn't care. It was hand-to-hand combat. The biggest problem this world has today is not President Obama with global warming, which is inconceivable. This is what he's saying. The biggest problem we have today is nuclear proliferation, and having some maniac, having some madman go out and get a nuclear weapon.
Like
That's,
Trump
in
in
my
the White
opinion,
House.
That is the single biggest problem that our country faces.
Because three legs of the triad, though, do you have a priority? Because I want to go to Senator Rubio after that.
I think to me, nuclear is just the power, the devastation is very important to me.
Senator Rubio, you have a response.
The power, the
First, let's explain to people home what the triad is. Maybe a lot of people haven't heard that terminology before. The triad is our ability of the United States to conduct nuclear attacks using airplanes, using missiles launched from silos or from the ground, and also from our nuclear subs.
So 3 different sources?
And it's important, all 3 of them are critical. It gives us the ability at deterrence. Now, some have become more critical than others, for example, the submarines. And that's the Ohio-class submarine that needs to be modernized. The air component also needs to be modernized. The B-52, as someone earlier pointed out, is an outdated model that was flown by the grandparents.
Yeah, but now we got the B-1, the B-2, and the new stealth bomber coming out soon, too.
On our silo-launched missiles, all 3 are critical for the defense.
Thank you, Senator Rubio. Some of you on this stage have questioned whether your opponents have the temperament, the right temperament, to be in control of nuclear
Donald.
codes. Dana, you have a question on this.
Mr. Trump, just this weekend you said Senator Cruz is not qualified to be president because he doesn't have the right temperament and acted like a maniac when he arrived in the Senate. But last month you said you were open to naming Senator Cruz as your running mate.
I did.
So why would you be willing to put somebody who's a maniac one heartbeat away from the presidency?
But I've gotten to know him over the last 3 or 4 days. He has a wonderful temperament.
3 or 4 days?
He's just fine. Don't worry.
3 or 4 days.
Okay.
Since Sunday when I called him a fucking maniac.
Senator Cruz.
Fuck you. Fuck
We
both
had
of
a
you.
beer together, and he's all
You
right.
have not been willing to attack Mr. Trump in public.
Yeah,
but
because
you
you're
did
a coward.
question his judgment in having control of America's nuclear arsenal during a private meeting with supporters. Why are you willing to say things about him in private and not in public?
Because you're a fucking
Dana, what I
coward.
said in
He's
private
Canadian.
is exactly what I'll say here, which is that the judgment that every voter is making of every one of us up here is who has the experience, who has the vision, who has the judgment to be commander-in-chief. That is the most important decision for the voters to make. That's a standard I'm held to, and it's a standard everyone else is held to. And I will note, in the whole course of this discussion about our foreign policy threats, it actually illustrates the need for clarity of focus. My daughters, Caroline and Catherine, came tonight.
Story time.
They're 7 and 5. And you think about the Los Angeles school.
They're fucking adorable. His daughters are fucking cute. I don't know if you guys happen to see the ad that he tried to put out for his campaign where he's going
Those
through
weren't
all
his
the
kids.
different cuts and everything. They're really fucking cute.
Yeah, those
kids.
weren't his, though.
Yeah.
No, his
Yes,
kids.
they are.
His kids look very Cuban, so he had to find more Caucasian-looking kids to play them to look more American.
Dan is just totally incredulous. Yes, they are.
They were his kids too, Ryan.
And they're cute.
You're fucking with me. They were adorable. His daughters.
When you see those 2 kids in the next Independence Day movie, you'll know they're actors.
Yeah.
Oh God, I can't.
I saw one in a Cheerios commercial
He
too.
has a couple very cute little daughters. They're fucking adorable.
Underrated, I think. I loved the first one. I loved it. It was great.
I
My
loved it
daughters,
too.
And now
Caroline
Liam
and Catherine,
Hemsworth
came tonight.
is
They're
oh,
7
yeah.
and
Gonna be
5.
good.
And you think about the Los Angeles schools canceling their schools today. And every parent is wondering, how do we keep our kids safe?
Over a
We need a
fake
commander-in-chief who does what Ronald Reagan did with communism, which is he set out a global strategy to defeat Soviet communism, and he directed all of it. I'm answering the question, Dana. He directed all of his forces to defeating communism. One of the things we've seen here is how easy it is
By
for Barack
sitting
Obama
around
and
and
Hillary
waiting
Clinton to
for
get
it to
distracted
collapse in
from
Germany.
dealing with radical Islamic terrorism. They won't even call it by its name. We need a president
got
who
many
stands
names.
up, number one, and says we will defeat ISIS, and number two, says the greatest national security threat facing America is a nuclear Iran.
Senator, a lot of people
and we
have
need
seen,
to be focused
a lot of people
on
have seen
defeating
these
radical
comments
Islamic
you made in
terrorism.
private. I just want to clarify what you're saying right now is you do believe Mr. Trump has the judgment to be commander-in-chief.
What I'm saying, Dana, is that is a judgment for every voter to make. But what I can tell
what's
you
your
is
judgment?
all 9
That's
of the
what she's
people here
asking.
would
I know,
make
but he
an
won't answer it.
infinitely better commander-in-chief than Barack
Hillary
Obama or Hillary
Clinton.
Clinton.
Yeah, of course.
Deflect, damn you,
Never
deflect.
answer the question.
And there is a
You
real
fucking
danger,
baby.
Dana,
That's
when
the president
people
who
get distracted.
never can answer a straight question.
There's a real danger when people get distracted by peripheral issues. They get distracted by democracy building.
Peripheral issues like a direct question.
Yeah, the peripheral issues that you have made a fucking issue because you've talked about it in private sessions, but not publicly.
He just won't fucking answer a simple question.
Because he's a fucking coward.
I have an irony boner.
on one of the news shows, I can't remember the Stuart Varney had a lieutenant colonel on there who called President Obama a total pussy.
Yeah.
I would like to see him call Ted Cruz a total pussy for not answering this fucking question.
He won't.
Focus on defeating
Reflector shields are a full strength,
ISIS
Captain.
and Iran have declared war.
I'm giving her. She's all
we need a
she's
commander-in-chief
got.
who will do everything necessary to keep our children safe.
Thank you, Senator.
And I will do everything necessary to keep our children safe.
Thank you, Senator. We're a month and a half away now from the first real test. Who will be the Republican presidential nominee? Hugh, you have a question.
Mr. Trump, my listeners tell me again and again they're worried that Hillary Clinton will win the White House because you run as an independent. Are you ready to reassure Republicans tonight that you will run as a Republican and abide by the decision of the Republicans?
I really am. I'll be honest. I really am. I mean, people have been putting me to traction. I really am.
I can apply.
Oh my God!
Yeah, what a great moderator.
Can I just
finish? Please.
What an unbiased
nice
moderator.
Impartial.
I gain great respect for the Republican
Fuck
leadership.
you, Hewitt.
I gain great respect for many, and I'm going to even say all. I mean, in different forms.
He's a Christian radio host.
In different forms. In different forms, but. I have great respect for the people I've met through this process. I've never done this process before. I've never been a politician. I mean, for the last 6 months, I've been a politician.
Oh, and you want to hold the highest political
I am totally
power?
committed to the Republican Party. I feel very honored to be the front runner, and I think I'll do very well if I'm chosen. If I'm so fortunate to be chosen, I think I'll do very well. Polls have come out recently say I would beat Hillary. I will do everything in my power to beat Hillary Clinton. I can promise you.
Dr. Carson, Mr. Trump just committed to stay.
Oh my God! Can I tell you how excited I would be at the prospect of a Trump-Clinton debate? Oh my God! I would fucking jizz in my pants.
That wouldn't even be that exciting to me. It would just be a tax levied and then deflection. I would rather see Trump Sanders.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
I would be far more
two
interested
old
in
ass
Trump Sanders.
bastards from the Northeast going at it, yelling at each other.
That would be better, but I mean,
Hillary
going with his point of talking about Clinton.
Grumpy old man.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But Hillary never says anything. I mean,
regardless of the result, how about you?
Well, you know, the statement that I made last week that I would leave the party was contingent upon whether, in fact, the party acts like they have in the past with a lot of subterfuge and dishonesty.
I don't remember that
or
contention
like they're
in his
going to
statement.
act now,
No.
because I spoke to Reince Pubus and he assured me that
Did he
the
just say
Washington
Reince
Post,
Pubus?
Yes, he did.
with a lot of subterfuge and dishonesty.
Reince Pubus.
Or like they're going to act now, because I spoke to Reince Pubus and he assured me.
Oh my God! Who the fuck is Reince Pubus?
Reince Pubus. I know who he means, but
I spoke to Reince Pubus. I spoke to Biggest Dickus.
Okay. One more time.
Centurion, strike him waffly.
Play it one more time.
Exactly.
Because I spoke to Reince Pubus and he assured
Reince Pubus. Centurion, strike him waffly. Throw him to the ground.
I spoke to Reince Pubis.
Reince Pubis.
you gotta do it again, aren't you?
Subterfuge and dishonesty. Or like they're going to act now, because I spoke to Reince Pubis and he assured me that the Washington Post writer had it all wrong, and that they're not going to be engaging in anything to thwart the will of the people. That's why I got into this race as a member of We the People, to try to bring some honesty and integrity back to the process.
All right, candidates, we have more coming up.
We the people like Reince Pubus.
Everyone will have an opportunity to explain why this particular candidate,
running
each
for
of you on the
president
stage,
in the
believes
GOP.
he or she should be the Republican presidential nominee.
Wait, do they have their final words coming up next?
Very soon.
So I'm just confused at the time frame of this shit.
After you cut, after you. Oh my God, centurions! Oh my God! So after you cut this into the official 4.5-hour podcast, that's going to be. You should do like a 20-minute clip episode where you just cut out like certain points, highlights, the highlight show.
I spoke to Corey Hogwend.
Oh fuck.
Now it's time for the closing statements.
Oh, it is closing.
Okay. Wow, we're almost done. I have to work tomorrow.
We borrow $1 million a minute. And whose fault is it?
Republicans.
Well, frankly, it's both parties' fault.
Oh.
You have those on the right who clamor and say,
I'll go with
we
that.
must spend anything on the military. And those on the left who say the same for domestic welfare. But what most Americans don't realize is there's an unholy alliance. They come together, there's a secret handshake.
Unholy.
We spend more money on everything. And we are not a stronger nation if we go further into debt. We are not projecting power from bankruptcy court. To me, there is no greater threat than our debt. I'm the only fiscal conservative on the stage because I'm willing to hold the line on all spending. I hope you'll consider me in the election. Thank you very much.
Governor Kasich.
No Republican has ever been elected president of the United States without winning Ohio. Let me give you a little tip on how you win Ohio. It's reform, it's hope, it's growth, it's opportunity, and it's security.
I thought I was going to say
the people of
blowjobs.
Ohio are the people of America. The people of America are reflected in Ohio. Our message has to be big and bold and positive and connect, not just with people's heads, but also connect with their hearts. If we do it, we will beat Hillary Clinton, and we will run the White House, and we will strengthen and fix America. I promise you.
Governor Christie.
Here's the problem I have with
On
that.
September 10th, 2001, I was named chief.
I've been to Ohio. I've checked out a few places in Ohio.
Yeah, me too.
I've been to a whole bunch of other places in the U.S. New York, California, Utah, Florida, Arizona. Ohio doesn't really look like a whole lot of
sure
other
does
places
not.
in the U.S. I don't know how Ohio became this microcosm of America.
I know, it's funny.
because there's a pretty wide divide between people in Ohio and what they have to deal with, and people in Arizona and California and New York and Florida. You know,
Ohio's the rundown little brother of the upper Midwest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
thought that would do better, but
really,
that,
I don't
maybe with our
quite
audience.
understand that. But
yeah, I don't know either.
nothing against Ohio. It's
No,
not
fuck
against
Cleveland.
Ohio.
I can't get over Reince
I
Pubus.
just don't entirely understand how they represent a microcosm of America.
I've heard Toledo has some very good amusement parks, though.
They're not as amusing as Reince Pubus.
Oh, the memes that are going to be out tomorrow.
This show. It's amazing how Dan picks up on those little things.
If we do it, we will beat Hillary Clinton.
Is it really
and
amazing?
we will run the White House.
Does it really
and we will
surprise you?
strengthen and fix
I'll have to make
America.
a Reince
I promise
Pubus
you.
photo like I did with Ronald Reagan.
On September 10th, 2001, I was named chief federal prosecutor in New Jersey. And on September 11th, 2001, my wife and my brother, who are in the audience tonight, went through the World Trade Center into their offices just blocks away from the Trade Center. I lost touch with them for 6 hours that day and praying that they were alive. Luckily, they were sent home. But many of our friends and others in our neighborhood lost their lives that day.
So God didn't save them.
Terrorism,
Because my
radical
prayers didn't do
jihadist
jack shit
terrorism
for
is not
them.
theoretical
Oh,
to
yeah.
me.
No, I forgot
It's
about
real.
them. That's
And for
right.
7 years, I spent my life protecting our country against another one of those attacks. You won't have to worry when I'm President of the United States whether that can be done, because I've already done it.
Yeah,
I want
no
the chance to do it again to protect you, your children, and your families. If you give me the chance and give me your vote, I will protect America from the wars that are being brought to our doorstep.
Ms. Fiorina.
I too remember September 11th. I remember immediately putting into place security procedures all throughout our company that did business in 170 countries where we thought corporate interests would be attacked next. To take our country back, to keep our nation safe, we have to begin by beating Hillary Clinton. We need to unify our party. We need
you are
to be
unified
better
against Hillary.
than our government,
Behind
which
Reince
75% of the American people now think is corrupt and incompetent. They're right. We need to be better than our politics. 80% think we have a professional political class of both parties that cares more about its power, position, and privilege than actually on getting anything done. We need to unify our party. We need a real conservative in the White House. And we need to beat Hillary Clinton to take our country back and keep our nation safe. I can. I am. And together, if you join me, we will take our country back.
They never, ever say anything about Bernie.
Take it back. Ask yourself,
take it back from
which
who?
candidate will keep you and our
Or to
country
where?
safer,
What
stronger,
evil-
and freer? Hillary Clinton has aligned herself.
Yeah, drag it back to the Stone Age.
Governor Bush.
Ask yourself, which candidate will keep you and our country safer, stronger, and freer? Hillary Clinton has aligned herself with Barack Obama on ISIS, Iran, and the economy. It's an alliance doomed to fail. My proven record suggests that, and my detailed plans will fortify our national and economic security. And my proven record as governor will give you a sense that I don't make false promises. I deliver real results. For America to be safe and sound, I ask for your support. Thank you all very much.
Senator Rubio.
Yeah, America.
As we near the end of this year, we enter one of the most important elections in a generation. For what's at stake in this election is not simply what party is going to be in charge, but our very identity as a people and as a nation. For over 200 years, this has been a special country, a unique place where anyone from anywhere can achieve anything.
Not exactly.
But now millions of Americans feel like they're being left behind, insecure in their future and unsafe in the face of terrorism.
No, in the face
This
of
election is
Republicans.
about electing a president that will restore our economic vibrancy so that the American dream can expand to reach more people and change more lives than ever before. And
That's why we
rebuild
need
our
Bernie.
military and our intelligence programs so that we can remain the strongest nation on earth. Tonight I ask you for your vote. If you do this, we will rebuild this country. And together we will usher in a new American century, the greatest era in the history of this great land.
Behind Reince Pubus.
And Curly Hoagland.
Judgment, strength, clarity, and trust. Barack Obama has said he doesn't believe in American leadership or America winning. He is wrong. America can win again, and we will win again. Ronald Reagan reignited the American economy, rebuilt the military, bankrupted the Soviet Union, and defeated Soviet communism. I will do the same thing, cutting taxes, cutting regulation, unleashing small businesses, and rebuilding the military to defeat radical Islamic terrorism. Our strategy is simple. We win, they lose. We've done it before, and we can do it again.
Didn't we do ISIS before?
I've been fortunate enough to travel to 58 different countries, and I thank God every day that I was born in this country, the most exceptional country that the world has ever known. And I want to make sure that we preserve that exceptionalism for the next generation.
I hate exceptionalism.
My mother told me if I worked hard and I believed in American principles and I believed in God, anything is possible. I believe that is true, and that's why I'm not anxious to give away American values and principles for the sake of political correctness.
Yeah, he does.
Mr. Trump.
Nose drip.
Our country doesn't win anymore.
Again.
We don't win on trade. We don't win on the military.
China, Mexico.
We can't defeat ISIS. We're not taking care of our great people, the veterans. We're not taking care of them. We have to change our whole way. Our healthcare system is a disaster. It's going to implode in 2017, just like you're sitting there. It doesn't work. Nothing works in our country. if I'm elected president, we will win again. We will win a lot. And we'll have
Charlie.
a great, great country, greater than ever before. Thank you.
The last person who said he was always winning got AIDS.
Candidates. That does it for this Republican presidential
It's like I'm watching one of those 80s sports movies, like Hoosiers. And the coach is coming out.
And the Venetian Las Vegas.
Fucking ridiculous.
Wow.
All of it.
Yep.
Reince Pubus just put the capper on.
I'm glad that happened late because that was a resurgence of energy I really needed. Boy, these are tough, man.
They take it out of you.
They do.
Centurion.
They're a little dragging, but I still fucking enjoy it. Like,
yeah. Oh, I mean, we come every time. You know.
Well, I show up
in both ways. Oh well. Do you have a napkin?
I don't. Never mind. Strike him waffle.
Strike him waffle.
Flow him to the ground.
Oh, fucking Reince Pubus.
Does it make you giggle when I say biggest?
Yes, it does. It still does.
So, my takeaway tonight is pretty much what I thought going into this.
Yeah.
Was that Rubio would show himself to be the more presidential.
Yep.
Of any of the candidates on stage.
Yep.
I think he was clear in everything he was saying. He was articulate. He spoke intelligently. He didn't stammer. He didn't.
Yeah.
No.
Fuck up. I mean,
he never does.
Or not George. Fucking Jeb Bush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was
he's
was
a
a
mess.
waste.
He's a waste. Exactly right.
Yeah.
Rubio was definitely smooth, little hawkish, and real tough on immigration. Surprisingly.
Yeah. Trump was Trump.
Saying the same
Cruz
rhymes.
was Cruz. Fiorina was Fiorina.
Trump seems a lot more toned down. I feel like you mentioned it earlier, and a couple of times that his handlers have probably told him to tone it down. I feel like he's toned it down a bit. He's not as confrontational as he's been in the past.
Yep.
And he still is hawkish but he was a little more mellow, I feel like.
He wasn't quite the raging psychopath that he's been in previous debates.
So it's all gradients.
But they're not saying anything new either.
No, they're not.
No,
nothing new at all. It's all the same fear mongering politics.
Yeah,
that don't address any of the root issues that actually endanger American people.
I did notice tonight that none of them mentioned shutting down the IRS.
That's true.
That's true.
I was,
or the EPA.
Yeah,
but arguably neither of those are out, trying to slaughter American people.
True. So, yeah, and of course this was all based
that was the root of tonight's debate.
The topic was foreign policy and
was
blah blah
threats to Americans without addressing what the actual
What should we be scared of now?
Yeah, without actually addressing what those threats are. Almost everything they talked about isn't actually what the threats against American is.
No,
they're not actually what we should be afraid of.
We should be afraid of the candidates on stage.
Well, yeah. So
that's what we should be afraid of. Is any of these dummies getting into office?
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, thank you all for tuning in tonight. I had a great time. Thanks for joining us, Graham.
Thank you for having me. It was a good time.
It was a pleasure. It's a bit late. It's 12. It's past 12:30 here locally.
Shit.
And the dear Snar Beast came in and
said, "I can't sleep."
Reminded us just how late we were running, but
actually very gently.
She was very pleasant.
Yeah. Anyway, next week we will be talking about Christmas, and I think we'll be covering the Democratic debate that will be happening on Saturday. We'll be recording on, what do we decide?
Tuesday.
Yeah. So it'll be a few days after the debate, but we'll be talking about it nonetheless, and talking about the upcoming holiday.
Yeah. the goings-ons of the shits.
Curly Hogland.
Reince Pubus.
Oh, the memes are going to show up tomorrow.
Thank you all for tuning in. As always, you can reach us at godlessrevolution@gmail.com.
Mm-hmm.
You can Twitter our twatter at TGR Podcast. Find us on Facebook at facebook.com/godlessrevolution. You can call or send us a text message at 330-81-REBEL. We thoroughly enjoy all of the feedback that we're getting from our listeners, and really appreciate you tuning into the show. So let us know if you have any show ideas or if we've gotten anything wrong. Or
also, I would love to hear various news items from our international listeners.
Yeah, absolutely. We've gotten some from Dave.
Yeah,
sent us some,
and Basilis, of course,
wonderful things, and Basilis. Yeah,
Basilis? Is it Basilis?
I think that's how you say it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, send us stuff.
He's the fucking GIF master.
I still need to go and listen to some of the music that he's been posting out on his secular atheist music stuff. I have it tabbed on my Chrome browser to go and listen to some of the things that people are submitting to see if maybe we could use some of them in the show. That'd be awesome.
That would be cool.
Anyway, we will chat at y'all next week.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, fuck, that was long.
Why don't you accept this wonderful offer? Why wouldn't you like to meet Shakespeare, for example? I mean, I don't know if you really think that when you die you can be corporeally reassembled and have conversations with authors from previous epochs. It's not necessary that you believe that in Christian theology, and I have to say it sounds like a complete fairy tale to me. The only reason I want to meet Shakespeare, or might even want to, is because I can meet him any time, because he is immortal in the works he's left behind. If you've read those, meeting the author would almost certainly be a disappointment. But when Socrates was sentenced to death for his philosophical investigations and for blasphemy, for challenging the gods of the city, and he accepted his death, he did say, well, if we are lucky, perhaps I'll be able to hold conversation with other great thinkers and philosophers and doubters too. In other words, that the discussion about what is good, what is beautiful, what is noble, what is pure and what is true could always go on. Why is that important? Why would I like to do that? Because that's the only conversation worth having. And whether it goes on or not after I die, I don't know. But I do know that it's the conversation I want to have while I'm still alive. Which means that to me, the offer of certainty, the offer of complete security, the offer of an impermeable faith that can't give way, is an offer of something not worth having. I want to live my life taking the risk all the time that I don't know anything like enough yet, that I haven't understood enough, that I can't know enough, that I'm always hungrily operating on the margins of a potentially great harvest of future knowledge and wisdom. I wouldn't have it any other way. And I'd urge you to look at those of you who tell you, those people who tell you at your age that you're dead till you believe as they do. What a terrible thing to be telling to children. And that you can only live, and that you can only live by accepting an absolute authority. Don't think of that as a gift. Think of it as a poisoned chalice. Push it aside, however tempting it is. Take the risk of thinking for yourself. Much more happiness, truth, beauty, and wisdom will come to you that way. Thank you.